Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart. Joining me on tonight's broadcast is Jake Spawn-Tiberi. You've had a nice long break, Jake. How are you feeling being back on the desk today?
Oh, yeah, break. You know, rugged off in bed, dying of illness, Fish. It wasn't a break. But it's good to be back on the LPL desk. Looking forward to some League of Legends action coming our way tonight. So, yeah, I'm happy to be back, I guess.
Well, that's fantastic, especially because now, this is week number 3 of the LPL. The standings have been shook up quite nicely here as we head into week number 3. And, we're starting to see where a lot of the strength lies in all the teams now.
Yeah, and, there's some obvious ones. So let's kick it off there. EDG is still at the top of the ladder. RNG, they're still doing a fantastic job. They only got stronger after MSI adding Uzi to their lineup. But there's also some shockers in there. The fact that Newbie has only won 1 game so far, sitting down near the bottom of the ladder, 1 and 2. After the fact that, this was a team that was incredibly confident that they could give away Uzi, still keep their lineup intact, pick up Dade and do great things. Hasn't been as easy as a transition as they would have hoped.
That's a little bit scary, especially since they did play Pekko a lot last season when they were formerly Chaogun, now Newbie, and dropping a lot of games. But we had a lot of surprising teams on the flip side doing well as well. Game Talents, had a very, very good run all the way until they dropped their first game against Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, Game Talents are an interesting team to me because, they're this weird Frankenstein monster that got put together off the formerly M3 team in HYG. And I think that this is like a cool lineup because, they've got a great story. They're playing a couple of different members and they continue to excel. They've got really quick game times. They've got quick first turrets at around about the 8 minutes. They like to lane swap a lot and they seem to be one of the smarter teams in the LPL right now. We used to credit the previous teams of having strong laning phases, but the fact that they can play the macro game really intrigues me about how far Game Talents can go this split.
We mentioned that Game Talents as well, they dropped their first game in this split so far, which was against Invictus Gaming. Had a very rough start and starting to look a lot stronger as a team. And in fact, we're going to be seeing them play later on tonight as well. Since the introduction of Tabe coming back to the lineup, being that main shot caller for the team, Invictus Gaming are looking really good.
Yeah, they certainly are. I mean, they take out Saint and they take out Game Talents. The Game Talents one's a little bit more impressive to me. I think they fall down against EDG. I don't think anyone really expected that to get... No, actually, they didn't. They lost to Newbie. So maybe that is a little bit of a shocker, but that was when Newbie at the start of the split were looking actually quite good. So, IG have had a fine run so far. I don't think they've really played like the best teams, and it's hard to get where they're lying. I still think that the 80 carry Rain is a little bit of a liability, but we get to see them play one more time today. That's when they're against EDG, and hopefully they can bring the fight.
Well, let's see what they can do, because EDG, like you mentioned earlier, they're looking absolutely fantastic and dominant in this tournament. And one thing that's really changed this split of the LPL so far is, the meta's gone kind of wonky here. We see, a lot more utility 80k has been played here and there. Lucian thrown into there. Vladimir and Swain have come back into competitive play. Things are all over the shop right now.
Yeah, well, of course. Well, we went into mid-season and we did the big mage overhaul. Lots of different things got changed. So then we come into an area where all of a sudden you have these range supports and range top laners coming back into vogue, which means it's very hard to run melees. I mean, people are struggling to run the likes of Maokai into these bully top laners like Echo, but then you add Swain and Vladimir in there and the task gets even harder. It's also difficult because they have really good AoE wave clear. So it's not like they don't laning swap great either. Like the old difficulty with mages, if you didn't get levels, it would be hard. But with the changes to the jungle experience, everyone's kind of starting from scratch. So I think that 510 has proven a lot that, Utilia and 80 carry is good. I want to see Siva come back in. I want to see if the LPL does pick up the Ashe and things like that. But I just, it intrigues me because it really does suit teams like IG, and it shouldn't suit teams like EDG, whose solo laners maybe aren't the superstars that we're used to seeing.
But we're still seeing them play fantastically in the current meta, adapting really nicely, and we haven't moved on to 6.11 just yet, so Triforce hasn't been changed. Nidalee still a huge factor in the jungle. We still have the likes of Kindred and Lucian reigning dominance on the Rift, so not too much should change in terms of drafting this week, I feel.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. We're going to see the exact same things, and that really does suit the LPL right now because there are a lot of carry-oriented junglers that, when you have the likes of Nidalee, Kindred Graves for some people like SOFM who played it so brilliantly. And then Rek'Sai is really your tank of choice with the Cinderhulk buffs. Does do quite a little bit of damage as well still. I just think that this is such a cool fight meta around dragons and around the Rift Herald in top lane. So I really do think that this is an exciting meta right now for the LPL, and that the good team fighting teams that can get those little macro advantages are starting to excel on the patch.
You know, speaking of those jungles as well, we see a lot, like you mentioned, those carry jungles, the Nidalee, the Kindred, and the Rek'Sai being that tank of choice. A lot of teams have been opting towards, you know, taking away as many of those carry-oriented junglers, and then you see the likes of Lee Sin, Gragas come in, but there hasn't been much change come into that so far.
No, there certainly hasn't. The reason being is, you know, if there is an Italy or a Kindred on the Rift, they're the only two that can really play against each other. I mean, if you get a good early game as Rek'Sai, she keeps up in farm, but she can never really duel these champions. Whereas as soon as you have Rek'Sai, you can go a gank-heavy jungler like Lee Sin that can get to level 6 and, you know, dominate the map in the early game. Or you can go someone a little bit more utility like Gragas because there isn't that kill threat. So it's get the kill threat off the map, you know, get it towards a farming matchup and see if you can go even and then have big team fight utility. But regardless, you know, the fact that Nidalee's still such a potent early farmer, the fact that Kindred is a very good early duelist as well as having that potential for some utility. And, you know, people just overlook Graves as well. SOFM showed you what happens when you do that and you take one of the weaker junglers. He just styled all over people last week. So I really do think that they're still the A tier of junglers and the tanks fall below them but do have uses.
And it really seems like it fits the junglers that we have in the LPL right now, that very aggressive playstyle. You know, they either use that aggression to get themselves ahead or snowball their teams itself. You did mention already, you know, the meta really suits the LPL.
Yeah, it's really funny because I like what you mentioned, like get yourself ahead or get your team ahead, because we've seen random games where like SOFM, Clearlove's had a couple of them as well, where you can tell that they just start playing incredibly selfishly because these jungles still do a lot of damage, right? So it's not like Rek'Sai where you need to transfer power elsewhere. If you get ahead of Kindred, you start killing people. So I really do think that it's like a cool meta for junglers to be in. I might be a little bit biased there, but you know, it's a lot of fun right now to run around Summoner's Rift on these champions. So I'm excited to see whether that trend continues because remember, they haven't been hit yet. We're expecting to see Nidalee Kindred fall down a little bit after 6-11.
You know, it's not just the junglers that have been running Rampage. A lot of the players in the LPL, you know, they've been slaughtering people on the Rift. It's still a very bloody league. In fact, in just a moment, we're going to be able to take a look at that KDA ranking of the players. And when we see that, we'll see how bloody this league has really become. You know, lots of teams showing where they want to put their power towards. You know, the likes of RNG putting towards Uzi. We see Rookie getting a lot as well. So. Yeah. You know, very, very bloody still. As we take a look at the MVP rankings, actually, very quickly. Mystic sitting on top there with Republic, MLXG, and Scout just behind him, and a couple of people with 2 apiece. First up being Athena.
Yeah, so this is really interesting, actually, because WE is such a cool team, and they do have a lot of power in Mystic, their AD carry right now. He's one of those young, up-and-coming AD carries, so I'm glad that he's getting the respect he deserves. The Korean bottom lane on WE of Zero and Mystic really are impressive to watch right now, so I'm glad to see that. You know, it'll be interesting because I believe that Pawn will be a registered sub tonight, how long Scout stays around on the EDG lineup, because Scout is playing out of his mind as well, in my opinion, on EDG. He's had a couple of shaky performances, but he's quite a young kid, and I do want to see EDG stick with that commitment and make sure that it can take him to the next level.
Well, we're going to be seeing them play later on tonight, the second match that we have, which will be against Invictus Gaming, and they still look very dominant. EDG looking to try and show themselves as a premier LPL team. What else are we looking at? Because you mentioned a team that I believe, you know, interests me a lot. I'm not sure about you, but Team WE, they've been playing really well as a team. As we're actually going to take a look at the standings really quickly. EDG still sitting at the top, like we mentioned, a very dominant team. Gang Talent's just behind with 3 wins and a loss. Invictus Gaming are 2-1, whereas Snake 1-2, Newbie 1-3, and Saint unfortunately not able to pick up a game yet.
Yeah, but let's have a look who Saint have played, because they've lost to Game Talents, Invictus Gaming, and EDG. And when you look at the ladder right now, that's the top 3 teams in the division. So they still might be the 4th best team in Group A.
Yep. Then we took a look at the side of Group B as well. RNG sitting at the top there still. Definitely one of the best best teams in this group. And Team W right behind them with 3 wins and a loss. The only loss going to RNG with Vici just behind them 2-1. IMA, you know, dropping a little bit 2-2 as LGD and OMG still sitting with 3 losses.
And, you know, this is what you expect out of a young team like IMA. They had a great start and then, you know, it kind of falls apart a little bit heading into week number 2. So we'll see whether they're able to claw it back this week. Of course, Group B not playing tonight. But IMA is a team that people are going to have to be patient with. They've got a lot of promise, but they need to be allowed time to make it work.
Well, let's take a look at today's matches as well. It is going to be Group A playing up here, which will be Snake taking on Saint in game number 1. Their new jungler, SOFM, will take to the Rift one more time to see if he can provide that aggressive performance. Saint, on the other hand, looking to see if their team can rebuild one more time and try and fight back as EDG take on Invictus Gaming in game number 2.
Yeah, and two really interesting games because, as we said, EDG, IG, they might be the two best teams in this division right now, and we'll see whether IG can stand up because their bottom lane really has been called into question multiple times. But Zatai's a monster up there. Game number 1, however, you know, when you have a look at Saint, when you have a look at Snake, these are two teams that haven't really been pushed to their maximum yet, I don't feel. SOFM, sure, he's a great addition. He's from the GPL region that you're very familiar with, you know, the Vietnamese player, and he is a huge carry. But what happens when he gets put behind? We haven't seen it yet. And, you know, going up against Saint, this team that does have a lot of potential, but has had cohesion issues since day one, I think this is a really interesting matchup.
Well, let's take a look at the team profiles of both these teams. The Snake will be first up. Flandre up in the top lane. SOFM, will be in the jungle as Tank takes to the mid lane with Martin, and Jetso in the bottom lane as AD carry and support.
Yeah, and sticking with Martin, you know, Crystal seems to be back in that sub position, something that Snake really haven't been able to make their mind up with over the last year, honestly. And you can see with that lineup, it wasn't going great until they added SOFM Fish, but this young kid from Vietnam, he's got a bright future in competitive League of Legends. He's a monster.
He had an absolute stellar performance in the game against Newbie. You know, Snake picking up their first win this split of the LPL, looking a little bit rejuvenated, so to speak, and they're probably hoping to continue this one with a win against Saint here, who have been struggling, you could say, so far in the LPL.
Yeah, they certainly has. As I said, I reeled off the 3 teams they've played. They've played class so far, but yet again, that isn't an excuse. They were able to pick up a sole victory over IG in map 2, still went down 2-1. So this is a team that, you know, they have the experienced players like Acorn on their lineup. They've got some new blood in there like Captain, like Snoopy that they expect to step up. But they really need to start doing it now because a couple of weeks, sure, that's not a big deal. You get to the 0-4, 0-5 mark as an LPL team, you're starting to sweat.
I'm going to have a look and see what their lineup is coming into their first game of tonight. It'll be Acorn up in the top lane with Captain in the jungle. Snoopy will be in the mid lane. STYZ and Siu will be in the bottom lane as their AD carry and support. Chimin and Otto will be sitting on the bench as their substitutes.
Yeah, so we'll see whether Otto gets any more gains, sticking with Snoopy for at least the start of this. And I do feel like this gives them a well-rounded top side of the map. They're supposed to be a smarter team, right? You've got Acorn, you've got Captain. They should be able to jungle path, try and get STYZ ahead, who has been touted as one of these great young Chinese AD carries, but just hasn't fallen into place yet. But we're waiting for that penny to drop, right? This is a team, as I said, they've all just been come together, Saint, new organization. They're one of those revenge teams, and they need to be given time to make this work.
It feels like once they, you know, can kind of glue themselves together, they'll be a dominant team to be forced with. And I'm actually interested to start this off in the jungle here because, you know, Captain playing instead of Chimin here. Chimin brought a lot of life to HYG last split when he came in halfway through the split. Captain's really lived up to that expectation as well. Whenever he comes into the jungle, it looks like, you know, brand new strength for the Saint lineup.
Yeah, he's a little bit more control. I mean, he does have a Nidalee, so, you know, he can play the carry, but a lot of Rek'Sai, a lot of Lee Sin. So we'll see whether that continues to be a thing. Going up against SOFM, he's just going to be in your face. From what I know of SOFM, I mean, tracking his GPL days, seeing him at one of his first international tournaments being IWCA, where he just got to put on a clinic. I got to watch that one live. And then what he did to Swift last week. This is a young jungler that really has a chip on his shoulder, I think it's fair to say, and looks to dominate his opposition and does play a huge carry role. So he'll play things like Graves that will farm up and just be a late game monster. And he really did prove that against Newbie, who did not give him the respect he deserved.
Which is why I really feel this is where the contrast is, because, you know, Captain wants to control him. SOFM doesn't want to be controlled. So it's going to be a very explosive matchup as we head into Champions League for game number 1 between Snake and Saint. So far, Swain and Rise already been taken off the table by Snake and Saint. That's a lot of S's.
There's a couple of S's in there.
Lots of A's as well.
But this isn't really surprising. Acorn has shown that he likes to go towards a Rise pickup, Swain pickup, and played it against Invictus Gaming in their win. Played it once against EDG as well in a loss, but I think that is a champion that he's shown that he's just, on the red side especially, he will take it first rotation every time.
And Swain was one of those champions, you know, slipped through picks and bans for a couple of games here and there, and then now has been solidified as one of the major picks up in the top lane and mid lane, as Caitlyn is going to be banned out here against Saint, targeted towards STYZ, where their only win so far in the LPL was when STYZ picked up Caitlyn against Invictus Gaming.
And he's a huge Caitlyn player. This is what the guy was known for, you know, so getting rid of that control. Once again, Saint is a team that they look to try and build on you, and giving them control champions like Caitlyn, like Swain, that scale into the latter stage of the game is a danger. So respect given to the team, and Snake just trying to get that away.
Well, we'll have to see what Saint can use besides that Caitlyn for SDYZ is they take away Nidalee. They do not want SOFM to be playing that jungler as Vladimir. Another interesting ban from the top and middle lane that we have been seeing, come here and there in the LPL so far.
And Vlad is actually ridiculously versatile. I mean, we've seen everything from Dash Cannon, full AP Vladimir, to like Warmogs. I think Seraph in the North American LCS bought a Randuin's on him one game. Like, this guy, he's a monster. Like, you can literally build him tank, and his E and Q does so much damage still. And not to mention the health you get back. So I think that Vladimir is one of those champions that is slightly overtuned right now, and I'm glad to see people paying attention.
Well, that means that Lissandra's going to be the final ban coming out from Saint here. And Snake, they lock in Azir as their first pick. A little bit surprising. I thought Kindred would definitely be the pickup coming from them straight away. That might give Saint an opportunity.
Well, remember, Kindred, Graves, both still available. And we've seen in the past, at least, that people don't mind running Graves into Kindred. However, there is one huge control mage left up, which was the Azir, so they want to take that away. I mean, Tank gets targeted a little bit with the Rise as well as the Lissandra, so they want to make sure he's on comfort. Snoopy, of course, still has the Victor to go back towards, so that's not a huge deal, but getting Tank on comfort is good, because we've always said Snake will play as good as their mid lane plays, so he needs to be set up for success.
He's going to be picking up Azir into this one. It's still 6.10, so his ultimate still has a very long duration, hasn't been chunked down to 3 seconds just yet, as Saints still waiting to pick up their first 2 picks in their first pick rotation. For now, Karma and Graves seem like their picks of choice.
And this is really interesting because we said, Nidalee should be priority, but apparently Saint agree that, Graves can be played into it a little bit better. In the tanky stats, he becomes more of a bruiser, whereas Kindred is very much that DPS threat. And Karma, in my opinion at least, has just turned into like the premier pokey support. Also means you don't have to play Sivir because the AoE speed up is just so invaluable late game.
And Lucian and Echo are going to be the instant lock-ins coming in for Snakey. They already see the jungler picked up from the side of Saint. Don't need to pick up one just yet. Said locking one of the strongest top laners and one of the strongest AD carries in the current meta.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Flandre always likes to dominate his lane, so getting him that bully, especially in a blind situation, is a good news story.
Meanwhile, Saints, they're going to lock in Ezreal for STYZ as their AD carry of choice. And it seems like they're looking to pick up Victor as their mid laner, the other control mage left up. And as I said, they're going to swap it over. So we have to see what they decide to pick up during their next pick rotation. Still looking for their solo lanes, it seems, unless we see Karma move into the mid lanes. Maokai is their lock-in of choice.
And wow, Maokai taken into Echo. It's not a great matchup for the Maokai, to be honest, but maybe means that they're looking to lane swap. A tactic that used to be very popular into Azir, who is a shoving mid lane, is, lane swap, take the turrets early, rotate your mid laner into a side lane where Azir can't follow, and make teleport plays around the map. So we'll see whether Saint do go for a 1-3-1 setup and try and collapse on this Azir at every possible moment.
Well, we'll have to see if they can do just that. As they're still waiting for Snake to round out their team composition with their final 2 picks. It's going to be a Rek'Sai and a Braum lock-in here for the Snake lineup.
All right, now I'm excited because this means that SOFM should be able to flex his versatility. I mean, we saw him on 2 carry junglers. What can the man do on utility? Haven't seen his Rek'Sai in a very long time, Fish, and see whether he's able to still play it to an incredibly high level.
We'll have to see that, but so far Snakes, their lineup is just looking pretty dominant so far. A lot of very strong power picks coming in from this Snake squad as we still wait for Saint to pick their final pick in their team composition.
Yeah, they do have a pretty powerful composition. When you have a look at what they want to do, they recognize that, the Azir is never going to be able to go into a side lane, get the Rek'Sai to be able to match the low-pressure side of the 1-3-1 if he wants to be with her semi-global ultimate. Pretty good dueling potential throughout all stages of the game as well, with a heck of a lot of control from Azir.
This is not going to happen, is it?
Maybe.
Please tell me this is not going to happen. It is going to happen. Xerath is going to be locked in here for Saint. And that's going to be their mid lane pickup of choice going on over towards Snoopy.
Yeah, something that used to be run into Azir every single game in the LPL. Of course, Xerath hasn't seen competitive play for quite some time due to hard engage being available from the top lane. But when you look at Snake's lineup, there's really all not that much hard engage. So we'll see how Xerath works out with the changes in itemization. I mean, you get a heck of a lot of damage out of the Morellianomicon at the moment. It's 100 AP. Death Cat Void.
Cooldown reduction all over the shop now.
Yeah.
Any item just gives you that extra 10%.
There's no way he's going Abyssal or Gonius. Let's get realistic. This guy hits you from 3 screens away. and has always been that counter pick against Azir. Azir wants to control your lane. Xerath just doesn't let that happen.
We'll have to see if Snoopy can stop Tank from being the control mage that he wants to be in this matchup, as the team compositions have been locked in for these two teams. It's just interesting curveball thrown by Saint here. Very standard team comp coming out from Snake, though.
Yeah, I think so as well, but a great poke composition. I mean, we love poke comps with Maokai due to that disengage. Karma, Ezreal, Xerath, that's fantastic, and they've got a good ganking jungler to be able to control in Captain's Graves. If he can force SOFM out of that river control, dictate the stage of the early game, the siege will be real out of Saint.
Well, let's see how Saint can siege against Snake as we're going to head into game number 1 of this best-of-3 series for the first match that is here tonight. And they have loaded onto the Rift for game number 1 between Snake and Saint. The first match of this best of 3 between the two teams. And the first match that we have here in the LPL for week number 3.
Hey man, let's go further than that. First match I've seen Xerath in a friggin' long time. This guy has been locked in a tomb somewhere waiting to escape and unleash power. But doing it against the Emperor of Shurima won't be too easy.
So we are going to take a look at the Keystone Masteries very quickly. No further battle, resurging up into the top lane. I see a lot of Fizzes and Echoes pick that one up. Thunderlords is the pickup for the Xerath that's coming into the mid lane. Azir picking that one up as well.
Yeah, and it just gives you really good kill threat. The Fervor is what I've... people have been talking about the merits of the trading potential of the Grasp of the Undying versus the Fervor, and Fervor just gives you serious kill threat.
We'll have to see if Flandre can use that kill threat up in the top lane. He is up against Akon on this Maokai, who's throwing down a couple of saplings here over at the Razorbeak camp.
Fire Maokai as well. One of the better skins. And he's going to give them over, it looks like. Actually, it depends if he took AP. If he took AP, that's going to kill them. If he didn't, it's just going to give them over.
Could be giving it over to Snoopy. Nah. So that's going to be given over to Maokai. Picks up a little bit of experience to start off the game here. As we're going to see standard lanes come out from these two teams, not opting to go for a lane swap on either side of the map.
Yeah, and this is what we said, changes to experience makes that a little bit hard. I thought seeing a Maokai that might be a possibility, but not going for it this time around. SOFM not going to clear the blue buff. Doesn't give you that much more experience, and Rek'Sai doesn't really need it in the early game. Also hits a lot harder, so electing for a quick jungle clear. And we'll see whether he's able to get ahead of Captain, really secure control of that river and start bullying people out.
Yeah, he's already moved down towards the bottom side of the map as Captain, still waiting to clear out that red buff. As we take a look down at the bottom lane really quickly here, both AD carries and supports were able to take a camp at level 1. Krugs going on over to the side of Snake, and the Grump being taken down by Saint there. So far, just farming it back and forth as we see action up in the top lane. Already, we can see Flandre putting some work down on towards Acorn up in the top lane.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's that Fervor coming in, right? You proc it up, you get it stacked nice and early, and you're able to dominate people. But in saying that, it is a Maokai, so not really all of that much going to come from it. And SOFM doesn't even do his red buff, actually just really wants to gain control of the neutrals on Summoner's Rift right now, so it goes straight to a Rift Scuttler, doesn't want to be invaded. And we'll see whether he goes to give over an early blue to Tank, who is putting some work into Snoopy right now.
This is some interesting pathing coming up from SOFM. He moved, like you said, didn't take the red buff.
No, he's just going for both Rift Scuttlers. So he just he wants complete river control. As we said, one of the things that Rek'Sai can be punished for is, if you can get out, counter gank her, put down a lot of pressure, it's not going to be a good news story for Snake. And SOFM kind of just shuts all of that down. Now
he's moving in towards Graves side of the jungle. In fact, gets there as soon as the Krugs respawn. So going to be able to do a little bit of counter jungling for himself as we take a look back towards the mid lane here. Tank, like you mentioned earlier, putting some work down on towards Snooper here, poking him out as early as possible in this lane.
That is some great jungle pathing from SOFM. He has these camps on literal lockdown.
Is this going to spawn as soon as he gets there as well?
Nah, he's a little bit early for that one. Might be going for a gank, we'll see. Remember, he did red buff in between.
Could definitely wait for it. Zephyr being very patient so far on his Rek'Sai.
He did get spotted out without a red buff, I believe, by a sapling. So this is a little bit tricky.
Snoopy is really far up in
Still
this mid lane,
sitting
though.
there.
SOFM, very, very patient.
He's a patient man. But gank coming in from Graves first.
He's going to try and jump on top of his tank there. Puts a little bit of damage down, and so does Snoopy. Chips him down quite a lot there. SOFM, decides not to go for that gank. Instead, takes away the Razor Beaks, and he hasn't picked up a single buff just yet.
No, he hasn't, but he's still level 4, same as Captain, who doesn't want to face check that brush. Will instead get over to the other side of the map. Probably ward over, check if blue is still available.
Oh, he's inside SOFM's jungle now, just wandering around. So far, it's just been these two junglers, moving around the map. Everyone else is just farming right now. SOFM doesn't want anything to do with that top side of the map anymore. He's now probably going to go towards his red buff.
This is a bizarre early game out of SOFM. He's gone back and picked up Chilling Smite as well, so we can expect a Sightstone build is the only thing I can expect from that, which is pretty standard at the moment, but doesn't really tell me why he left his red buff up for so long unless he wants to, I don't know, put some ganks in.
Well, for now, we're going to take a look at the bottom lane. We can already see Saints bottom lane, STYZ and Shield putting on a lot of damage towards the Lucian so far. Lots of creep waves bashing on towards that turret. SOFM now looking for a gank onto Snoopy. Gets him down low. Should be able to flash for this one. Does do just that. He picks up first blood.
Yeah, what a great gank out of SOFM. We already mentioned the fact that Snoopy was falling low in this middle lane. He wards, just runs straight over the top of it and puts in work. So respect for the young jungler. He just keeps doing it somehow.
He's going straight back in towards Captain's jungle here. Tries to take away the Krugs. Had that one on timer there, it seemed. Not quite able to get it, but knows exactly where Captain is right now.
Yeah, and that's good news for Flandre as well, because he's just forced Acorn back, who's suffering a little bit in this lane as well. Has to burn an early teleport. And really, it is only Saints bottom lane that is a shining light. The rest of the map's still struggling.
Definitely is. Top side of the map looking really strong for Snake at the moment. You see, Echo has gone back to base as well. Unlike the Maokai, does not have to blow his teleport to get back into the lane. He's gone for a Sheen as his first item pickup here, not opting for some defensive stats to start
just wants
off.
a kill threat, right? He already feels that he's enough ahead. It means he's not going to burn teleport. That's something that Flandre needs to keep up to help his other lanes out. Instead, he's going to look for some kill pressure and maybe look to make a teleport play somewhere around the map.
You can tell the Observer does not want to stop following SFM around here. He's going to be able to pick up the Razor Beaks one more time as Snake's bottom lane still dying here. Snoopy going to put a little bit of damage down towards this Rex line. Misses the stun.
Yeah, Snoopy's actually in a little bit of trouble. He's being bullied quite heavily. It's level 6 versus level 5 as well, and he's got no summoner spells. SOFM is sticking around in this lane.
And there goes the ultimate coming in for tank there. He's able to pop back Snoopy. Snoopy gonna get taken down. No flash available this time. Captain, looking to try and fight them both, but he might have bit off a bit more than he can chew here as he takes a lot of damage from the Azir Rex, so will still be able to escape with his life.
Yeah, Shu had actually left bottom lane and was wandering up. That's why they didn't overcommit on it. But still, Snoopy falling down twice in the mid lane. That's not a good news story for Saint, because this is a counter pick. I mean, there's no other reason to take it unless you know that it wins the matchup, and it's definitely not turning out that way right now.
And we can see how that's already affected the mid lane. 58 CS to 35 so far. The Azir pretty significantly ahead. Both the kills went on over towards this man, SOFM, who's slightly ahead in the jungle as well. He's about 9 CS up ahead of Captain. And that's mostly jungle minions as well. The only saving grace, like you mentioned earlier, Saints bottom lane. The Ezreal putting in some work towards Martyr's Lucian right now.
Yeah, it certainly is, but he doesn't get the immediate power that the Azir does. All of a sudden, this becomes a counter-jungling duo just running around and wreaking havoc. I mean, SOFM still on those Krugs. I feel like that's his third time he's taken it away.
I feel like, lots of junglers, they time the red buff, they time the blue buff, time dragons.
SOFM's timing everything.
Yeah, he's timing Razor Beaks, Krugs, Scuttle Crabs. He's got everything locked down. He's just taking the entire top side of the jungle away from Captain at the moment.
And that's why we were so excited to see this player. I mean, someone that, when you use an import slot on SOFM, someone that played in what was a wildcard region in the GPL, you have to be confident in his play, but seen him a lot on the Korean server in solo queue. I'd seen him play competitively before. We knew he was good, but to go toe-to-toe with the best in the business, it's pretty impressive to watch.
Yep, he was able to get top 20 ranked in the Korean servers with, I think it was over 150 ping on that server as well. So he's a phenomenal jungler. He's proving that here in his second game for the LPL squad of Snake. So we move back towards the top lane here. Acorn and Flandre still duking it out.
And Acorn's actually starting to win this. So this is one of those things that Flandre might have bitten off more than he can chew because he goes the early Sheen. He wants to have kill threat. Then Acorn starts smacking him in the head.
This is a bit interesting though, as we see Tank actually moving up to the top lane. Acorn takes a lot of damage from the soldiers that are being put down. Flandre tanks up a little bit with this Maokai. He's going to get taken down. Flandre picks up a kill for himself.
Yeah, so in the end, that is another roam that comes off to the Benefactor. So this mid lane losing matchup starting to snowball into Snake's favor. I mean, that means that Acorn can leave. Tank can leave. He goes up into Acorn's lane, takes him down. They really do need to help Snoopy getting that push on and keeping Take under control, because this isn't something you should be able to do with Azir. Azir is a pusher in a lot of matchups, not the person that leaves.
And the top side of the map for Snake doing phenomenal right now. It's given them a 2,000 gold lead just 10 minutes into the game, but Snoopy is going to get jumped on. Cleanse actually being popped there by Tank. Flashes forward with the ultimate, takes a few turret shots. Going to be able to dodge out the first spell from Snoopy, not the second, as SOFM gets that last auto attack to take down Snoopy in the mid lane. Now, trying to duel it out with Captain here, taking the Graves one-on-one, charging him underneath the turret here, gets a lot of damage down, flashes forward, gets the double kill there. What a big play from SOFM.
SOFM is a monster right now. He's 4-0 and 16 CS up in a jungle camp. He's going to tax the whole wave, shove it into the turret and go back. And all of a sudden, Saint are in a lot of trouble because this Rek'Sai is a serious threat.
I've missed you, SOFM. You're absolute beauty to watch here in this game so far. Counter jungling, getting ganks off as, 4 out of the 5 kills in his team right now. Snake off to a really good start.
Yeah, they certainly are, and they look like a completely different lineup since the guy's been in the team. All of a sudden, Flandre teleporting down.
See a flash forward from Brom trying to get a tag on towards SUIZ. Arcane shifts forward. Flandre forced to use ultimate, get out of there now. Saint were trying to look for a counter engage, but Culling comes out from Martin to stop them from advancing.
So the last lane, the last bastion for Saint right now being challenged.
Not like this. Not again.
Why
Snoopy's
not?
being camped here.
I mean, you may as well go for the play because you've already put him so far behind. He's down 25 CS. I mean, all of the good work that STYZ has been able to do has been completely undone.
Saints, just not able to stop or even slow down the bleeding just yet as they're falling further and further behind. A 3,000 goal lead at the moment for Snake. SOFM move towards his red buff instead of continuing hanging out around the Razorbeaks, looking for more ganks on towards Snoopy.
We'll see whether he goes back there one more time. He has got the Ninja Tab. He's honestly huge at the moment. He's pretty much completed Boots 2 and Sightstone up over his counterpart in Captain. So this has been a pretty one-sided jungle affair so far.
You can take a look at the other items across the rift here. Still components for both Flandre and Tank here. Not completing any items just yet, as well as Martin. So Snake sitting on a lot of components of builds. Whereas Flandre, he's got his Spirit Visage picked up in the top lane. You can only see the double tomes coming out from Snoopy in the mid lane. Tank going to be able to take the blue buff donated away from SOFM, moving back into the mid lane, farming it up even more.
So the good news story for Saint right now is their top lane is pretty big. I mean, 100 CS at 12 minutes for a Maokai. That's good. You have a look at their 80 carry as well. He's massive.
Oh, God.
Really is just hard to watch this right now.
Poor Captain. He might get jumped on here as
He's
Rek'Sai
2 levels lower.
Put some damage now. He's now going to go 2-on-1 here against the Graves. Might have been a little bit more to chew, but he's looking for it. Gets a lot of damage down towards Captain. He's bleeding out from the red buff. Should be able to stay alive, but that was a 2-on-1 fight. That's so picked up there. And he's going to be able to take the red buff away as a gift.
He just walks at him and takes him out. Acorn now might need to be in a little bit of trouble because SOFM's higher level than him. This is the second game in a row, by the way, that I've watched SOFM be the highest level on the map.
For a jungle, that's an impressive feat. Normally you see them, just in between
Especially
the solo
for
lanes and the bottom
Rek'Sai,
lane.
right? Rek'Sai, sure, she's a good farmer, but she's not the best in the business. And right now, Acorn's being dove.
He's looking for more here as Maokai taking a lot of damage underneath this turret. Flandre trying to tank this one up as Tank moves in towards this top lane as well, trying to get some damage down towards Maokai. Ultimate does come out. That final turret shot not going to be able to take him down. They are able to take down Acorn one more time.
And all of a sudden, I mean, they're just everywhere on this map. And looking nearly IG-esque how they play, just this 3-man unit. Unfortunately, Martin, JZ, you're going to be left behind a little bit. 25 CS, but we are winning the map by 3,500 gold at only 13 minutes. And SOFM is not done yet. He's level 11 versus level 8.
He's now looking for Snoopy here. Does get stunned up. Rek'Sai not going to be able to unburrow underneath the Xerath. Takes a little bit of damage in return.
And he just doesn't care. He's ignoring 2 members. of Saint right now.
He's definitely got the items to ignore as much damage as possible with the Cinderhawk, Sightstone, and Ninja Tabi already being picked up.
And first turret of the game also has fallen down, so the gold lead not going anywhere quickly. In fact, it's growing quite rapidly.
4,000 gold in favor of Snake here. This is a tremendous lead just 14 minutes into the game. They're looking to try and shut out Saint very early into this matchup, and SOFM is returning up into the top lane in Acorn. Did a twisted advance towards the Rex side, but Tank's up here as well. Ultimate has been popped by Namakai, trying to run away and soak up as much damage as possible. But there the Ascend Soldier's going down on towards this tree. He goes back in, looking for Tank. Ultimate actually coming out from Xerath here. He's going to try and take down the Azir, as he does get him down. They trade 1-for-1, but on the bottom lane we can see action taking place here. 3-on-3 has broken out. STYZ going to get stunned up. Martin put some good damage down on towards this AD carry. Now looking for shield. The support has to flash away. Is going to get slowed down here. Flash forward from Martin. Picks up a double kill for himself. They're not done just yet. They're looking for Captain as well. Gets slowed down by Flandre, but is not able to use the ultimate in time and does get taken down.
Yeah, a couple of patches ago, Fish, we upped the mana cost of the ultimate just slightly, and it looked like Flandre forgot about that change because it didn't have enough mana to get back out. However, the damage is done because that's 2 kills over the AD carry. All of a sudden, that 30 CS hole that STYZ was trying to dig for Martin means nothing. And it's 5,000 gold nearly, the lead right now for Snake.
Huge lead for Snake at the moment. And we can actually see where all this gold is being pumped into.
And this looks like old school Snake, when they had Beast and Baka, control the mid lane. That's what SOFM did. Okay, translate that into shutting down their jungler. Captains had no impact this game. Get into the other lanes, get Flandre ahead. He'll take care of the rest. He's very good at transitioning power to other lanes. And as I say that, SOFM has literally set up residencies with the Raptors. He wants to be a Raptor, He dreams of the day that he can sprout his feathers and grow wings, but
he might as well at this point in the game.
He's got the most gold by far. He's got 2,000 gold more than his top laner.
And so it's absolute beast in this match so far. He's now finally gone back to base and just buys a straight-up Banshee's Veil. Just right off the bat, picks up another major item and goes straight back into his jungle using his ultimate to continue farming. Tries to bite a piece out of Captain there, who pops down the smoke screen and immediately quick draws away from the oncoming Rek'Sai.
But look at the aggressive pathing. All of a sudden, STYZ and Shu, they can't even be in their lane anymore because he just shoves them out completely. Moving back into Captain range again. The disrespect and outright aggression being shown from this player is just, honestly, it's so nice to see.
All your jungler belong to us right now for SOFM, which just takes absolutely everything away. Meanwhile, the rest of his team, getting even further and further ahead off the back of the impressive jungle performance so far. They're looking to try and take down the first dragon of the game, being a mountain dragon.
And look at this, because they shove bottom lane out, they actually don't have sight on SOFM right now. They have to leave the turret. That's another objective going down. SOFM, meanwhile, he started up the dragon. It's not going to be long before they just look to outright dive Snoopy, and he has no way to avoid that.
And it's going to be another mountain dragon that spawns next, so luck of the draw coming in favor of Snake here as they get double mountain dragons matchup in a game that they're already controlling right off the bat. They're doing it fantastically so far. Saints, got a lot of clawing to do here if they want to get back into this game. As one more time, Snoopy and Captain going to try and go 2-on-1 against SOFM, but he's got friends up this time. As Braum pops down the ultimate, they're going to be able to take down Captain. That one goes over towards Jay-Z, who picks up the kill. Flandre is going to soak up the turret and is able to get out of there at the same time.
And now the rest of the team is just happy to get involved. SOFM has done all of the hard legwork. The rest of Snake are collapsing beautifully. This team looks so much changed than the team we saw in week 1. We didn't know if it was going to be the outright collapse of Snake, but they seem to be back with a vengeance.
They definitely have, yes. Saint, they're a squad that's rebuilding. They haven't hit their skill potential, but when you're being forced to be controlled this much by the Snake lineup, it's going to be really difficult to show any flair here in this matchup. As now Rift Herald is the next priority, the next objective that Snake are looking towards too.
But let's look at it. This isn't like they've been outlaned. In fact, 2 of their lanes are up in CS. Their jungle is just 67 CS down, and when you only have 60 CS, Fish, that's quite a big deal. You throw the fact that he's 7 out of 10 kill participations on his team and is forcing people off objectives as well. This is really a carry from the jungle position. And you don't often see it on a champion like Rek'Sai.
Yeah, we talked about him being really aggressive in his last 2 games on carry-oriented champions. We saw the Graves, we saw the Kindred. And, we thought, it's going to be different now. We can see him on Rek'Sai. It's just the same thing. He just plays it like he's playing Kindred on Italy right now.
Yeah, he certainly does, but building full tanks, so he's even more frustrating to deal with. I mean, if he gets caught out of position, it doesn't even matter at this stage. Acorn fighting for dignity. That is my damn Krog. Get away from it. He does pick one up, so, that's a good news story.
Well, it's more than what they've had so far as Captain's going to be able to take away the Wolfcam, but that put SDYZ in a dangerous spot there, forced to use his Arcane Shift to get over the wall. As the rest of Saint just scared of this Rek'Sai. They're using so much to try and force him out of the jungle. SFM just doesn't care right now. He's going for the Razor Beaks again. This is what he really wants. He's going to be able to get it as well. Smites it away from Captain.
And he is just frustrating Captain right now in his head. Honestly, he's going towards the Randuins. At that stage, I think he's unkillable. I think you just ignore him, hope he goes away, Honestly, I don't have the answer for it. Well, Baron has just spawned.
He wants everything here. So if I'm looking to try and take down the Baron buff as well. They're doing a pretty good job at this. It's the Sand Soldiers putting in some work here for Tank. SFM takes it up very nice himself. Flantre going to jump in towards this pit too. It's
been pinged out. It's way too late.
20-minute Baron coming out from the Snake lineup.
What a comprehensive, classy victory. For a new player. I mean, how old was he when he started? 14, 13 years old?
Very young.
So young when he started playing professional League of Legends. And, it's really interesting to see him come to a major region like the LPL and just absolutely dominate.
He's grown quite a lot since he started playing and, just year after year, gets better and better now, finding residency on the Snake lineup in the LPL, showing what he can do. Is once again looking to try and find a pick here. Is STYZ going to go forward? He's actually going to go underneath the turret here. SFM wants to try and take a piece out of this turret, gets chunked down instead. This is probably the closest they've been able to take him down. That Q that just came off from Xerath did no damage at all towards this Rek'Sai.
Yeah, but all he's trying to do is force them off turrets, right? He's just trying to make them back away, get that damage that really isn't going to regenerate. And see if he can force people away from objectives. The frustrating thing is every single time he goes back to base, he gets stronger and then he just teleports out one more time because he's got tunnels all throughout your jungle. There he goes, back to the Raptor camp. And he's still 1,300 gold up. He's 3,500 gold stronger than Captain.
He really wanted that Raptor camp. STYZ, I don't think you want Arcane shift forward towards this Rek'Sai anytime soon. Like you mentioned, you can take a look at the gold. He has the most gold in his team. He's got more gold than Tank right now.
Yeah. Honestly, I just don't know what else there is to say about this guy because there's a reason the camera's been on him for 99% of the game. I think that after, Captain's like, oh, what was my last fond memory in League of Legends? I got to take a red buff at level 2. That was a good time. I miss those days.
And now Flange, we're going to watch him duke it out with Acorn down in the bottom lane. He's been left alone to try and farm this one out. Was able to take down the bottom lane inner turret as well during that time. Snake currently have 4 turrets to the none on the side of the Saint lineup. Just controlling the map very nicely.
And look at this, one more time. He's just looking to force people off turrets. He's walking behind, tanking everyone up. Now they're onto Snoopy.
Astri has to force the flash away there. SOFM didn't even flash forward in return. So that's a flash down on the side of Xerath. Now, we're going to see Flange jump into top lane. There's a flash forward from Tieto. He's able to get the ultimate off. Snoopy gets taken down by 1 proc of the Sand Soldier. Now, Stu has to run away as the flash comes forward for Flange, looking to try and jump on top of them. STYZ trying to do what he can as JC picks up the turret, but good ultimate comes out of Flange straight on top of the support. Now looking for STYZ as well. Yes, the arcade shift out of there. This inhibitor is going to go down for Snake.
And in 23 minutes, Snake is 14,000 gold in the lead over Saint. And Flandre is now starting to put on a show as well. The whole team is just getting involved, and they look like they're on the exact same page. It started with this man on your screen, who still looks oddly serious for what is pretty much a solo-lane Rek'Sai at this stage of the game.
And a lot of people, they were a little bit confused because SFM coming in from Vietnam, had to come with an English and a Vietnamese translator to try and get things through to him. They thought, might be a little bit of communication breakdown in the Snake lineup, but like you mentioned, everybody just looking like they're on the same page here. Look like they're communicating fantastically too.
Yeah, and it's more a style of League of Legends than anything like little intricate detail. He's like, I'm just going to dominate their jungle. Like, you can come with me or you can stay in your lane. Either way, I don't really care. I'm just going to find him, and I'm going to take him out. And unfortunately for Captain, he was found out very early in this game.
It certainly was. We saw a very interesting jungle path coming in from Rek'Sai right to start it off. It looks like he's timed every single Krug camp, every single Raptor camp, and now he's able to take down the second Mountain Dragon as well for Snake. Just 24 minutes into the game, they've got 7 turrets, 2 dragons, a 15,000 gold lead at the moment, and they're looking just to crash through Saint's base whenever they possibly can.
Yeah, exactly right. And right now, honestly, they've just got so many more items that they can't be stopped. It was a build that I thought it would be out of Snoopy, but I think we can put the Xerath in a failed category, just purely based off jungle pressure that came out, wasn't able to withstand that. And I think that next game you're going to have to be able to if you want to go toe-to-toe with this Snake lineup.
Well, we can see what he has. He has the Moronomicon and the components of the Rabadon's Death Cap, but on the side of his ear, he's got 3 completed items of the Nash's Tooth, Rylai's, and the Void Staff. It's SOFM looking to be aggressive one more time. This turret gets obliterated. He flashes forward on top of Snoopy, slows him down as well. Sandsoul just not going to be able to pick up the kill onto the Azir. Ultimate comes out from Bro, trying to lock him down. Now Akon, he's in the front lines, trying to soak up damage. There's Flandre is going to jump in. Ultimate is going to come out of the Xerath. He's not going to be able to take anyone down, but Snake just clawing through the Saints lineup. They're able to take down 3 members. Only Captain and Snoopy left alive. That's another inhibitor going down. Snoopy gets delivered into his team. SOFM picks up that kill. Captain just sits and watch as his base falls into shambles and rubble. And Snake are going to pick up game number 1 of this best of 3 series.
And unfortunately for Captain, there was nothing you can do when SOFM was taking over your jungle, and there is nothing you can do as he kicks down your base. Now they have a little bit of a laugh, and Snake, look, honestly unstoppable in that first game.
You know, he said they had a little bit of a laugh. There was one guy that was still having a very serious face. That was SOFM. He's still timing those Raptors, some people say, until this day. That was a clinical performance from the Snake lineup.
Yeah, that was an absolute shellacking, honestly. So, you know, there's not really much more you can break it down because, honestly, from the first time he invaded the jungle, like when he goes top, gets those Krugs, you're like, this guy is, he's here to do some serious counter jungling. He hangs around in Raptor Pit. We're like, what is he doing? Turns out he's just going to absolutely like set up a tent, a 5-star luxury resort in that mid lane, and just make sure that Snoopy, you can't play League of Legends today. Sorry, friend.
We're going to take a look at a couple of those highlights. They should all be focused around this jungle. Here was his first kill pick up here on towards Snoopy, I believe. He's able to get
a double kill. He flashes forward and kills him here.
He jukes him, I believe. Watch how he tries to run away, and it just goes, nope, killing you. It was a clinical performance from the Snake lineup, and then the only saving grace for the Saint lineup was their bottom lane. You know, ahead by 20 CS early. Maokai able to catch up as well, but it just wasn't enough in any way for them.
Because all that happened was, you know, SOFM, he gets tank ahead. Tank goes top, gets Flandre ahead. All of a sudden, he's burning teleports. They're transitioning power around League of Legends. And it was actually really nice to watch because then when they went aggressive, this happened, Fish. You know, every member, same page. Ruthless aggression, diving past turrets. Flandre absolutely disregarding structures and champions alike. This was a really nice kill to see, you know, that flare back in the top laner of Snake.
You know, we took a lot away from SOFM playing this game. Now, observers were on him for 90% of the match. We were talking about him for 90% of the match as well. But like you mentioned, Snake just played really well as a unit there, and I think one person that stand out for me, Jay-Z, following up all the aggressive plays from his jungle, from the mid laner fantastically in that match. They looked solid together as a team.
Yeah, they certainly did, and you know, even though their bottom lane fell behind, they recognized very early that, heck, my job this game is to make sure that I'm not like in a position where the enemy team can carry. So let's neutralize the lane, wait for Flandre. And honestly, the top half of the map just did the job for him.
They certainly did. And it was a very dominant performance coming in from the Snake lineup in game number 1. We're going to go into a quick break and we'll be back shortly with game 2 between Snake and Saints.
I swear to God, I will hold you in my arms.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL as we're going to take a look at the MVP for game number 1. And I would be surprised if it's anyone else other than this man on your screen, SOFM, with a phenomenal performance on Rek'Sai in the jungle.
Yeah, and it was just all about the counter jungling and completely shutting down Captain. Goes to Krugs early, back to Wraiths and just controls the top half of the map. From there, it really just turned into camping out Snoopy, camping out Acorn and making sure that they dictated the pace of the game. But you're right, this guy, once he got ahead, disregarded the enemy team. And, people are going to be looking at Captain and being like, what the heck? And sure, you need to do a better job of controlling your own space. But counter jungling's always been that team game. Shove your lanes up, keep mid underneath their turret, keep top underneath their turret. That means they can't respond. That means we will collapse quicker. And, it was the gank pathing as well, set up really nicely.
He got a couple of fantastic kills off on his own and in the mid lane with the help of Tank as well. This is the first one when he flashes forward on top of Snoopy to pick up first blood. Then I believe we had the double kill coming out from SFM right here as well. Took on both Snoopy and Captain halfway through underneath their turrets as well. Just phenomenal performance. He was counter jungling, timing the Krugs, timing the Razor Beaks as well. There was a certain point in this game where I really feel that he just thought that Captain and Snoopy were more camps to just take down.
Yeah, exactly right. And you see the young man on your screen, not perturbed at all. He's like, another day in the office. This is what I do best. I dominate champions in League of Legends and, put anyone in front of me and I'll mow them down. And that was a really impressive performance. But the thing is, right, you can do that against someone like Saint. We already know that Saint's communication isn't good. This team is a team that is struggling right now, but can maybe pull it together as this season progresses. But can you do it against the likes of EDG? What happens when you walk into MLXG's jungle? Do you think that he likes that? I somehow just don't think MLXG is going to put up with that kind of nonsense.
I think MLXG likes his Razor Beaks a little bit too much.
I'm really impressed with SOFM, but let's call a spade. He's playing against a team that is currently struggling, and we'll see whether he can put it together for another game and continue to play this aggressive style.
And we know that Saints been struggling a bit. We know that we hope to see them improve a little bit more as the season progresses here. But this game itself up against Snake, what do they need to change here? Because something needs to stop this Someone needs to stop SOFM here.
So the way that you actually stop counter jungling, which is really funny to say, is that you get stronger lanes. If your lanes are the ones pushing up, then all of a sudden, if he ever walks into your jungle, you just disappear into Fog of War. He has to acknowledge that you might be there and he can't actually do what he wants to do. So, all of a sudden, if Sereth is pushing in the Azir, or, if it's not a Maokai into an Echo where Echo pushes very hard early, you can't actually invade that way because otherwise the top laner just walks and beats you there and takes you out. So I want Acorn and Snoopy to actually be on stronger champions and be able to help captain out.
Well, let's see if they do draft those strong champions as we head into Champions League for game number 2 of this best-of-3 series between Saint and Snake. As the bans have already gone underway. Echo and Vladimir have been taken away by Saint. They do not want Flandre to get his hands on that champion one more time. Rise is going to be the ban coming out from Snake here against Saint. Still waiting for the next few bans to come out from the lineup. Swain is going to be the next ban coming out from the Snake lineup.
Yeah, nothing really new that we haven't talked about here.
Yep.
Interested to see a blue side Vladimir ban.
Very standard bans coming out here so far. Seems like Snake just don't want to play against this Vladimir anytime soon. In fact, it was Snake that banned it out last game here against the Saint lineup. So, scared to pick that one up. Kindred is going to be the ban coming away from Saint. He was neither picked nor banned in the previous matchup.
That's interesting. Maybe they're fishing for an Italy pick. They're not going to get it. So we'll see if they take Graves again as the last real power jungler left, or whether they want to take a tank jungler into SOFM, see if that slows him down.
And that was in Italy being the final ban coming out from the Snake lineup. So, waiting to see what Saint decide to pick as their first pick during that rotation. Like you mentioned, still see the Graves available. Rek'Sai still up and available as well. Still see the likes of someone like Lucian, who's on your screens now, up and available. You could possibly see STYZ pick that down to the bottom lane. Caitlyn was banned out last game by Snake, so Saint have that opportunity to give STYZ his signature champion if they choose to as well.
And I do like the Lucian pickup because it is one of those champions that just like, it wins you a lane. Like Lucian, anything pretty much that is ranged will win a lane. Bard, Karma, throw your pick of support down there. So, this is what we said from Saint. You need a stronger early game and you need to be able to bully. And, if SOFM comes into your jungle, your whole team needs to be able to kick him out.
We're going to start that one off with a very powerful lane bully on the likes of Lucian being picked up for the Saint lineup. Snake now have their picks of their next 2 pickups during their first pick rotation. It seems like they're going to be content with picking up the Azir and Rek'Sai one more time up against Saints.
Yeah, it seems that they really like this ganking duo. So, it worked very well game number 1.
Certainly did.
Can't see any reason to change it for game number 2.
Captain and Snoopy now have the chance to pick up their next 2 picks for the Saint roster. Last time around, we saw them go for the Lucian and Echo as their second pick. Oh, sorry, that was the Snake lineup went for Lucian and Echo. Karma Graves with their first. Maokai Ezreal was their second pick rotation here. So you could possibly see Captain be put back on towards the Graves pickup one more time.
Yeah, very similar feel coming out from both teams. I guess Saint feel like they just lost contact with the game a little bit too early and couldn't execute on what they hoped their game plan was going to be. Counter argument to that is, if you don't change anything, nothing really will change in the game. And there you go. There's a first alteration.
Change coming in already for the captain side. This was a pick that we saw very famous from Chimin in the jungle for the Saint lineup. Instead, captain now going to be taking Gragas to the Rift.
So I always get, a little bit wary when people pick their own champions in the LPL. They like to play some mind games. Top lane Gragas hasn't been seen for quite some time, but is still quite strong.
So it could be possible that we see Akon throw that one into the top lane. For now, though, it does seem like it should be a jungle pickup. We'll have to see what Saint round out their team comp with. Does look like they're missing their solo laners or a jungler if they choose to pick that one up. As Snake, they pick their bottom lane up here in their next pick rotation with the Ezreal and Nami being locked in.
Yeah, Nami seeing some resurgence, has some engage and some CC that Soraka maybe doesn't bring to the table, as well as the sustain. But, I honestly like Soraka at this stage, so see whether we see any of her. But Nami, Ezreal, good poke lane, good sustain. It's not going to win lane, it's not going to lose.
Still waiting for Saint to pick their final 2 champions here. Like we mentioned earlier, probably going to be a top laner and a mid lane being picked up here. In fact, see Akon already swapping over towards the teleporting knight. That could mean this Hecarim or potentially a Fizz up into the top lane. The 2 champions see run this time and time again as Hecarim is going to be the lock-in for the top lane for Akon. So another curveball here being thrown by Saint as Victor is a lock-in of choice. And an insta-lock of Fizz to bring the Ignite teleport up into the top lane as well. Coming in from Flandre.
Yeah, so it's definitely going to be a jungle Gragas and Hecarim top lane. Aegon is a good Hecarim player. He's a tank Hecarim player, for what it's worth. Doesn't really get Trinity Force until much later in the builds. At least that was what would happen last time around.
Okay.
Flandre All right, so Flandre back when Fizz top lane was very strong would actually go with AP Fizz top, not AD. I don't know whether that has changed and he'll go Bruiser, Iceborne Gauntlet. I'm just, and I definitely don't think it's any stronger, so please don't quote me on it. I'm just saying that in the past, the man has been known to play AP Fizz. He's also been known to play Trinity Force Fizz. So there is a wide array of ways that this top lane could go.
So a couple of curveballs here, Akon on his tank, so to speak, Hecarim. Flandre, maybe with the damage Fizz coming out here on the top lane for the side of Snake. Still have the Rek'Sai in the jungle. We'll have to see if Saint have the opportunity to deal with it, as we are going to go into Summoner's Rift for game number 2 of this best of 3 series. And we have loaded on to the Rift for game number 2 between Saint and Snake here. Snake, sorry. A very dominating performance in game number 1. Saint now throwing another curveball with this Hecarim up in the top lane. We have to see how it's going to play out for them as we take a look at the Keystone Masterings. Nothing
further Hecarim as well.
Too crazy, but yeah.
This is going to be great.
Double fervor on both matchups, on both teams. Well, I think we're going to see a lot of fighter up in this top lane between the Fizz and the Hecarim.
Yeah, I certainly agree. Heavy trading out of both of them is what we can expect. Fizz used to win this matchup when it was tank, so when you would take Cinder Hulk Fizz into the top lane versus Cinder Hulk Hecarim.
Mm-hmm. SOFM once again just puts down a ward there.
He's a confident man.
He's a very confident man. He seems very confident on this Rek'Sai as well. After game number 1. In fact, this time around, he's going to be starting towards the top side of the map, taking away the Krug. So we're going to probably see standard lanes coming out from these two teams one more time here.
Yep. Doesn't look like a camp maybe going to be started off from Snake's bottom lane. No, they now are now moving towards it. So everyone's just going to start pretty standardly.
Mm-hmm.
Battle lines drawn up. And we'll see whether Acorn can get the helicopter going level 1.
Oh, we also can check and see if SOFM continues with the interesting jungle path that we saw in game number 1. Opting to go for the Razor Beak, then both Scuttle Crams, not taking down any major boss until he's about level 4 even. But we'll have to keep track of that as the game goes on. Like we mentioned earlier, standard lanes are going to be what takes place here in game number 2 between Saint and Snake. This time around, he's opting to take red buff, not going for the interesting path anymore.
Yeah, so we'll see if he 3 buffs to get level 3 and then goes towards the top side of the map for a gank or even mid lane early. Something that we used to see a lot with an early clear. A lot of pressure would be gained.
Mm-hmm. For now, though, very early into this game with standard lanes. Both teams just trading back and forth. I think one place that we can expect action is in this bottom lane and the top lane, even as we see levels 2 hit by both sides. Matt Ignite actually being taken down there. They're going to get first blood. Actually goes on over towards Saint.
Acorn's just a smart player. The reason I say that is because he actually drags Flandre into his creep wave. And you see that he only lives on about 100 health. And all that is that he is being hit. And Flandre actually teleported maybe too early. Although now SOFM's up here, has Flash, and Acorn doesn't want to leave the wave because it's too big.
Oh, here comes SOFM. He's going to try and charge away.
Oh,
doesn't get the knock up. And Acorn's able to just run away there.
See, last game was just lucky. Nah, so it was first mistake coming out of SOFM, will not be able to secure that kill. It is very hard. Alistar versus Hecarim interactions are really annoying as well.
Is this from your game yesterday?
Nah, don't want to talk about it. None of my solo queue experience belongs in the LPL chat. But yeah, I'm just saying that there are some unique interactions between Hecarim and his charges. SOFM one more time coming in.
He's looking for it one more time. Acorn trying to charge away. This time gets the charge onto the
Timing
right side,
waits.
but he does get the knock up here. Should be able to take him down. SOFM takes a lot of damage underneath his turret. Acorn is going to be able to live one more time.
Acorn has a Dark Seal on Hecarim.
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you have a response to that? It's an AP item.
I know.
Fish.
Well, he's interesting as SOFM one more time looking for it. Is going to be able to
Might
get...
die.
No, he's going to die here. The turret takes him down. Acorn gets double buff and another kill.
And this is what happens when you're over-aggressive, you know? It's just not working out, but they keep forcing... Sure, Acorn's going to be in a CS deficit now. The lane is frozen there as long as Flandre wants to keep it. But that's 2 kills already over onto the Hecarim, and a great early game. His Ignite's going to be back off cooldown very shortly, and he has a red buff to boot.
He's gone back to base, picked up the Null Magic Mantle and the Cloth Armor for
And
himself.
here comes Captain.
Captain looking for a gank on towards Tank. He actually just jumps on top of Snoopy, puts and takes him down. The
Misses
flash
the
forward
body slam as well.
is not going to help him out. Captain just runs away with his tail tucked between his legs there.
What a actually great heads-up play out of Tank there. Recognizes the only way out is to go aggressive. Snoopy very late on that exhaust. I mean, all of the damage has already come out of the Exir by that stage. So, nicely done.
As you see in the bottom lane now, that Ignite it's not going to be enough to take down the Nami there. Aggressive all around the map coming in from the Saint lineup.
Yes, certainly is. Saint really want to get ahead in this early game. I mean, Flandre, he's up a lot of CS, 28 CS, so he's closer in gold than he probably should be. SOFM going back to his counter jungling ways on the top side of the map.
He's figured out that ganking, just doesn't quite do it for him. He just wants to keep track of these buffs instead.
Whoa.
That's an aggressive play from Acorn. Takes 2 turret shots through. I think that's pretty much worth, though, for the Hecarim up top.
Sometimes it's about sending a message.
Well, he's definitely sent one with his Dark Seal pickup.
I don't know what that message means, though.
I thought you did. That's why I was being quiet. So I was just hoping you knew. So I don't.
No idea. As SOFM one more time going over.
He's got the he's got the gank path. They didn't clear out that Rek'Sai tunnel here. Acorn's going to try and run away. In fact, SOFM wants
If Flandre
nothing.
goes in, he's going to die. So that would be a one-on-one fight, which I don't think SOFM wins with all those creeps.
He wanted nothing to do with that gank there. Meanwhile, Riptail is going to spawn as captain now, looking to try and put some pressure down towards SOFM.
And you can see the captain's been a little bit more efficient in his timings. So he's actually up right now, and Acorn's over the top.
He's been ignited here, but Fizz is
got
going to
him.
get ignited as well. There comes the troll pole coming out, trying to take it down. Flandre is able to pick up the kill. He might be able to live here. No minion aggro. It means Flandre is going to stay alive.
Yeah, and that's really surprising, is now Jay-Z's in the top side of the map.
They're looking for whatever they can pick up here as Captain. He's been jumped on by Tank. Good ultimate to knock him over the wall there. Captain's got nowhere to go. Exhausted as well, and Tank's going to be able to pick up a kill.
Yeah, and Acorn just taking that turret shot he didn't need to because Flandre would have actually burned down. What saved Flandre was Dangerous Game. The fact that another member had died means that he gets healed that 5% and doesn't fall to the Ignite. So Acorn, he gets greedy, goes for that extra swing of the scythe and will fall down. And Jay-Z heads up Rome. You complimented him last game for being on the same page as his team. Appears top lane just when they need him. Able to get it done.
And one more time, it looks like saving grace for Saint is once again their bottom lane as STYZ is trying to zone out Martin this
But
time,
he's
though.
not doing it.
Takes a lot of damage. Heal actually coming out from Martin aggressively just to try and get a little bit of extra movement speed. Jay-Z moving out towards his bottom lane. Acorn, he's actually being ulted here by the Fizz. Still level 5 to the level 6. Going to take a lot of damage. Gets slowed down. Flandre picks up a solo kill up in the top lane. Revenge for the top lane.
And Acorn does not look happy right now. And SOFM still living on the top side of the map. One more time, the fact that Captain cannot keep control of SOFM has just meant that Flandre, in what should have been a horrible matchup after the level 1, is back in control.
2 major mistakes from the Snake jungler, but still he's looking like the more aggressive, the more dominant in jungle despite that. Doesn't have a massive CS lead for himself by keeping up as Tank. He's going to take a full Chaos Storm to the face here. Victor going to be able to charge him down. The flash comes out from the Azir, but that's a really, really fast Victor running at the Azir. The Emperor from Shurima is going to get taken down. Snoopy picks up a solo kill.
So finally a little bit of aggression. Now Flandre looking for Snoopy. Will be spotted out and just have to hop over the wall. This game is devolved, It feels like Saint are almost challenging
Hello.
Saint to their own game.
And so if I'm looking for the flash knockup, does get it onto Snoopy. There's the gravity field, though. Not going to be able to lock him down. Cask actually throws Flandre forward, puts on the the E there, jumps on top of his fall, picks up the kill. Now looking towards Captain as well. He's going to try and body slam for a good Q coming out from... Oh, I'm messing up all the words. If Flandre manages to escape, but here comes the Akram. Going to be able to charge him, puts down the ultimate, picks up a kill in return for Saint.
Yeah, shuts down Flandre's Fizz as well. So in the end, it is going to be a trade advantage of Saint still. And as I said, they're throwing the gauntlet right now. Snake, you want to play fast, you want to play this hyper-aggressive game. Sure, we're up for the challenge. And now Shu even looking for aggression onto Martin.
He does get bubbled down here as the ultimate was popped by Martin, trying to get some damage down to STYZ. Lots of damage back down to the Karma. Martin, though, will be able to safely farm up this massive wave that's crashing towards his turret.
So in the end, normalcy returns to Summoner's Rift, but there's as we take stock, 40 CS to 70 in the mid lane. That's not a good news story for Snoopy.
And this is normally a matchup, we see can go either way, but usually even between lots of mid laners. But Snoopy just
I still
not
think
doing
that
good.
Victor has a lot of early pressure on it. I mean, Victor pretty much has kill potential at any stage of the game on most mid laners. It doesn't set up ganks the same way that Azir does. I mean, Azir has that immediate CC with the Emperor's Divide and great consistent late game damage, but Victor should be able to poke him out of this lane quite successfully, but Tank just getting the better end of it.
Well, let's see if Snoopy can do that. But for now, he's, like you mentioned, not getting a good start as more time. SOFM looking, trying to invade against Captain. Captain is not very impressed with what's been taking place in his jungle so far. He's going to try and take away this Grom. So puts another ward down, looking to try and pick it up for himself. Is able to smite it away. This just feels like deja vu right now.
Yeah, but, when you have a look at it, they're at least in a better position right now, Saint. They're still within about 900 gold. Now Jay-Z's in trouble.
He's going to get locked down here. Shield actually flashes forward, is able to get the snare down. Ultimate is going to come out from the Nami, but Shield picks up the kill with the final auto attack.
Yeah, I don't know whether he should have taken that one there as Jay-Z fell down. I think that should have probably been left over to STYZ. He was in position to be able to claim it.
Still,
bloodthirsty supports.
Still, there is a kill going on over towards the Saints lineup.
That is true.
And they've been able to stay, they don't have that crazy deficit that they were in the last game anymore. They're just about 500 gold behind the Snake lineup right at the moment.
And Acorn's done a good job to catch up. I mean, it looked like Flandre was going to be 2 levels ahead of him pretty much for the whole game. As there we go.
Chaosstrom gets put down on top of Tank, just uses the Streamer Shuffle and is able to escape the remaining damage coming out from the Storm.
But it's about sending him back, you have to reclaim some of this CS lead. And we'll see whether he's able to get up, start zoning a little bit, making some CS back. It's so hard to do against good Azir players, especially when they have a Rek'Sai sitting in their back pocket.
Up in the top lane, we mentioned, Flandre, he was ahead slightly.
Oh,
Acorn able to catch up. He's going to be able to queue forward there, so looking to try and put some damage down towards Acorn, but Captain is waiting very patiently in this bush for the side of Saint. Acorn looking to try and create a play as SOFM.
They're also sending the support up there as well. Shu is making the long trek to top lane.
Looking to try and roam out a little bit. Here's the fish. Actually gets put down on top of Acorn there. Here comes the Q coming out of Captain. Flashes forward. It's going to hit the ultimate backwards, but Acorn going to take tower damage. The Ignite is ticking. Fizz should go down here. The final tick's going to be enough. Acorn picks up a kill with the help of 2 other members.
Yeah, so really nicely done. One more time out of Saint, they're trying to play that smart style of League of Legends. Bring an extra person top. They won't expect it. Bottom lane's pushing back anyway, so they're not going to be able to deny our Lucian. I like the heads-up call there from Saint. And Snake, for the first time in this series, they're not behind, but they're being challenged.
Not looking like the same Snake we saw in game number 1. A couple of mistakes from SOFM. Big mistakes from Flandre coming out this match so far. I think a couple of things that haven't changed too much, though. It's mid lane. We can still see Snoopy struggling up against Tank here, and bottom lane still going in STYZ's favor. It seems like the favorite, so to speak, in this matchup.
Yeah, it certainly does. STYZ is doing a great job. As we mentioned, he's been left alone quite a couple of times. Still being able to keep up in that farm, doing a really stellar job here against Martin and Jay-Z. So we'll see whether that continues. SOFM has been slowed this game, so that's a good news story. As it was Acorn that actually got the lead. And as you can see, it goes towards that tanky build that we spoke of.
Spirit Visage actually coming out of the Hacker Room. So no Triforce very early being picked up. Still Crafting Potion confuses me as Tank actually to come down here with SOFM to try and take down Captain. He's taken down really low. He tries to stop the counter jungle, but Snake, they have SOFM's back.
Yeah, that's actually pretty inexcusable. I mean, Tank just wanders out of mid lane. No call is made. SOFM able to grab the kill there for his mid laner, and you know, they're moving into the first Drake of the game. That's when it's frustrating as a jungler. You're trying to be impactful. You've even picked up Moby boots to get around the map, but this guy is still just sitting in your jungle taking your stuff.
This is another Mountain Drake. If SOFM can secure this one, it's a big pickup of an objective for the Snake lineup. He should be able to take it down and is able to smite that one away. The second dragon to spawn will not be another mountain this time around. Instead, it's going to be an ocean dragon spawning for the Snake lineup.
Yeah, and mountain and oceans are kind of both cool for this lineup as well. Now Tank can't actually get away. We'll see whether he can run him down here, Snoopy.
Well, flashes away, gets out of that Chaos Storm. Ghost was popped by the Victor, though.
Still very worthwhile trade. I mean, he uses a heal and the flash to try and get out. And that's just because he was sticking around in lane a little bit too much. Greedy for that CS. Actually coming back one more time. Should be open to a Gragas gank or something like that.
Well, he was able to take down the blue buff, so he's going to be able to regenerate mana a lot more efficiently in this mid lane. As Flandre up in the top lane, still pushing the wave as much as possible towards Acorn's side of the map. Bottom lane still going very heavily in favor of STYs. He puts down the culling there. Martin's able to shift out of range and stay healthy.
Yeah, that didn't really hit all of that much. As now SOFM, he's going back to his old trick. It took him a little bit longer. I mean, it's 15 minutes into this game now. But once again, he's disregarding mid lane, running into the Raptor camp. He is back at home.
He's found his friends. He's timing them one more time here, making sure that he's always there when they need him. Taking them down time and time again. There's his second lot of friends. The Krugs, they're going to get smited away. SOFM finds more counter
But
jungling
this
for
time,
himself.
they're actually collapsing on him, forced to ult out.
Gets out of there.
So that's a heads-up play, though. They force him out of the jungle. This is what they couldn't do last time around. So at least Saint are making the concerted effort as a team to boot him out.
They are able to do that, but still Snake looking like the aggressors here. 1,500 gold in the lead at the moment. 6-6 in terms of in terms of kills right now. They're tied up, but a dragon going over to the Snake lineup. Now Tank has to be a little bit careful as here comes Gragas. Captain trying to jump in. Ultimate actually popped by Tank there. Looking to try and take down Snoopy in the backlines one more time, being aggressive as the teleport does come in from both Acorn and Flandre. Flandre picks up a kill onto Captain. Tank now takes a lot of damage from the Acorn. Will get taken down.
Jay-Z actually flashed to try and get the ebb and flow heal, but didn't manage to pick it up. So they will go 1 for 2, but that's the danger of going aggressive as a mid lane before your jungle kicks it off.
STYZ needs to be really careful here, though, because here comes the gang squad from the Snake lineup. Shield going to try and desperately defend his AD carry. Heal being popped by STYZ. Going to get taken down by Flandre. It's now Shield. He tried to save STYZ. Instead, he gets taken down as well.
But that's a kill that SOFM picks up, right? He picks it up with Prey Seeker, and he just threw it in there. He tanked the whole turret, but probably don't want to give it over. I mean, Flandre right now hasn't had the cleanest game, but he's 5-3-1 in a position to be able to set up and carry. So this is a young jungler, you know, maybe taking a little bit too much resources because that was just an unneeded spell to throw out. Still, Snake, they pick up the 2 kills. That's a good news story. That bottom lane, you know, we keep mentioning it. STYZ looks like he wants to dominate it. They're not letting him. But Acorn will get the cross-map objective.
Still means that Snake, they're about 2,000 gold behind Saint at the moment if this top lane turret falls for Acorn, but it should shortly. As SOFM, he's found another Raptor camp for himself, this time his own. Very rare to see him on this side of the jungle. This turret actually not going to go down as Flandre is able to get up there in time. Acorn did not continue with his push, clears out the wave, is able to stop the turret from falling, so Snake retain a 3,000 gold advantage for now.
Yeah, and the reason for that, right, is that right now, Acorn is in a position of power. He wants to shop as much as possible, make sure he can go toe-to-toe with Flandre. They're both 5-3, 5-2, you know, whatever. Flandre probably a little bit more ahead, just due to some of the neutrals. But realistically, he's like, I need to be at my strongest to always be able to win my lane because it's stopping SOFM from counter-jungling on the top side of the map.
Now, though, things definitely looking in favor of Snake after a very choppy early game, you could say.
We've seen this one too many times. I mean, Captain setting it up around Snoopy in the mid lane. But they can't pull the trigger because SOFM was waiting for the counter gank.
Well, we can take a look at the items really quickly as SFM still continues his invade. They mentioned up in the top lane, very tanky Hacker coming out from Acorn. Bottom lane, though, has to be a little bit careful. They're trying to stop SFM from counter jungling anymore.
Yeah, they actually just had to back away from the turret, right? Because otherwise they get dove from tank and SOFM. Another red buff going to be stolen away, so unfortunately they can't save that one. SOFM all of a sudden is 2 levels higher than Captain, and he just farms at a furious rate. I mean, he puts a whole jungle pretty much on cooldown every single time he wants to go back. And you can see that it's Moby Boots jungle item, as well as a Ruby Crystal versus pretty much components of a Dead Man Plate, as well as maybe a Spirit Visage, or maybe the Banshee's Veil one more time. And he's just, you know, this time it's the bottom half of the map. He just wants to be on the same side as Krugs and Razorbeaks.
We saw just then Snake were able to take down the bottom lane outer turret against Saint. Captain now trying to put on his best SOFM impression and take down the Razorbeaks on his side of the map.
Now they want to go over the wall. I mean, Jay-Z can throw the wave from there. SOFM can actually just dive because he's incredibly tanky.
For now, though, Tank's just going to be looking to try and push out this wave as much as possible. Captain actually moving on towards the top side of the map, going to try and take away SOFM's Krugs. Snoopy instead just going to be able to collect up this CS. This isn't going to get dived today by SOFM, and Tank will be able to pick up a blue buff for himself. And so far, just taking stock of things, Snake still ahead by about 4,000 gold now, increasing that goal lead even further. The items, you know, have been upgraded on both sides of the map. You can see the Yoma's Ghostblade being picked up by SYZ, looking for his Black Cleaver next. On the flip side, Ezreal already hitting that big power spike. Manamune picked up with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Mid lane, you can see the Nashor suit being picked up by the Azir here, looking for his next item.
Yeah, it looks like the Abyssal Scepter going to come out, and it will be another Dragon going over to Snake. SOFM looking to pick that one up, and honestly, they've done a really good job here, Snake, of just taking stock, recognizing, you know, Acorn, the more we play like this, is getting a little bit out of hand. Let's slow it down. Let's just secure our objectives, control our minion waves. I mean, Flandre even backs away from top lane turret because he hasn't seen Captain in a very long time. So even though we've seen the very aggressive side of Snake tonight, shows that they still have that strategic edge.
We'll have to see how much further the strategic edge that Snake have can get them ahead here in this game, because they made so many blunders that were punished by Saint, but they just keep coming back and keep clawing themselves back into the game.
Yeah, it's just the aggressive play philosophy, right? You're going to cause the other team to crack eventually, and if you're going even in the trades, that's fine. As you can see, that every lane is even or better right now for the Snake lineup. Even Martin, who you know was struggling early, is back ahead in the CS department, and they're just controlling vision, they're controlling tempo. And ultimately, you know, whether they look for the dive in the mid lane, whether they just start pushing down the tier 2 in the bottom half of the map, it's going to come a time that Saint make the misstep and SOFM is going to pounce.
Well, he is. You see Martin bottom lane does have 10 CS ahead, has the 3 major items of the Manamune, Iceborne Gauntlet, and the Onion's Boots of Lucidity. So, Ezreal definitely has a power spike in his up on online. As we take a look at SOFM, continue to clear out wards. Something he likes to do here is, you know, farm up for an extended amount of time, then go back to base, pick up major items. He's doing that one more time. You have to see what he decides to complete this time round. And it's going to go straight for the Banshee's Veil one more time and immediately use his ultimate to get out of that base.
Yeah, comes back out, and you can see that Acorn this time, giving a bit of a taste of his own medicine, has taken away the top half of his jungle. As you can see, still reasonably rich. I mean, he's only 500 gold behind the AD carry right now, and is still top level in the game. So he's not having a bad performance. This Flandre actually might be in some trouble here.
That's an interesting use of the playfield trickster to stop Acorn.
He's got reinforcements coming.
From using the rush coming in. Here comes the Chum the Waters coming in from Acorn. Looking at onto Acorn. So looking to try and take it down. Wave not going to connect onto Hecarim, but he has to run at an awkward angle to get away. Martin now going to be able to slow him down. Picks up the shutdown kill. And he puts himself on the scoreboard.
And really nice bait there from Flandre. He acts like he doesn't want to fight, then re-engages. Wave on point from Jay-Z. And it will be the top lane turret now under siege. The ships in the night. Junglers kind of bump into each other and move away.
Well, that's if I'm going to be able to pick up a Grump camp for himself. What he really wants here is Tank takes a culling to the face in the mid lane. 3 members of the Saints line up. Now 4 with Captain moving around the back, looking to try and take down this mid lane outer turret as Ezreal is able to take down the outer turret up in the top lane for Snake.
And this is good, you know, trade objectives. However, Flandre and Tank are looking for the flank. SOFM's in.
He's on top of Shield here, puts a lot of damage down on towards the Karma, actually forces the Karma to flash out of there. Now Captain, he's caught between 3 members of the Snake lineup. SOFM goes over the wall, stops the body slam,
Here comes
gets another knockup. Acorn's going to come in with a teleport. Flandre takes a lot of damage. Tank picks up the first kill. SOFM running for the hills, low and healthy. The rest of the Snake lineup has been split up. Look at Acorn, tries to go around the back there, trying to cut off SOFM's tunnel. He actually goes the right way and avoids that. But a 1-for-1 trade.
SOFM's doing blue buff. That was an interesting call. Now he's going to swap to doing red buff because he decided blue buff was too risky. So I'll counter jungle the other side of the map. And you can see that STYZ kind of wants to interrupt here.
Might be able to do it. SOFM does have his smite. Not going to be able to use it here, but STYZ does get locked down by the bubble coming in from Nami. What? You know, normally after a team fight and you have 100 health left, you go home, SOFM. He's going to continue farming as we take a look at the damage coming up from the last team fight. Saint actually dishing out a lot of damage there.
Yeah, you can see that they were able to get it done that time around. Acorn arrives just in the nick of the time to secure the kill, but the Korean Ezreal build is online. Black Cleaver as well as Yomu's has been picked up, so he's liking the position he's in right now, STYZ.
Lucian with the Berserker Greaves as well. Hasn't been buffed up. That'll be in the next patch where he gets a little bit more attack speed. But still going to help him out, dish out more auto attacks as he weaves in between spells. Blue buff going to be donated over towards Snoopy here. Captain finally trying to take back some control of his jungle.
And they've done a better job of it. I mean, he's down 30 CS, he's 0-4. He's still not having a great game. But right now, they're still within touching distance. 6,000 gold, 24 minutes. I mean, this time last game, they'd already lost a Dragon. They were about 13,000 gold in the...
They lost a Baron this time
yeah,
last
Baron,
game.
sorry. That's what I meant.
It might be the same thing here as SOFM looking to try and take it down one more time. Puts down a tunnel, allows the teleport coming in for Flandre. Captain, he's here this time,
3 members bottom still. Like, I just don't understand how they allow this to happen.
Well, we're going to see a flash coming out from JT to run away. Puts down the tidal wave as well. Flandre already into the back lines. Puts down Chum the Waters. Going to miss Snoopy. Actually forces him to flash away. SOFM tunnels aggressively, but not going to be able to find anything. They still get the Baron for themselves.
But Acorn tries to match Flandre. That's fine. STYZ, Shu, what are you doing bottom lane? It's 24 minutes into the game, and you already know that this Snake lineup wants to take the early Baron. Just as we're complimenting Saint for staying within touching distance, they kind of let this game get back out of hand. And, you know, now with the Baron buff, going to look to pressure the tier 2 turrets.
And 25 seconds till the third dragon of the game spawns as well. They could possibly go for it. Snoopy now might actually get catch out. Instead, Seal, he gets caught as we see SFM roam towards the mid lane. Tank picks up that kill. Another aggressive tunnel. No, it's not. It's just going for Raptor camps.
Depends what you call aggression, right? Those Raptors, they think that's very aggressive and unnecessary.
I honestly thought that he was going to go wrap around and try and find Snoopy. No, he just wants his Raptor camps. I should have known better, Spawn.
You should have known better. Instead, you know, they're just going to start pressuring up lanes. Tank, ult's going to miss. Captain's really having a shocking series.
Not performing too well at all here as the third dragon. Another Ocean Dragon is going to spawn, and SOFM looking to try and take this one down for his team. They already got the pick onto Shield earlier, now looking for another objective for themselves, putting them even further ahead. They're already 8,000 gold up here.
Yeah, they're honestly just dominating one more time, you know. You can see there's going to be another Ocean Drake, so that regen not going anywhere. Just going to be able to continue to pressure. Martin.
That's aggressive. Martin looking to try and take down STYZ, pokes him down pretty low here. True Shot Barrage is available.
No, is it? Doesn't look like it.
It is. Use it. No.
No, it's available now.
Now has that ultimate up and running, but can't use it to try and take down STYZ, who already poked out of the bottom lane. Instead, mid lane inner turret and bottom lane inner turret are going to be taken down for Snake. And immediately, Flandre going aggressive there, going to get locked down by the change coming out from Shield. Snoopy gets chummed to waters to the face, going to get locked down by SOFM as well. Tidal Wave comes out. Snoopy going to get flashed on by SOFM. Meanwhile, Flandre putting some work on the Shield, who somehow is going to get taken down by damage over time. Now it's going to be STYZ trying to be the saving grace for his team. SOFM going to get charged on by the Akram, ignited as well, trying to live with a sliver of health, but Flandre, he's jumping on top of Acorn here. Martin picks up that kill for himself, and Snake get a 4-for-0 trade inside of the base of the Saint lineup. They're looking to try and end this game.
Yeah, they're certainly going to be able to, and one more time, Snake turn on the aggression as a 5-man unit and get it done. Saint, we know that you're trying to improve, but it's not going to be tonight.
ZestyYZ just takes a lot of damage. Flash forward from Martin, finds another kill for himself. Shu, you don't really want to be there, my friend, as Snake, one more time, less than an hour into this series, are able to take down Saint in another clinical game from the lineup.
Yeah, it certainly is, and this time around, you know, it's a much more well-rounded team effort. Tank having a great showing in the mid lane on that Azir, able to put Snoopy in an early hole. Flandre, great teleports. This team is slowly starting to come back together and play Snake Esports style League of Legends. And it's a catalyst, that man in the jungle that has sped this whole process up. Since they got rid of ZZR, you know, put SOFM in as a starter, Snake just looked much more comfortable.
And you know, he had a couple of big mistakes, you could say, SOFM in game number 2 against Saints.
Shockers.
Missed the knock-up against the Hecarim, allowing him to escape, went back to try and get the return kill and died to the turret there, and still was able to put on a very clinical performance, you could say.
I'm not going to go with clinical this time. I'm going to say he brute forced it, honestly. Like,
Okay.
He went top, he missed. He went top again, he died. What does he do? He goes top one more time. All of a sudden, you know, he gets kicked out of the jungle. He goes back to the jungle, loses a team fight. I'm going to take blue. All right, no, I can't do that. I'm going to take red. This guy is literally, like, at every stage, he just wants to make an aggressive play. And a great team is going to punish that. But a good team like Saint, they try and punish it once. Sure, it goes the wrong way, but SOFM doesn't really care. He's just going to... You can't change the way he is. It's in his nature, right? So I think that it was a good, aggressive showing that even if he doesn't get that huge gold lead like he had in Game 1, he's going to play the same style of League of Legends and still try and dominate you. And when Snake, as a unit, folded behind him and played the same style of League of Legends, they just took over the whole game.
And I felt like you mentioned you hit the... I can't
Hit
do
the nail on the
metaphor.
head,
Yep, I did it. Got it somehow.
Got ya.
Spawn did it for me. Apparently, it's this chair where all the English problems happen. But, you know, it really felt like Snake had a much better team game, like you mentioned there. You know, like you said as well, SOFM, you know, just try to keep battering ram through the Saint lineup. Wasn't working, but the rest of the Snake lineup looks really good. They all the way down to bottom lane.
So what I'm going to say this game is, like, this was much more of, like, you know, they got to the power spikes at the same time as SOFM, so they were a little bit more on the same page. Because, like, Game 1, SOFM's huge. He's like, just follow me, I can do everything. And they're like, all right, cool, this is kind of weird, but, you know, it's fun. Whereas next game, you know, you see the Ezreal get towards his power spike. You see the Fizz, 5 kills, rapidly accelerated in that game, was able to take over. So I think that this was Snake playing within themselves very well. And they were an aggressive team. Like, when they knew they could win team fights, they would team fight all the time. And we're just seeing that, you know, walls are no obstacle to a Fizz, no obstacle to an Ezreal. They're willing to go over and they're willing to continue these fights.
One thing that didn't change, though, you know, despite the interesting performance coming in from these two teams, is there were no Raptor camps left on that map anymore. It's still taken away time and time again. And SOFM still invading into the jungle, still taking away jungle camps. Captain tried to match that, but it just didn't seem like it was enough still.
The whole team actually tried to match it. You know, you had the moment where Captain was topside on Krugs for SOFMs, and actually it was a duo lane in the mid lane that collapsed and, you know, kicked him out. SOFM had to ulti out of the jungle. They tried to kick him off the blue side of the map a couple of times as well. So it was a much better team effort from Saint of trying to keep track of where the Rek'Sai was. The problem was is that they were just bleeding objectives around it.
And speaking of keeping track of the Rek'Sai, one thing we mentioned at the start of the game, or specifically you mentioned at the start of the game, is they needed to pick more aggressive or more dominant lanes. They kind of did. We saw Acorn do well top. Mid lane should be in favor of Victor. Wasn't that case against Tank. Bottom lane definitely was at the start of the game. But what was missing for the Saint lineup?
I honestly think that that's just like, that's one of the reasons that Gragas has fallen out of competitive play, because if you don't protect him, if you don't get him to the team fighting stage, he is a weaker champion. I mean, he has one combo that will chunk you for about 50% of your health, but Rek'Sai has that continued damage, right? So I just think that that was something that SOFM was willing to ignore. And it was just a team cohesion issue that Snake looked more well-rounded.
Well, let's take a look at the MVP. It's going to go over towards Flandre. You know, a little bit of a blunder at the start of the game, but still finished it strong with 32% of his team's damage share. 6, 4, and 7 on his Fizz. Very aggressive in that match.
He was just always fighting. That's why his damage share is so high. I mean, he was in the bottom lane, mid lane. He was fighting Acorn all the time in the top lane. And he said it right. Huge blunder. I mean, he died at 3 minutes into the game, I think.
Level 1.
Yeah, level 1, just wasn't able to get it done. But, you know, he was able to outplay Acorn a couple of times. This is one of them where Acorn just shouldn't have gone for the swing of the scythe because he came back within auto attack range. Set up lots of nice plays in the top lane. And honestly, when Flandre's playing aggressive top laners like his Fizz, he looks much changed.
And we saw what happened last season when we saw Flandre, you know, pick up Fiora, pick up more of those split push oriented top lanes where Snake was famous for their lane swap style play. looking a lot better. And they had a very poor performance, you could say, starting off the split in the LPL. And, they did play Newbie and now they've played Saints here, but definitely looking a lot better now they have SFM in the jungle. That's interesting to say because ZZR, he wasn't all that bad. He was a great jungler for the Snake
I
lineup.
think ZZR is a good jungler. It just wasn't what they needed, right? They need someone that can control the other enemy jungle, keep tabs on them. SOFM's vision game is also quite high. I mean, he's going Sightstone on Rek'Sai and scoping out the enemy team and setting Snake up for proactive plays. And I think that ZZR wasn't a bad jungler, but it just seems like stylistically SOFM is a much better fit for Flandre and for Tank. Like, he's playing the top half of the map. Both games, he went absolutely nowhere near the bottom half of the map until a couple of later turret dives.
And on the flip side of the map, what are we going to see coming from Saint here? Because we didn't see Chimin play. We didn't see Otto play either. And frankly, didn't feel like the jungler or the mid lane had a very good game coming to this one, especially we mentioned halfway through that series. Captain didn't look all that right on his Gragas.
No, he didn't. He looked all out of sorts. And, the thing that I want to go towards is, I think Chimin is a strict upgrade over over Captain. I think that when you have a look at the mid laners, I don't rate Otto as highly as other people do. I know Frostgruen is very excited about him, young solo QE prospect. He was supposed to be the new Zatai when Zatai was still a mid laner. He has some attitude problems from what I've heard. He hasn't really meshed well with the team. So, that's a coin flip for me. Snoopy's not playing great. I don't know if Otto's going to be better. When I watch Captain play, Chimin was much better when he was playing on HYG, and I hope to see him back in the lineup soon. But it must be a synergy issue because they would not have picked these 5 members. You have to trust the team, right? So Saint, they're sticking with it. I hope that it does improve. But sooner or later, you have to pull the pin because Chimin looked good.
And our initial questions were, is Captain going to bring a different jungle pool and is he going to be playing differently? They play almost similar, Chimin and Captain. They play very similar champions. So that was a Gragas game coming out, which is Chimin's one of his signature champions back when he played on HYG too.
So Captain is like, I'd say he's more calculated. Like, Chimin just throws the dice at ganks. Like, he was a very gank-heavy jungler when he went for the Gragas play. So I think that, yeah, sure, their champion pool looks similar, but Chimin just looks a little bit more polished from my point of view. But you know what? As I said, Saint, you have to trust them. They're going with Captain, they're going with Snoopy. They must know that it works for some reason, and whether it's transitioning to the Summoner's Rift this week or next week or 3 weeks' time, Saint are going to stick with it, and hopefully it does eventually bear positive fruits to their labor.
So we broke this down quite heavily here, especially towards both sides of the map. One thing we didn't look at quite intensely was the bottom lane here. Once again, STYZ doing really well starting off the game. Just not well enough. Not SOFM well for the Saint lineup.
I'm going to steal Frostgruen's line. Bottom lane just does not matter right now.
Okay.
So it really is to the point where bottom lane, if tanks are at par, they just do more until the incredibly late game. If you get to 6 items, 8 carries are still fantastic. 5 items, they're still good. That's why you have mid-game spiking 80 carries that add something else. Like the Blue Ezreal build gives you a lot of control, has a good 2-item spike. Korean Lucian, same thing. 2-item spike, very, very good. He'll do a lot of damage. But you can't transition that around the map as easily. I mean, they don't take teleport. They get stuck mid-lane wave clearing a lot of the time. And there's just not all that much room for 80 carries to really participate. Meanwhile, you have these huge tanky or damage-dealing junglers and top laners that are just diving turrets, running 3 members deep. And as an 80 carry, you're just trying to not die. That is pretty much your exclusive thing. Unless people start jumping on things like Ashe, things like Sivir that are really going to help them out in rotational play, I just don't think that it's going to have that much of an impact. And that's why STYZ getting ahead by 30 CS, in the end it meant nothing because he was still just going to die to the Rek'Sai.
Especially with the likes of Lucian getting nerfed. 6.11 coming around means that we should be seeing more of those utility 80 carries coming out, which could shake up the meta a little bit more. We've already seen range supports return to the bottom lane, which was already a melee heavy support dominant LPL.
It's because LPL used to love killing bottom lane. I mean, supports are the lowest levels most of the time. As we have a look at the highlights from last game, this is Flandre picking up the kill over Acorn. They would run Alistar and stuff and just absolutely try and crush them, but at the end of the day, that's fallen out of vogue, and there are still ways to do good things.
I mean, even Nami being picked up this game by Jetso, who is very known to be one of those very tank-heavy supports, picking up Braum and Alistar whenever he can. Things are definitely changing in the LPL here.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, it's good to see that the LPL is adapting to the global meta. They did a very good job at MSI of even shaping it in some points. Maybe Marta went a little bit deep with the Leona pickup, but he felt like he needed engage. And I think that this is very, very positive to see how well the LPL has started in Split 2.
So, we just started Split 2, but we're getting deeper and deeper into the season now. What can we expect from these two teams? Because Snake, Disappointing start. Saint had a disappointing start too, but, you know, Snake looking a little bit better now.
Yeah, Saint has started to turn it around. And, I mean, when you have a look at their group, of course, they're going to have EDG and their IG. These are teams that do look like they're currently rolling. But there's no reason that Game Talents and Sneak can't be the two teams that round it out, which is scary if you're Newbie, right? Newbie was supposed to be the second best team in this group. Right now, not doing a great job. So, you know, sky's the limit, especially if they continue to play with this superstar young jungler that is just dominating people. He was bodying people today.
Certainly was. He did it yesterday as well when he played his carry junglers. Now picking up that Rek'Sai 2 games in a row. Almost looked exactly the same as when he played those carry junglers. I think he thinks that Prey Seeker is actually secretly Nidalee Spear. I'm not too sure because it kind of looks like
Well,
it.
he was sniping people with it. And as I said, he does take a lot of resources. So there are still parts to SOFM's game where he almost looks solo queue-esque, right? He's like taking a lot of resources for himself. He's happy to take the kills. I mean, and he translated it well. But in some games, it's going to be more important that your AD carry has that or your top lane is able to then take it back top and, you know, translate it somewhere else in the map. So I still don't think his game is perfect, but that was a very impressive performance out of SOFM.
And it certainly was. Not only SFM, but also the Snake lineup. Very, very good performance in the sub-hour game against Saint. But that's the first match tonight. We're going to go into a 10-minute break before we come back with game number 2, which will be EDG taking on IG. Don't go anywhere. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Fish-Stewart. Jake Spawn, Tiberius still joining me here on the Destiny. We just saw an absolute cracker coming in from SOFM for Snake. Now, a very dominant victory against Saints.
Yeah, you know, Snake fans, you can rejoice because it seems like your team is finally back on track in the LPL. And, you know, if you want to watch a good series, I think that is like one of those series that as a jungler you should watch because he had it all. Like jungle timers were on point, ganks were on point, counter ganks were good. And, you know, it showed that even if you put a lane behind, you can rescue it, still do good things for your team. So I was really impressed with how Snake and SOFM in particular played that set.
However, if you are friends or family of Raptors or Krugs, please do not watch that game. It was absolutely demoralizing, and we our condolences to everyone there. We sincerely apologize for every single Raptor.
I got you tonight. I'm just reading the mind of every word you're going to screw up, and like I got you back. Don't worry about it. You can do as much as you want. I think I can save you.
Oh, thank you, Swan. I definitely need saving here tonight. We're going to move into the second match that we have coming up today. It's going to be EDG taking on IG. This is a very big match here for this week of the LPL.
Yeah, it always is because EDG, IG, like that's a huge rivalry. IG hadn't beaten EDG in 2 years, and then IG beat them in the 3rd versus 4th place match last summer. So I think that this is a really cool matchup. I love talking about EDG and IG. IG got the best of them last time they played, 2 times ago when they played as well. IG lost a set to Newbie. EDG lost a game to Newbie. Apart from that, both teams have looked stellar. So I think that this is going to be interesting, and we'll see how the top half of the map finally for EDG stands up against some real powerhouses coming out of Invictus.
It almost feels like, you know, EDG, their solo lanes here are going to get really tested by IG, especially after phenomenal performances coming from Tatai, especially up in the top lane. You know, we see Rookie still putting on clinics in the mid lane too.
Yeah, and you know, EDG had EDE, which is now IMA, and they had ADG. So Mouse was from ADG. He was their top laner. He had also played support beforehand. He also dabbled in mid, like, I don't know, a while ago. Zatai, he's a mid laner. And he, even though he's a top laner for a while now, he still plays like a mid laner. His wave control is fantastic. He plays to kill your lane. He doesn't play for farm. You know, he's a great Vlad player, a great Swain player. These are champions that he is more than comfortable taking into the top lane and bullying you around. And I think that for the first time, Mouse is going to be really tested here. I mean, V looked to take it to him. EDG versus Newbie. We saw the Swain versus Trundle matchup go heavily in V's favor. But this time around, Zatai, he's not a laner like V. He doesn't let you catch up through CF. Like, Zatai wants to kill you.
I think on the other side of the map, we can also take a look at the bottom lane where EDG definitely favorites here with Deft and Mako running havoc in the bottom lane. But like you mentioned earlier, you know, might not be the lane that really matters in the kind of meta.
So this is where, like, I get yelled at. The best bottom lane in the world is in EDG's bottom lane. Mako and Deft are the best bottom lane in the world. And if you watch how Deft is playing at the moment, you will understand exactly why. Because he is someone that, you know, Ezreal is huge in this meta. He is by far the best Ezreal player. Okay. Deft's Ezreal has always been incredible.
So he's up there on
He's on the tier list. He defines the tier list, Fish. And I think that Mako is also a really versatile support. So I'm going to say that IG, heavily in favor in the top lane. But Deft and Mako against Tabe and Rain, wow, that is a one-sided affair at its best.
Well, speaking of Tabe, very quickly, you know, he just came back into the IG lineup. He did play in the semi-finals, I believe it was, during playoffs in Spring Split, now playing regularly for the side of IG here. Has brought a little bit of shock calling back to the team, and we had a little bit of questions for him, but he's been looking pretty decent. But we'll go through the lineups very quickly before we touch on Tabe as we take a look at EDG. It's going to be Mouse up in the top lane with Clear Love, the all-star jungler in the jungle, with Scout, Deft, and Mako rounding out their team.
Who cares? Pawn's back in the sub position. He is back from Korea. The man has recovered from injury, I have been assured. And you know, this is interesting because now Scout really gets pushed because Scout has been playing well, but Pawn is always going to be there as a secret weapon they can pull out. But look at the KDA, look at how well-rounded this team unit is. With the exception of Mouse, I mean, 53% kill participation, slightly low for a top laner, but everyone else looks incredibly good.
It's going to be really interesting to see if they do put in Pawn at any point during the series, especially because, you know, you mentioned this time and time again, Scout, he's been playing so well for the EDG line, just fit in quite nicely into the team too.
Yeah, he certainly has, and you know, Scout, he has some, like, other things that he does incredibly well. I mean, he speaks fluent English. Like, that's just an example. And a lot of their comms are in English, although they are the Korean players have Chinese lessons every single day. They are slowly transitioning their comms to purely Mandarin, as you have a look at Mako on your screen.
Then we take a look at the other side of this matchup here. It's going to be Invictus Gaming. You know, this is a team that don't have any communication problems whatsoever. You know, rookies speaking fluent Mandarin in this lineup. They all communicate and converse in that language. We take a look at their lineup here. To tie up in the top lane, Kid will be in the jungle with Rookie dominating the mid lane, with Rain and Tabe being down in the bottom lane for their team.
And you know, it's a joy every time I get to say it, because I was a huge fan of Invictus Gaming and Kid, but Kid has turned into a world-class jungle, and that is a terrifying top side of the map. I mean, the versatility. Your AD carry is now your jungler, your mid lane is now your top laner, and they haven't missed a beat. Round that out by the fact that Rookie stands in the middle of this team and is an absolute monster. I mean, he was touted as someone that could maybe challenge Faker. I'm not going to make that claim. Faker is still better than Rookie, but Rookie is a very impressive mid laner in his own right.
Well, you know, Rusty speaks very highly of Rookie. Always loves to watch how he plays that mid lane matchup, because he's just so aggressive. He just does things that people don't normally do in that mid lane. As there we see Rain and Tabe on your screen, the shot caller, and what could be probably the weaker bottom lane coming into this matchup as well.
Yeah, we're definitely going to have to see. You see an in-shape Zatai as well. You know, that guy's looking after himself. It's always nice to see. But I do really want to talk about the mid lane, because this is a test for Scout. Scout is someone that, you know, he would have played against the best in the business of all time in Faker on many occasions when he was on SKT and they were scrimming together. But when you look at Rookie, Faker is a great team fighter. He's also a great laner. Rookie is just an outright great laner. Like, that is what he does. Like, that's his bread and butter. And Scout's going to have to be really careful in this lane, because once again, like, the top half of the map for IG is a kill threat at every stage of the game. And that's how they get advantages, is by dominating lanes and killing their opponent, then transitioning it into an objective. EDG is the opposite. They like objectives. They like to set up, and then they'll fight you if they have to. IG is well and truly on the fight-heavy scale of this matchup.
So we're going to see EDG try to diffuse this, so to speak, on the top side of the map, but we're going to see them, you know, go toe-to-toe with this aggression. What can we expect from their lineup here?
Yeah, I really do think that they're going to get a control mage. They need to get either Victor or Azir into that mid lane matchup and just hope that they can nullify mid lane. You know, other areas, they'll look to try and win the jungle matchup. They'll look to try and win bottom lane, but top and mid just needs to be nullified.
Well, let's see if they can nullify the solo lanes here against Invictus Gaming as we head into Champion Select for game number 1 between Edward Gaming and Invictus Gaming here. The bans have already been completed from these two sides. It's going to be Nidalee, Vladimir, and Twisted Fate being taken away by EDG, whereas IG, they're going to take away Rise, Kindred, and Rek'Sai, two very targeted bans towards the jungle this, so which means Graves still left open here.
Yes, Swain's still left open also. I will talk about it one more time. Vladimir and Zatai is scary. I do not expect to see him get it ever again. So I like the pick ban phase so far out of the EDG lineup.
You know, Game Talents played against Invictus Gaming in their last matchup. They were undefeated, were really hyped up to be probably one of the best teams in the group. IG were just like, nah, we're not letting this happen anymore. Zatai, you play with Vladimir, just walk all over people. He did just that in that game. Permanently banned out. You think will be in this matchup. We'll have to see that happens in the next set. But for now, EDG still looking for their first pick. And this is one I haven't seen since Spring Split. Braum, first pick coming in from EDG.
Yeah, so they want to be able to have some good offensive capability whilst having a defensive bottom lane. I mean, Rookie's already played Jace. Braum does quite well into that matchup. But yeah, it just proves that, you know, as I said, they're an incredibly versatile bottom lane. He's played Bard, Karma, now Braum in his last 3 games. So he just plays everything.
Well, let's see what EDG have for their plans during this draft phase, because definitely an interesting first pick coming out from their lineup. IG looking to try and respond with 2 power picks of their own. Like we mentioned earlier, Graves, probably one of the last few S-tier junglers left up there so far. IG might want to try and pick that one up during their first pick.
Especially because Nidalee, Kindred, Rek'Sai all gone off the board. Like, Graves is literally the only last, like, he's the last bastion of junglers at this point. Maybe Clear Love goes towards his Lee Sin. I have a sneaking suspicion he's going to go towards Evelyn, however, as he has shown a very big priority towards it currently.
Well, we could see if it is the Evelyn, Lee Sin, you know, potentially the Gragas pick up here, but gonna have to see what EDG decide to use with their team coppers. Trundle is the other pick that does get locked in for IG here. Probably going up into the top lane. We could see it as a support though still.
Zatai's a great Trundle player, honestly, and you know, because it's a melee support, you always have to leave that open, but because of the priority that they have been putting on tank top laners, for EDG right now, Trundle just makes a lot of sense. You know that Mouse is going to run something like an Echo, something like a Maokai in the top lane. I mean, that's what he's been running the whole time. So I really respect the fact that, you know, IG willing to throw the gauntlet. They'll win that lane if they take it 9 times out of 10. And EDG, they're going to acknowledge that and say, you know what, we'll just play for the team fight.
You know, really helps them out here, especially if they take the Trundle up in the top lane. Allows the Rain to deal with the tanks a little bit more efficiently. We're still waiting to see what EDG pick up during their next 2 picks here. It doesn't look like it's going to be that Evelyn spot. It's probably going to be the Gragas being locked in here. Not quite in Clearlove's position though, so it might be a little bit cheeky still.
It's Gragas.
But it is going to be Echo and Gragas being locked in for the EDG lineup.
So Gragas is a great jungler. It does suit Clearlove's jungle style. You know, you farm incredibly quickly. You can gank heavy. It's a great team fighter as well. You know, there's one man in the world that still plays Evelyn Jungle Fish. It's normally Clearlove. It hurts me when he does things like this.
Well, not going to be bringing the Evelyn to the Rift here today. IG still looking to find their next 2 picks here. You know, should be a top laner being picked up. Like we mentioned earlier, Swain's still left up and available. So is Lucian. 2 very powerful picks getting all the way through to the second pick rotation for IG.
So the Lucian doesn't really surprise me because they will take Ezreal probably in this rotation and be completely fine with it. He's also a really good Caitlyn player, which he's just hovering. So always have to remember that about Deft. Swain is very surprising. Swain is incredibly strong at the moment. As soon as I saw Trundle, I was hoping that they would be happy to jump onto that Swain and try and bully him around a little bit in the laning phase of top lane. Will not be the case. Wow. Zed would be interesting.
Playing on one of Pawn's favorite champions here, Scout, if he does lock that in, but it shouldn't be. We'll have to see what they do lock in for this lineup. It's going to be the Caitlyn for Deft, and Azir is going to be picked up, going to be given over towards Scout in the mid lane as well.
And let's actually break down EDG's lineup, because I feel like they have just done exactly what we predicted, you know? Siege composition, Rom, Ragus, Azir, all disengaged champions, a good 1-4 split with Echo in a side wave. They have so much damage to structures as well as obnoxious long range. It is hard to get on top of this team. Then you have a look at what IG is running, and wow, if they do this, it's actually a curveball, but very low engage, very low to mid range. They now have an assassin, thank goodness, to be able to take away Deft. But right now, EDG is just out-comped IG, because I don't see how they ever start a fight.
Well, we'll have to see if they can start a fight here. It's like you mentioned, very little engage coming in. Probably a flash from Mako. Might have to start something for EDG here. But
EDG don't want to fight. This is the best news, right? EDG just want to siege up around structures. They have superior range. It's IG that, unless they delete someone, unless they hit a Miracle Never move, there is just no CC on this whole lineup.
Well, we do have the LeBlanc pickup coming from Rookie as well, so possibly looking for the assassinations in this game. It's interesting team comps to say the least, especially from these 2 lineups. Not something you usually see coming out from both of them, but something stay the same. Still have Rookie playing his crazy aggressive champion. Satai still playing an obnoxious champion top lane as well. Kid still on an 80 carry in the jungle.
And they're playing to their win conditions, right? All of a sudden, they're going to try and win the top lane matchup. They're going to try and independently win the mid lane matchup. Bottom lane, it's going to be a wash, hopefully, for IG. However, you are going up against the Caitlyn lane, and she is going to look to bully. Clearlove needs to be busy on the top half of the map if EDG get to that late game sieging.
Well, let's see if Clearlove can do that as we head into game number 1 between EDG and IG. And the champions have loaded onto the Rift here. Invictus Gaming look to try and take on Edward Gaming here in the second best of 3 series for tonight. The first match of the series, as well as, you know, EDG looking to try and continue to be the top dogs of their groups, whereas Invictus Gaming trying to prove they're one of the best teams in the LPL still.
Yeah, 100%. You know, they've got a good composition to be able to do that. A lot of kill threat coming out of IG's top half of the map. Nice, safe bottom lane. Same time, we'll see whether EDG want a lane swap and just bring this game down to a macro level.
Well, we take a look at the Keystone Masteries very quickly here. Nothing too surprising for the 2 lineups. Fervor of Battle on Echo up in the top lane. A little bit more common now. on the likes of those very aggressive, sticky top laners like the Fizz, like the Echo as well.
Yeah, it means he has kill threat still on Zatai, especially pre-6 if he gets on top of him. It's going to be harder as the game progresses.
Well, we have to see if he can do that. I mean, one of the, like you mentioned, win conditions from the IG lineup is to win those solo lanes. It's definitely where they look a lot stronger coming into this matchup in the laning phase itself. Definitely an avenue attack they're going to try and use here in game number 1. For now, though, everybody's just spread out across the jungle. Kid looking to try and start at Raptors here. A little bit of an interesting start from the jungler here.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, Graves does it incredibly quickly, so it gives you a quick level 2. Yes.
That's
The old rookie lanes.
Yep, you know, before minions spawn, already trying to get a piece of scouts here in the mid lane. As we are actually going to see Kid take away the Raptor camp at level 1, smites it even. So
Yeah,
that's not the Raptor
that's a
sense.
strange smite, right? We'll see whether he actually goes towards Krugs after this and actually just goes for a cheeky level 3 gank, or whether he's looking for an invade. Graves is one of those junglers, kind of like Nidalee. You can start wherever the heck you want. Like, jungle can barely touch you. You can kite them around for days, so it's not really going to impact all that much.
For now, though, we're going to see standard lanes come out from EDG and IG here. Seeing lots of fans
Come on,
here in the
Fish.
crowd.
Earn your money.
No, can't do it. EDG.
Good job, mate. Clear love.
That's cleared up.
That was clear love. You were correct.
Almost. Was not expecting that. Got it last time, okay? You know, 1 out of 2.
50%.
50%, no, decent accuracy on reading Chinese characters.
That's all right. As Jat would say to me, you miss 100% of shots you don't take, 95% of shots you do, but those 5%, you know.
That's what counts, just
Yeah.
like blitzcrank hooks.
Yeah, exactly right.
We're going to keep track of where the junglers are at the moment. So far, Gragas has moved over towards his red buff, takes that one down. Now, Kid.
But this is interesting, right? Because Clearlove is a whole camp ahead. He's already double buffed into jungle, and that's hard to do against Graves. I mean, Graves jungles incredibly quickly at the start of the game, and he's a Gragas, so interesting start here with Kid not jungling all that quickly, and they're even going to ward out his jungle, see if they can get some early eyes on him.
I have to think it might have been Kid, you know, thinking there might be a lane swap coming in here starting at that Raptor camp, but
Yeah, potentially.
for now, we're going to see Rookie one more time. He'd be really aggressive against Scout, actually getting the worst end of that trade almost, it seems.
Yeah, it certainly is, but you have to look at the starting items, right? Scout, he goes to the normal item build. He
Doran's
starts
ring.
the Doran's ring. Rookie, he's like, I'm going to kill this guy. You know what? That's 2 stacks just waiting to happen. I can feel it in my bones. So I'm going to go with the Dark Seal, and I'm going to keep myself topped off. So even though it looked like...
Oh, that's an aggressive
He's
play
dead.
coming in from him. He's looking to try and take him down. Is going to be able to pick up first blood. In fact, goes in towards Kid. Good flash coming out of Rookie. He's trying to escape from Clearlove. Just chasing him down with this Gragas. Ignite is ticking. One more auto attack is going to be enough. He gets chained up, but Clearlove's in a little bit of trouble. As Kid putting some damage down
coming.
on this Gragas. But here comes Brom. Going to be able to help protect this Clearlove. But Kid still dashing aggressively forward. Trundle's down here as well. Siu picks up. Tabe picks up this kill. As Rain actually taking a lot of damage in the bottom lane. But this is a disaster for EDG now. It's a flash forward on
Tabe
top
has
of
red.
Def. Double kill from Tabe there. The Trundle coming massive in that fight.
Yeah, great rotation out of Tabe, and that means they're going to be able to shove the lane in, and 1,000 gold lead. Pretty much a solo kill for Rookie against Scout. And then just because Clearlove, you know, he overcommitted, felt like he needed to get the return kill, everything goes pear-shaped. And Invictus Gaming walk away the huge benefactors.
It seems disastrous for the EDG lineup because IG just got advantages everywhere they absolutely need them. You know, solo lane's doing well now. Jungler was able to take down Clearlove. Bottom lane got 2 kills as well and an assist. So this is not looking good for EDG at the start. And right away, you can see Azir already getting jumped on one more time by Rookie.
Yeah, he certainly is. And, you know, the fact that he's got that Dark Seal means that the potion's just going to keep him topped up a little bit more. Scout needs to be careful in this matchup now. Has got a big wave shoving, so we'll keep him nice and safe.
We'll see how long he can stay safe for in this lane. But, you know, huge start for the IG lineup here. Really aggressive in the mid lane. You know, Jungle was able to help him out. Clearlove tried to return it, but Rookie one more time. Great mechanics to get away from that initial body slam. And I just don't see how EDG go from here because that's disastrous.
Yeah, it is. All right, cool. So it's not great. But when you have a look at what they actually picked up for it, I mean, they got a longsword in the bottom lane and a cull versus a pickaxe. So pretty much it's a wash still down there for the AD carries. Tabe is much stronger. You're not killing the Trundle anymore. That's fine. On the side of Clearlove, I mean, he got a kill and the other jungle got a kill. So that's relatively even. The big news is, however, is that, you know, if that turns what should have been a positive lane into a neutral lane now for IG, just means that the win condition is a little bit harder to achieve for the EDG lineup.
Especially with mid lane already doing well for the side of IG here. Rookie on LeBlanc. Picked up, we see sneak in time and time again in competitive play. Kid still waiting around in this jungle. Is going to be able to take down the wall that was placed down over the pit, coming in from Clearlove.
When you have a look at it, top lane is actually pretty heavily in favor of the Echoes. So, you know, he's already up 12 CS. He has shopped and burnt the teleport already, as has Zatai.
Went back to base, picked up the Dark Seal for himself as well. Already had the Corrupting Potion in his inventory. Tatai was not able to pick up the Catalyst, instead went for the Ruby Crystal, and the Sapphire Crystal as well. A little bit of extra health, a little bit of extra mana, but he's been playing really safe in this lane. You know, not something we really see from Swains in most matchups.
Yeah, he understands that, you know, he's being camped out in the mid lane for EDG right now, so that's where their win condition is for IG. Zatai doesn't need to play all that aggressive, will continue to scale and still has a melee into range matchup.
We saw Scout trying to do what he can to poke Rookie out of the lane. He's been keeping even in terms of CS so far. Clearlove has snuck into this bush down in the bottom lane here against Tabe Rain, looking to try and find a gank. They're going to be able to jump on top of this, trying to lock him down. The stun will come up from Brom as well. Tabe is going to get picked off. Def finds a kill for himself.
Yeah, and as we said, you know, it was Tabe that grabbed the kills. That makes him a little bit more resilient, but ultimately it doesn't save his life. That was a great setup there because they knew he didn't have the flash. Meanwhile, they try and make the cross-map play, but Mouse does a disciplined thing, backs away. 3 melees is all that remains. It means it's pushing back in his favor anyway. He'll get a shot in.
And that's a matchup we question as well. You know, Mouse up at the top lane. He's being really aggressive here against Tatai, who we thought would be the aggressive laner coming into this matchup.
Stopped his back. So, like, Mouse, you know, when you get your back stopped like that, sometimes it's just about sending that message. We'll see whether he echo relocates back into lane. Yep, there he goes.
Straight back to the lane, up into the top lane, gets a Doran's Ring for himself, a Ruby Crystal, and a non-magic mantle. So able to reduce more of the damage coming out from Tatai. So you're going to see Deft get locked down by that pillar coming out of Tabe. Mako takes a little bit of damage in return from the Lucian.
But you can see that Tabe is really tanky at this stage of the game. I mean, he's not taking much damage from Deft at all, which will continue to be frustrating for the bottom lane of EDG.
He's got his boots as well, so going to move fast. On top of that, as Rookie still doing Rookie things, being aggressive against Scout. He has to use the ultimate, in fact. Going to get taken down really low by the collateral damage coming out from Graves, but not quite able to kill him or put him into kill range.
Yeah, that's still nice, though, out of Kid, you know. Able to continue to influence this lane. Now Rain's in trouble.
He takes a tower shot here. Now Caitlyn turning around the damage here. Tabe, the next target, going to get locked down by the passive one more time. A double kill down on the bottom lane for EDG.
And there's just no reason to go that aggressive. I mean, Rain still has his heal available, wasn't able to get it off. And pretty much nothing burnt from EDG in that exchange. They just pick up a double kill. This is what I said, like, top lane of the map, sure, IG are better players. But right now, there is just no comparing Rain and Deft. And even Tabe and Mako is very hard to do. So good job out of the EDG bottom lane to come out ahead of that one.
You know, the solo lanes for IG, this is one of their win conditions. They need to get ahead, and they did well early, but top lane's been fairly neutralized so far by Mouse, surprisingly. And mid lane Rookie's been aggressive, yes, but Scout doesn't really care. He just farms it all the same, you know, takes the harass, like, okay, sure, you can be a nuisance, but I'm still going to farm anyway.
Yeah, and that's the thing, right, is that Rookie needs to impact to the lane to the point that he's forcing him off farm, where he's making him, you know, either back away out of the lane completely, going down in levels, or he's not able to CS and keep up with the LeBlanc. Hasn't been able to do that yet because the earlier kill went over to Kid. We already mentioned it, and Rookie fell down in return, so... You're right, you know, things aren't going exactly how IG wanted. A little bit unlucky with Tabe grabbing 2 of the early kills. I mean, Def's got 3 of them on the side of EDG.
We'll have to see what he can do with those kills. You can already see Caitlyn opting not to go for the pickaxe or BF sword into the Hurricane first. In fact, looking to try and complete the Infinity Edge right off the bat with the 3 kills he's picked up down in the bottom lane.
Yeah, they certainly have, and that's a really... I guess, aggressive build, because it means if you get that one headshot crit, it just absolutely chunks out the lane. You can see that Rain really has to respect it.
EDG looking...
They've also double pink ward the brush lanes. Like, that just means that there is no hope of there ever being an escape from any gank.
You know, see up in the top lane, Kid trying to get a gank off towards Mouse there.
Turns around, gives him a pose.
Put down the parallel convergence, was able to lock down Kid as he went in for the gank. Rookie still being Rookie. Double dashes in, gets a little bit of damage down towards Scout.
But Scout's doing the right thing. He's actually leaving a Sand Soldier on the distort mark, making sure that if Rookie goes back too early, he can trade efficiently. You know, he's CSing up very well, goes a defensive item build. So even though Scout, you know, he was pressured early, he's still up in CS and doing a fantastic job.
Now, EDG, sorry, looking to try and take down the first dragon of the game. Mounted Dragon will be the first dragon to spawn one more time here. Seems like every game so far we get the
And for
Mouse
a
Dragon.
Caitlyn Azir comp, like that is a fantastic dragon to kick things off with. So EDG, blessed Iron Jesus, in their favor for today at least.
So you're going to be able to pick up the Mounted Dragon. Sorry, it's still 6-10 here, which means Azir can still, you know, put down the W and get a little bit of extra damage on towards the turrets. As well, so the sieges coming out from the EDG lineup going to be huge, but Rookie being really aggressive, flashes over the ultimate coming out from Scout, but he's got friends here. Brom jumps over towards a minion. Rookie kind of confused him for a little bit there, trying to run away. So meanwhile, Tatai is able to take down Scout down on the back line. So
yeah, actually teleports in there, so great rotation out of Zatai, able to get in and pick up a kill on the back end. You know, Scout, he was trying to bait Rookie a little bit, but they guessed wrong, went after the clone, so that's not a good news story, and IG get one back.
Pull a kill back from themselves, which means they're 4-4 in terms of kills in this game so far. A single dragon is what separates them, as well as the 1,000 gold lead in EDG's favor at the moment.
EDG have the dragon, they have pressure in the bottom lane. I mean, that's a 30 CS discrepancy right now for Deft. Clearlife has been farming well, but you have to respect that Kid has been ganking and putting pressure on other parts of the map.
Tatai, we saw up in the top lane, you know, moved down to the mid lane, was able to pick up kill for himself, still struggling in terms of CS, or in terms of catching up in CS at the moment. Always see Swain's obnoxiously ahead in terms of farm at this stage in the game. Whereas Mouse been doing pretty well for himself, keeping up.
Yeah, and it really is a fervor. Like, this is why I like fervor on Echo, because it gives you legitimate kill threats in situations where you wouldn't have it with any other Keystone Mastery. So Mouse doing a good job of, you know, pressuring out, and that's really cheeky use there out of Mako. They're actually going aggressive.
Ultimate actually being popped there
Double
by Tabe
teleport.
on top of the Caitlyn. Double teleport coming in. Here comes Clearlove, knocks Tabe backwards. They're looking for the Lucian though. Ultimate comes out from Caitlyn, chunks it down. Rain finds the kill. Meanwhile though, in the mid lane, Scout in a little bit of trouble. Rookie's the one that's able to take it down with the help of Kid. So kills traded across the map one more time.
And you can see just what the teams think their win conditions are right now. IG want to play around their mid laner. This LeBlanc needs to be that strong that she can delete the Caitlyn. At the same time, EDG just put all their baskets into the siege mode. You know, knock down the turret, pick up a kill with yourself, good teleport. Send them into a different lane now. Start sieging out, set up your 1-3-1, and see if you can continue to knock down structures.
Well, we can see what they picked off right off the bat there after the two successful gangs coming in to the bottom and mid lanes. We see blue buff actually taken away, given over towards Rookie on EDG's side of the map. Meanwhile, we saw Caitlyn actually picked up Berserker Greaves, sold it, or undid the buy and went for the Swiftness boots instead, so opting for a little bit more mobility in this game.
Yeah, and I actually don't mind that, you know, being able to get around. There's going to be a rotational heavy game, it looks like, because of the siege compositions. You have to be able to run through that jungle.
We can already see Def takes down the red buff for himself and immediately looking to try to go towards the mid lane. Rookie, in fact, used the double jump just there on towards Scout, locks it down with the change. Now going to get tagged up by the Braum passive. They're looking for the clone, but that's the wrong one. Immediately, Mako flashes forward. He's looking for a kill onto Rookie. A couple more slaps would do the trick, but that's a really slippery LeBlanc. Here comes Clearlove, just body bops him straight into the face and picks up a kill.
And you can see that, you know, EDG just one step ahead. Whilst Lucian's farming bottom lane, they send 4 people into the mid lane. Let's shut down the LeBlanc. Let's continue to knock down structures, create this artificial gold lead, you know, that will be equalized if we're ever IG are able to answer back, but they're not done.
And IG, they're going to be able to take down the bottom lane outer turret, but EDG, like you mentioned, they're not done. They're looking towards the top, mid lane, inner turret. Clearlove just makes his way down to the bottom lane, clears out the minions and stops the advances for IG even further.
And this is 6-10 Azir. I mean, you can't race him. The Urias still does damage, as finally now Zatai coming in.
Never Move does come down, lands on towards Def. They're trying to pincer him, but that's the Azir turret separating them. Now it's going to be up in the top lane. Mouse tries to jump in there. Meanwhile, we see Scout go over the wall. Doesn't get the damage he wants, but Mako locks it down with the ultimate. They're looking for more here, as here comes the double jump. Shuts down Def there. And LeBlanc still trying to run away. Clear up though. He's able to take down Kid in the back lines. Rookie living with 10 health there, trying to jump out. Mako looking to try and get something, but he can't. There's the dash coming in from the top laner. Not going to be able to find it. The turret goes down, and this is not looking good. There goes Rookie back into the back lines. Clearlove able to take down Raider. Suddenly turning around into EDG's favor one more time. Clearlove doesn't get the body block. Missed the barrel as well. Still wants to chase Rookie, but not going to be able to find him. Meanwhile, Mako was able to outrun Tabe. The support's not able to do combat this time around, but Clearlove,
Rookie.
He wants it. Dash comes in. Clearlove, gets juked out one more time by the distortion. Rookie somehow lives throughout that fight.
And how good is Rookie? You can see Clearlove pretty impassive. So is Rookie at the moment, but he lives on a slither of health so many times. We're going to take another look at it because look, they catch out Zatai, but Scout goes so deep. And it really is a Braum that saves the day here. Huge play, able to take out Zatai. Gets a great ultimate there, but then somehow Rookie follows the net, able to shut down the Caitlyn. And from there, it's really just Rain cleaning up the back of the team fight. And I just can't believe Rookie didn't die. So many times it looked like they had him, but just weren't able to get it done.
The door over the wall coming in from Braum there, able to lock him down. Clearlove picks up another kill for himself in that fight, but that was impressive coming in from Rookie throughout the entire team fight. Right off the start, all the way to the end, we can take a look at the damage dealt there. No surprise, up in the top lane, it's Mouse stealing the most damage, followed by Clearlove. Def got shut down really early, but LeBlanc and Lucian keeping up quite nicely as well.
Yeah, certainly was. So, in the end, it is a long, extended team fight. Suits the top laner. Ooh.
Mako actually dealing more damage than Scout as well. Is interesting as here's a pillar. Good pillar from Tabe. Locks out Mako. Not going to get taken down though. Puts up the shield and is able to block a lot of damage coming out from the Graves and Trundle.
Yeah, so in the end, he'll be able to survive there. As Mouse continuing to pressure this top lane turret.
Still though, as we take stock of things, EDG are about 3,000 gold ahead of IG. So despite, the very even team fight, so to speak, they're still quite sizably ahead as the Infernal Dragon looking to be taken down by IG instead, though.
So Infernal Dragon hits quite hard, and you can see that Tabe is actually being chunked out by it right now. And this means that there is a position where EDG can pick up the aggro and try and get it back in their own favor.
Well, Clearlove's there. He's looking to try and put up a smite battle at the very least. Rookie going aggressive against the Gragas. He's being singled out. Actually has the body slam over the wall. This Dragon should go over towards IG. Def is able to take it away. Meanwhile, Tatai teleports to the back lines, but Mouse is here already. EDG secure the objective and are very content, it seems, of just running away.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, they have the range and you can't purchase that. That's going to scale all game long. So the fact that they were able to grab the Infernal Drake is a good news story. And, both junglers, smite available. Neither of them really use it. And it's just the AD carry with a headshot.
Deft coming out trumps one more time. He's already picked up the Zeal for himself. So now looking for his Zeal item, which should be the Hurricane if traditional Caitlyn builds follow in this matchup. We're going to take a look at the other items really quickly. Gragas actually opting for an Abyssal Scepter as his second item pickup.
Cooldown reduction, little bit of damage. I like it.
You would.
Yeah.
This is from the AP Alistar main himself.
But yeah, it makes sense, right? Because they're against the Swain, they're against the LeBlanc. Both of them are going to pick up an Abyssal probably in response as well, although it looks like Rookie just wants to have power now and is going towards what will be a Luden's Echo. So, it's interesting, but I don't really mind all that much. Since they added cooldown reduction to it, it's a very good item to pick up. And one more time, just jockeying for position around the map, EDG, with this 4-man unit, as we said, they've got a great 4-1 split, want to continue to control IG.
Not surprised, especially with the Mountain and Infernal Drake being picked up by this lineup. They're going to be shredding through objectives, minions, and turrets so quickly. As they're going to look to try and continue this push. We can see the Luden's Echo proc coming out from Gragas, shoving the wave even faster. Rookie actually split pushing down on this bottom lane this time around. No teleport from the side of Mouse here, so can't make a cross-map play. But this turret up in the top lane taking a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, it's taking some damage. It will get traded back. I mean, Rookie is about to take that lane. The problem is that, they lose damage on the top lane turret at the same time, and Scout is starting to set up the mid lane. So we'll see if they look to make a play here.
We can take a look at the other items, meanwhile, that have been picked up so far. Spirit Visage already completed by Mouse there, looking towards his Iceborne Gauntlet. He has the Sheen already in his inventory. Azir, meanwhile, picked up the Nash's Tooth, looking towards initially large rods, and not opting to complete the Negatron Cloak, just going to keep that in his inventory for now. Jungle, we can see Graves looking towards his Zeal item, as he already has the Hex Drinker and the Warriors upgrade. And Lucian going towards the Yeoman's Ghostblade Black Cleaver build for this match.
And this is something that we saw actually quite a bit when they would go Spectre's Cow. So they wouldn't actually complete an item on the Azir. They would just get magic resistance back then in the form of Spectre's Cow, and then they go into their Rise Crystal Scepter because you get the health component as well as the MR component. So I'm really happy that Scout is just willing to sit on the MR. You know, now he's going to go towards a Rise Crystal Scepter. That's a defensive item in its own right. Then grab your Abyssal later on. That'll help you shred through people. He's still durable throughout the entire process. No real chance that he's going to get assassinated until Rookie grabs that Luden's Echo.
Makes a lot of sense as well. Like you mentioned earlier, lots of win conditions coming from ID lineups up from their solo laners, both dealing magic damage, being able to reduce that. Going to help out quite a lot for the mid laner. So you take a look at Caitlyn's completed her Runon's Hurricane as well. So the core items for the Caitlyn have come online, and one more would give her a massive power spike. She picks up another crit item.
It certainly would, and Rookie takes half his health from the ultimate.
So we can see pillars being put down there by Tabe, trying to separate
Got the inside
Mako.
track on this mid lane as well.
They're looking for it. See, Soldier's already putting down towards the turret. This is turret's really low. Mako actually just going to put down the shield and try and take it down.
That's a heads-up play one more time. You know, he blocks out the culling, doesn't take all that much damage for it. They force him off the turret, grab another neutral.
And look at this, trying to fight over the red buff. Rookie actually dashes in this time, regrets his decision, has to get straight back out of there. Takes a lot of damage trying to get that trade.
That's really nice reflexes out of the EDG lineup. I mean, everyone threw something at Rookie as soon as he was over that wall. They will look to shove back down mid lane, but EDG honestly are just controlling the whole of the map.
And they're doing it quite nicely so far. That's Clear Love. Looking to try and take... not this again. I think we had enough of Raptors being slaughtered in the previous match. We don't need any more here.
And you can see the siege potential of just this two-man unit. I mean, when you bring the Braum in there, he has a lot of disengage.
This turret's going to get taken down here. Tabe steps on a trap. Rookie tries to go in, puts a lot of damage on towards Deft. The ultimate comes out from the graves as well. Going to lock him down and keep him really low. Rookie, meanwhile, trying to go toe-to-toe against Mouse there. Rookie actually trying to take it down. He's burning for Corrupting Potion. Not going to be enough. I believe it was 11 health he lived on there.
Yeah, it was absolutely nothing. So Mouse absolutely robbed. You know, thought he was going to be able to get it with the burning. Doesn't want to ult or chase or anything like that. Disciplined play out of Mouse, but a little bit unlucky. Luna's Echo now finished for Rookie, though. That meant that Deft would have died. Deft also didn't blink. Like, he didn't burn flash or heal or anything.
No, he likes to live dangerously, apparently.
You know, calculated, some would call it.
Well, he has to take the Luna's Echo now into his calculations. Like you mentioned, was completed. Phantom Dance also picked up for Kid here, so a little bit of damage. Lots of tankiness for the Graves as well. Rod of Ages was picked up by Tatai on his Swain, and now he's going straight for a very tank-oriented build. Has the Spectre's Cowl.
Going to a Frozen Heart as well.
Yeah.
You know, wants to be able to deal with this, Caitlyn. Wants to be able to jump in his face.
Reduce attack speed of the Azir as well.
Yeah, Deft at the same time has just gone back and bought himself a Hex Drinker. He knows how close he was to dying.
So that's the calculations coming in for the Luden's Echo, you know, now mitigating that more damage. Meanwhile, though, we're going to see Tabe get jumped on by Mouse here. I don't think he really wants to pick a fight with the top laner anytime soon. Well, things have actually, you know, quietened out a little bit. Still 4,000 gold lead for EDG, so they're definitely in the driving seats with 4 turrets.
But Tabe's just been forced away, and another Mountain Drake is up. And you see that straight away, that is Clear Love sign to kick it off.
Especially with the siege comp they've put together, definitely an objective they want to take down. They already have 2 dragons for themselves as Kid. Looking to try and contest this one. In fact, EDG trying to back off away from this Dragon Pit.
They just want to pull it out as far as possible, you know, make sure it's in burst range before they go for anything.
Going for it one more time. Def's actually going to be able to pick this one up. This time, it's IG that are low on health. And they're going to try and jump in. Tatai gets locked down and taken down by Def. Now looking towards Kid. The cast's actually going to knock him back towards the safety of his teams, blocking him from the ice in the hole coming in. But their Scout over the wall separates the rest of the team. Now IG have to run towards the right. wrong side of the rift. EDG just going to look to try and chase them. Now Tabe, he might be the sacrificial lamb here. He's going to get caught out by Clearlove shortly. Body slam comes in, locks down the Trundle. Rookie trying to run away, dashes over the wall. Now trying to go toe-to-toe with Mako. Puts the shield down, going to mitigate some of the damage. Rookie should be able to escape as Kid going to get executed by this turret.
Yeah, so execution does go down, but in the end, it is still 3 members falling, and Drake picked up by the EDG squad. You can see that this time Clearlove has learned his lesson. He traces the Trundle instead of the LeBlanc. He was like, I know how this one ends. But still, this gold lead is growing. They're starting to win more and more team fights. Rain was lucky to live that time.
Clearlove still doesn't want to chase him.
Rookie is so frustrating in this champion right now.
He has been, but still not a big impact during these team fights just yet. Gold still remains the same. Like you mentioned, Mountain Dragon, they go over towards EDG, which means their siege comp is just going to get worse and worse with the extra 20% damage to the epic monsters and turrets.
And right now, they just do so much damage to Baron already. I mean, when you look at their lineup, and wow, Sheen picked up by Clearlove. See whether that is an Iceborne Gauntlet or whether it's something a little bit more aggressive.
It is the Iceborne Gauntlet.
Yep.
Completed.
So he's a legitimate damage threat in these fights now.
He wants to kill people.
Low health pool, but you know, with the resistances that are added from his W, definitely going to be a good news story.
And all of his offensive items gives him a little bit of resistances here and there. You know, armor and MR, good to have on the
Yeah, it's like the halfway build, right?
The hybrid.
Yep.
Well, let's see what he can do with it, because his smites, you know, haven't been that great so far. Deft to be outsmiting him. Luckily on the same team, though. And Deft, he's been an absolute monster. In fact, opted to complete his Maw of Malmortia, so kind of knows he's going to get chunked out by Rookie in these fights. Wants to make the most of it with extra damage. EDG once again setting up and trying to take control of Summoner's Rift. You're trying to deny IG any breathing room in this matchup, it feels.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, you know, once again, they've just gone towards a 4-1 split. They're going to get the top lane pushing back in the right direction, clear out this Baron buff, allow the Echo to just continue to shop with his ultimate, try and shove out Zatai. They want Mouse to be able to dive onto Rain and take him out of the fight, so everyone else can kind of just go for the magic resistance items.
Well, IG stacking up nicely inside of the red bush.
Didn't work out in their favor.
Trinket Wood comes down from EDG, spots all 4 members that were camping there out, and is able to stop their sneaky plans. So this top lane in the turret should get taken down here. A couple auto attacks going to be enough.
Here comes a teleport.
Deep teleport coming in. Sand Soldier being put down to Ty. Looking to try and find a flank. Gets slowed down by the Rylands Crystal Scepter from Scout there. Rookie puts down a chain on towards Mako. Gets a little bit of damage in return. Dashes in forward. But here comes Mouse. Looking to try and lock people down with the power convergence. Just separates the team. EDG though, happy with taking down the turret.
Mouse's game's actually been really impressive. Every single time someone goes in on his team, he dives forward at the same time to separate the backlines. And because of how far ahead EDG are, is they always are going to deal with the threat first before Mouse can fall down. Because it's always one of the APs, either Zatai or Rookie, that is diving forward. And then he just tanks up Kid, tanks up Rain, Tabe and Rain as well. So I really like how the top laner from EDG has been playing at the moment.
He's been playing great so far. And Steph, you know, puts a couple of traps down in that pink bush as they're looking to try and take down this Baron with 20% extra damage and an Infernal Drake to top it off. They should be able to take this down.
Looks like they're going for it. Tabe's in.
It's going to be contested by Clearlove this time. He finds the smite onto the major objective by Rookies into the backlines. He takes down Def, but they're going to take the return kill onto the mid laner. It's still a 2-for-2 trade so far, but EDG looking to try and clean up the IG lineup. Double kill coming out from Scout, but it's still only 2 members left alive. Mouse going to try and go over the wall, jumps towards Tabe. Is going to be able to take it down with one more auto attack. Can't quite find it. Never move, going to root him down as well. So it's still a 3-for-3 trade.
So in the end, 3-for-3 trade, but the Baron goes up into the 2 important members. One of them will stay with a 4-man unit. The top laner, who will be splitting, still has it. This was just really all about Def getting chunked out. I mean, Rookie got exploded, as did Rain shortly after. But it really was nice coordination. I mean, they forced him into the pit and are able to get in. Imagine if Zatai still had his flash available that he had to burn in the top side of the map when he had an ill-advised teleport. Would have been a completely different team fight, you feel. That was also a really bad flash out of Mouse.
Oh, unlucky. Was not able to take down Tabe and pick up the 4-for-3 instead. Never move going to lock him down and stop him from that kill. Still a good gold lead at the moment for the EDG lineup. They're 7,000 gold up ahead of IG.
And I like what they're doing. Like, straight away, They go back, shock, quickly get into the bottom lane, start that wave pushing in the right direction. Scout's going to control mid lane, and then they're going to look to siege the last remaining outer turret.
You can see the damage dealt in that fight. Rookie did next to nothing.
He was exhausted and died very quickly. But I think the fact that he got onto the backline, you know, allowed people to line up for Rain to cut through the team, that's kind of mission accomplished in itself. The game's not only about damage. Rookie's still throwing himself at the enemy.
Well, the 400 damage was significant as Kid going to get locked down, forced to use the ultimate, try and get away, actually gets stunned up against the wall from the ultimate coming out from Gragas. You can already see EDG looking to try and take down these objectives. Mako jumps aggressively forward to put up the shield, blocks some damage, and Clearlove will be the one that picks up the turret for his team.
And hey, Dragon's back available. Another Infernal Drake. Let's swing past that one and pick it up.
They're going to do just that as EDG, you know, can put Mouse back a little bit, play a little bit more aggressive. The traps will be put down by Caitlyn as well, forcing them to one side of the choke point, and that Dragon just melts there. EDG take it down so quickly. Mouse still being really aggressive, looking to try and find them in these choke points. Never move. Knocks down Scout, but that's all they're going to get. 4 dragons for EDG, all of the best ones that they would possibly want to take in this game. And the next one up is going to be the Elder Dragon to amplify all of that extra damage.
Yeah, and if they're able to pick that up, that is just a very scary prospect. So, you know, we'll see whether IG do choose to fight at the next one. Weren't able to get into position. It actually looks like Clearlove is going for a Rylai's Crystal Scepter.
Could
Which
be.
would really confuse me.
Oh,
Because his barrel slows already.
Yep.
His body slam has a slow on it after the knock-up.
His ultimate's a knockback.
His ultimate's a knockback, and he has an Iceborne Gauntlet. So
Well,
I can't think of a situation where the item is good.
You know, he just wants to be frozen. He wants people to be frozen, sorry.
Yeah.
Slow them down as much as possible. And, you know, maximize that balance of, I want to be tanky, but I want ability power as well.
Do you reckon that is? They just told him you're not allowed to buy outright ability power. He's like, I got you covered.
No Rabadons for you, Clearlove. He's like, oh, but what if there's health? Oh, okay.
Because nothing else builds out a needlessly large rod. Rabadons, you can't go Ludens because you already have Runic. Like, Zhonya's doesn't build out of it anymore. He's 100%, unless he's going at very late Archangels.
Well, we'll have to see what that is. It's probably still going to be that Rylai's Crystal Scepter. I don't see why not anymore.
There it is.
It is cleared up. There it is. Wants to keep people as slowed down as he possibly can. I mean,
But slows don't stack anymore. It's just the highest one goes through.
Ah. So, I don't know what to say.
No,
You're the analyst here. Come on, Spawn.
I'm telling you why it's not good, Fish.
He still picks it up. So he knows something we don't, apparently. Cleared up, looking to be a slow man wrecking machine. As look at this Rookie actually being a little bit devastating. He's found them though. Clearlove knows he has the damage to deal with him now. Parallel Convergence does actually get put down there by Mouse, looking to try and take both Tatai and Kid on 2-on-1.
Didn't win, didn't lose. We'll call that one a draw. Everyone backs away from each other.
And there's the traps getting put down by Caitlyn. Really frustrating to deal with. That's Clearlove still looking to be a little bit of a nuisance, trying to throw barrels left, right, and center. Scout puts a couple of soldiers in. Parallel Convergence comes down one more time just to slow the rest of the field down. Def trying to find some puck shots into the back of these turrets as Clearlove takes a little bit of damage from that trade from Rookie.
Yeah, but not all of that much, and it's already at half health. You can see that Def can control half of the turret.
Poor Kid.
Scout more than happy to control the other half. And they're just going to continue this war of attrition, try and force IG back, use that rapid fire cannon proc on the turret whenever they can.
They're definitely winning this war so far. Ultimate actually coming down here from Def, trying to chunk out Rain as much as possible. Parallel Convergence comes down one more time. Never Move actually going to lock down Clearlove for a short amount of time. But that's a major cooldown they have to wait for now. Def going to find some more auto attacks towards this turret. It's going to go down. They find it. Inhibitor is now left open. EDG breakthrough towards the base. Mouse actually trying to dive towards the backlines. Tatai puts on the bird fall and tries to soak as much damage as possible. Tame now gets separated. Here's EDG. They're very focused on trying to take down this objective. Both teams trading quite equally for now, despite the Baron buff on EDG's lineup, and they're still taking this as slowly and steadily as possible. Rookie into the backlines, but Def just takes him one-on-one, finds the solo kill. Now looking towards Kid, he gets exhausted and Scout takes him down instead. This inhibitor definitely going to fall down for EDG.
Yeah, and it's a 40-second death timer and only 3 members remaining. EDG want to continue. They want to win the game here.
They might be able to do just that. No Baron buff minions left available, but they do have super minions crashing towards the base now. That's a very low IG lineup. They're looking to go and regenerate their health. and should be able to push EDG out of the base.
Yeah, so finally EDG do leave, but it's with a 10,000 gold lead. And after kicking down the front door, everyone collapses onto Rookie as soon as he flies in. You can see how much EDG respect the man. I mean, Def won the 1v1. He kills him. But already, by the time it looked like he was going back to his mark, Scout had been there and like swept it with the Azir ultimate still to make sure that he was not winning that trade.
They want to keep their AD carry alive.
Yeah, Baron is up in 10 seconds, and we'll see whether EDG head that way.
And we can take a look at EDG's items really quickly. You know, Cleardove, we already talked about him. He's gone for a, you know, kitchen sink build, so to speak, with all these different ability power, armor stats, and lots of slows here weaved in between. Meanwhile, Azir has a Haunting Guise picked up and a Void Staff, so lots of magic penetration on this Azir. It's actually caught out Rookie. Ultimate comes out from Mako, not going to find the bunk. Flashes aggressively forward. Scout slides in as well, as Rookie is going to get taken down by Def. They find another pick towards the mid lane, and Baron can spawn here. EDG can pick it up potentially.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, now that the strongest member of IG isn't available, they're just going to make short work of this one. After that, there's still a good 40 seconds where they can maybe look to push down another lane.
Well, hate to break it this spawn. Elder Dragon coming up 45 seconds. I have a feeling they might want to turn back, but
no, I
they
don't
can prove
think
me
so.
wrong.
Yeah, they certainly are. They're going to look to win the game. I mean, they still have teleport on their top lane, a Mouse waiting to burn it as the super creeps are approaching the Nexus turrets.
And these are barrened up super creeps, so they're going to prove me wrong here as EDG looking to try and end the game. So Ty actually caught out, immediately goes into bird form, tries to regenerate as much as possible. Mako soaking up a lot of damage with the shield being put up. EDG,
5 seconds still on Rookie.
they're just going to try and brute force their way through to the Nexus. They take down the turrets. They're ignoring the champion. Scout just knocks them backwards, but Def, he's been taken out. I don't think it's really going to matter, as we are going to take a look at the players as EDG pick up the win here against Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, so in the end, they are able to win it. You know, was it as clean as they would hope for? Probably not. But they pick up 4 dragons, they pick up 2 barons, control the map with a very well-coordinated siege comp, and are able to pick up the win.
And just kicking off with just that, you know, siege comp comes out from EDG. They put Deft on that Caitlyn. They pick up Mountain Dragons early to give him a really early advantage. 3 kills right off the bat. They just move him around the map very nicely, and that kind of seems like how EDG started the game off.
Yeah, and don't get me wrong, the 3 kills were nice, right? But reality, that's how the composition works anyway. As we have a look at a couple of replays around the team fights. But you know, EDG shouldn't necessarily be able to win, and that's why IG were trading relatively well with the team.
Just to remember, this was a team fight where Mako did more damage than Scout. That's how EDG were able to pick up a win in this team fight. They just clobbered people, it seemed, with their tanks.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, it was just, in the end, it was the 3 tanks left standing, and, you know, they were just running around hitting people. But EDG had the range advantage so much in that game, and there was no hard engage out of IG, and you could just see time and time again, they couldn't get their way into the fights, whereas EDG were just able to lock down key members and take them out.
And this really felt where things started to turn. You know, they didn't get much out of this fight. They found a kill and a dragon. Everybody else, you know, just backed away. Tabe eventually died. Rookie got out. Suicide to the turret coming in from Kid there. But this is really where the momentum swung heavily in EDG's favor, it felt.
Yeah, it certainly was. You know, this was the first sniff that they really got. And able to scout out where Tabe was going with that sweep. A nice use from Clearlove. It's the little things. It's the 1%ers in the game of League of Legends. But, you know, even when they were picking up Barons, IG was still there. It was just that the siege comp was unrelenting and couldn't be stopped. By this stage in the game, it's 6 turrets to 1. Like, EDG is so far ahead in that goal just because of how they were knocking down structures.
This team fight, like you mentioned, if Tatai had the flash, would have been so much different. Swain could have got in there. They still trade 2 for 2. They're able to keep Tabe alive despite the flash coming in from Mouse here, but you know, this was still looked okay for IG. This was the decisive fight, the one where, you know, Rookie tries to kill him.
Watch Scout, because it's funny, because, you know, Def goes in and he never actually goes back there, but Scout's already cleaned the Distort.
Def actually flashed him before the Distort came up from LeBlanc. I did not catch that.
To try and kill him. 100%.
That was...
You wanted to headshot crit him, like, just kill him straight away.
That was crazy aggressive coming for Def there. But EDG, you know, pick up game number 1 against Invictus Gaming. We're going to go into a very short break, though. We'll be back with the second game of the Best of 3 series. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPLs. We're going to take a look at the MVP for game number 1. It's going to go on over towards Def there on this Caitlyn. 30% of his team's damage share and pretty much the win condition of his team in that match.
Yeah, and even though it wasn't his best performance of the year, he definitely was the valuable player on the team because he was the one that was jockeying for position around the map and knocking down structures. And this is what the EDG composition was designed to do, protect this Caitlyn, get a 1-4 going. Echo, you're in a side wave, you're creating a pressure point on the map. And Azir, Caitlyn, Braum, Gragas, there's just no way you can engage on that, especially with the kind of pick comp that IG put together.
On top of it, it felt like it started all the way from this aggressive play coming in from the IG bottom lane. There wasn't a turret shot like I thought it was during the cast. Instead, it was just an absolute outright out-trade coming in from EDG. Meiko and Def kick-started the match with that double kill in the bottom lane and got 3 kills later on as well.
Yeah, exactly right. And you have to remember that Tave had previously picked up 2 kills himself. So he was a pretty tanky trundle at that stage of the game that was trading relatively well, but just wasn't to be. I mean, the IG bottom lane, they shouldn't be looking to fight Deft and Mako. That's suicide. You should be looking to neutralize the lane and hoping that your superstar mid lane can carry it through. I mean, Reigns had some good games in the past, but going up against Deft Mako is a whole nother kettle of fish for this team.
You already mentioned that's probably one of the best lanes in the world, that bottom lane, and they played really well. EDG as a whole played fantastic that match, and one person that really stood out to me was Mouse. We, had a lot of questions for him coming to this game, and he stood out really well in that game. He played great match against Zatai.
He certainly did. The reason I really credit him is because Zatai is a high-pressure lane. He neutralizes the lane. He understands his role, He just continues to farm up, avoid ganks. Then in team fights, as soon as either Zatai or Rookie is diving forward, he is matching the pressure. So the mid-range AD carries of Lucian and Graves can't follow up onto the target, which means that even if Rookie gets 80% of the damage done, that's where it stops. No one else can go forward. He's creating this zoning area in front of the enemy team. And as an Echo, to be able to understand your role like that, not overcommit, not go too deep, but create a pocket of safety for your team to deal with this LeBlanc, to deal with the Swain, was really nice to see out of Mouse. So, I think that he had one of his better games that he's had in the LPL so far.
Zatai, we saw Rookie, they were still being trying to be their old aggressive sellers, but just couldn't quite get anything out from those sellers, and it's a little bit confusing because that's where we looked at from IG to pick up the game.
Yeah, and the reason they couldn't is they actually had no CC fish. I mean, they're running around with a Graves jungle trundle support. There is 0 CC in that composition to start a team fight. So that just means that there is nothing for Zatai or Rookie to jump onto.
We'll have to see if they change that in the draft. One team that didn't lack much crowd control was EDG, despite their lack of crowd control. Just, Clear Love, he wanted to build as many slow creating items as he possibly could in that matchup. Had the bucket of different slows being put into his build. We'll have to see what they decide to draft coming into the game number 2 here as we head into Champion Select. Rek'Sai and Caitlyn are going to be the 2 bands coming out from IG so far. Kindred and Rise being taken away by EDG.
Yeah, and once again, Red side banning Kindred, just respecting her as the strongest jungler. Getting rid of Caitlyn means that they don't want to deal with the Siege comp anymore.
Maybe Rookie, having a little bit of a nightmare of Def flashing forward to get that crit off, take him down before he can get assassinated as well. Azir is going to be the final ban coming out from IG's lineup. Definitely putting a lot of respect towards Scout in the mid lane, who has been playing pretty well so far. Went toe-to-toe against Rookie throughout that entire match.
Yeah, and this is interesting because Scout was 0-4 at one stage in that game. I mean, he didn't have a great laning phase, so that just means that IG don't have a way to answer this win condition, which is very scary.
Certainly is. As the bans have been completed, and literally the final ban coming out from EDG means that IG are able to insta-lock and first pick the Vladimir, which, could go to Rookie, but we saw Zatai had a phenomenal game in that last game. We thought this was going to be perma-banned against him throughout this entire series.
Yeah, I certainly thought it was going to be, and, Victor has been the response internationally against mid-lane Vladimir. We'll see if there's a response to top-lane Vladimir that they have in mind.
Well, we'll have to see what they do to lock in here. Rek'Sai, Kindred, Nidalee being banned out one more time means another S-tier jungle left, or the only S-tier jungle left over, so to speak, is going to be Graves. We saw Gragas being played by Clearlove last game. You mentioned he does have the Evelyn pocket pick that he could possibly pull out somewhere, but who knows? Let's see what he does decide to bring out in this match. But for now, looks like they're very content with picking up Maokai and Karma. No, they're going to switch it out one more time. No, Mouse being a little bit cheeky. Gonna pull out that Graves, give it over to Clearlove, and Karma locked in as their support.
Yeah, so Graves Karma, I already said it, I think, once tonight, but I think that right now Karma is pretty much the perfect range support. Has CC in the form of slow as well as a chain. Has an AoE speed up as well as a big shield. Uses wind speak as well, which is pretty much as an Aegis of free stats there. So I really do think that Karma is one of those champions that, you know, people slept on for a long time and has started to do good things.
Well, we'll have to see what IG decide to pick up here. We saw the Graves last game for Kid. Now that's taken away as well as all the other top priority junglers. Could possibly pull out the Gragas here. Another common pick we see when those junglers are taken away is the Lee Sin pickup, which Kid has played a couple of times, but Gragas locked in and Sivir locked in as a response for IG.
And in their rematch for the second game, after the first was stopped for technical difficulties, Kid played Gragas against EDG. He broke the mid lane siege with a fantastic cast and was able to actually snowball them to victory there. So I like this. The fact that IG didn't want to give up Sivir Karma, so they had to pick the Sivir is a little bit worrying, however, because now Deft gets to play Lucian.
On the flip side as well, Maokai is picked up, probably going to go into the top lane for Mouse, a champion. Yep, top lane, can't do words again. Just stacking it up in the wrong order one more time. But they've locked in the next two picks. Maokai and Lucian picked up very strong picks still, and picks that EDG are very comfortable with.
Yeah, it certainly isn't, but all of a sudden you're still looking and you're like, where is the CC? Kid has some. Like, Tabe needs to be able to play a CC support here. Or they need to get a CC top laner and seed that Vladimir over. That'll do it.
Might not be a CC top laner, but it could be Victor in the mid lane with the Braum being picked up one more time here for Tabe. He's very fond of this champion.
And all of a sudden you have that layer of CC, right? You rush the Gragas in. He throws out the cast. Either the Braum or the Nami, they're very similar in their ultimate and how their CC works. Just lay it down in a straight line, let the Vladimir fly in, let the Victor fly in, and clean everyone up.
And that's the lock-in coming in from IG's lineup. Victor and Nami, the last two picks, which means EDG have the chance to round out their team composition with what should be a mid-lane pick coming out for Scout here. Azir banned out.
Now I'm interested to see what he wants to run into it, because as I said, Victor was kind of the answer to some of these mages. Swain is an answer, I suppose, of sort.
Well, they took away Vladimir, one of the obnoxious mages in the game right now, who just seems to never die. Swain, being the other one that just refuses to die time and time again, is going to get locked in for the EDG lineup. That should be going into the mid lane for Scout here. And top lane will be Maokai, being played by Mouse.
So, you know, they do have initiation in the form of Mouse, but once again, not a lot of CC on the EDG lineup. This is a very mid-range 5v5 team fighting comp. And you know what? They're playing against one on the other side of the map. Maybe a little bit better siege potential. Not even really, because they have a 500 range AD carry and Sivir. Like, this is literally two teams that just want to run head first. And whoever wins the team fight through execution will win the game.
A couple of curveballs thrown in one more time. You know, the Vladimir coming up from Tatai, we thought that we would never see him play this champion again after his performance that they had against Game Talents up in the top lane. Comboed in with Jace being played in the mid lane by Rookie.
And it's just because, you know, I think he even fell down early in that game, but it just got to late game and it didn't matter. Rookie was assassinating people on Jace. The Vladimir was just running around full terror. I really hope that EDG have a plan early game for Vlad, because the later the game goes, we've already seen it. He can build whatever the heck he wants. He just does damage.
Well, Mouse neutralized them last game in their top lane matchup, Echo against Swain. This time, gonna have to see if you can do it on Maokai. Seems a little bit
Maokai was always the counter pick. You can't pull away. The jungler will find you.
Well, let's see if they can do that up in the top lane, as we are going to load onto Submitters for game number 2 between Edward Gaming and Invictus Gaming. We're back onto the Rift here for game number 2 between Edward Gaming and Invictus Gaming. Currently, EDG lead the battle 1-0 here. IG definitely looking to try and put themselves onto the board. As we take a look at the Keystone Masteries really quickly, as all of the champions run out across the Rift. Nothing too surprising coming out here. You know, Strength of the Ages, what we normally see on the Vladimirs. They get picked up as an early flash here being blown from Tabe. You know, walked out a little bit too far.
Good flash from Tabe. Doesn't fumble that one. You know, straight over the fat part of the wall into safety, because otherwise he would have been dead.
We've seen a lot of pro players fumble that flash. You know, Worlds, Huni, Faker, both doing it.
Lucian now running in to create some form of control.
Right, yeah, it looks like for now, both teams looking for standard lanes one more time here. It's Mako and Def, like you mentioned, moving into the bottom lane. He spots out Tabe, blow his flash.
But Karma, as well as Lucian, is such a bully lane. So, you know, the fact that they're going to be able to try and pick on this lane.
So, clear love for not pulling a kid in this match and instead opting to start at a major camp instead of the Raptors.
Oh, and the EDG lineup really want to be able to pick on IG here. They're waiting out of vision, going to try and sneak in. They do get spotted, but they'll stop the camp.
Yep, won't be able to take that one down, and immediately the response coming out from IG is, yep, we'll go to lane, no problem.
All right, so the reason behind that is that Sivir is actually really weak at level 1. She has an auto attack reset and some wave clear. But when you compare it to something like Karma, something like Lucian, it's just not the same. So you want to keep them level 1 as long as possible. You don't want them to be able... Oh, she didn't even take auto attack reset.
Boomerang Blade.
She took Boomerang Blade, which is a very unusual start for Sivers.
Well, it does have the most base damage if you hit someone back and forth with it, but other than that, not that great to start off the game with.
Because generally level 1 isn't actually about hitting champions, it's about getting control of the wave.
It does look like
Boomerang.
EDG might be able to take control of that wave.
Yeah, definitely not going to do that, so see how the rest of that lane eventuates. Mid lane, however, we still expect it to be in Victor's favor. Victor is one of the strongest lanes.
Oh, Mako actually taking a lot of damage down in the bottom lane, but just put some back on towards Def. Now the level 2s are going to come out from Def and Mako. Rookie, yeah, he's still being Rookie. Nothing's changed in this mid lane. He's playing Victor.
The laser is just so long.
He's playing Victor, but he just plays it still like it's a
Oh.
blank. Def, not Def, sorry, Rain taking a lot of damage there.
Def was the one dishing it out.
Spell Shield comes out there by Rain, able to block some of it. Well, you know, very quiet game, very quiet start so far, but very early into this matchup. Have to see how things pan out, because once again, we're looking at IG trying to dominate their lanes. Rookie already doing the same thing he did the first game, which is try to keep Scout underneath his turret, keep him at a farm deficit. Scout's been keeping up quite nicely, did that last game despite falling down a couple of times as well. Def actually almost got caught out by that barrel. Has to be a little bit careful because I'm just getting confused now. That's clearly Love on Graves. So take a look towards the top lane this time around. You know, Vladimir against Maokai. Just going to farm it out.
Yeah, Mouse just pushes him in early, to be honest. He's now looking to get an early recall. Vlad can't really do anything. He needs to be able to answer the creeps underneath his turret.
And the recall does come in from Mouse up at the top lane. Just picks up another Doran's ring for himself as well. As
Kid
a pink
actually
ward.
looking for Scout.
Scout going to get jumped on here. Good flash forward from Kid there to get the flash in return from the mid laner. They pick up first blood.
Yeah, and all he does is you wait for your flash to stop. It increases the hitbox size, and you follow the mid laner, and that was perfectly played from Kid. Able to pick up first blood for himself one more time. But this time around, Rookie has firm control of the lane. He's already up 12 CS. That's 2 full waves. Forces out a teleport from Scout, and now that lane just becomes even easier to gank.
And that's 2 summoner spells burnt on the side of the Swain here. You know, Rookie burnt his as well, but did pick up the kill. Got to see if Scout can control the wave with the back he's got in any way, shape, or form. Let's try and punish this in any way possible, but doesn't look like he's going to be able to do just that.
He'll be able to hold it there, so that's fine. Rookie's actually assist pinging to be able to shove the wave out because he knows that he doesn't want to be frozen on. But really, right now, Scout's just at a huge disadvantage. And here comes Kid, you know, he's going to help his mid laner shove this one in.
Make sure that Scout has to farm underneath the turret, try to deny as much CS as possible, and also make sure the wave resets, most importantly.
That's what it's really about, right? The wave resetting. As you can see, the Mouse continuing to going on Zatai here.
Mouse just doesn't care right now, you know? He sees Zatai's fantastic Vladimir game and raises him a Maokai in this lane.
But, you know, Maokai is actually quite strong. Has one of the highest base damages early in the game. You know, he can shove the wave. You can see that very effectively out of Mouse right now. So, good early laning phase. Still means that Vlad's going to be able to farm up. He has fallen slightly behind.
He's able to counter Vladimir's ultimate as well, which is a very nice spell to be able to use.
Yeah, damage reduction for damage amplification there.
Well, as we are moving back towards the bottom lane already, Deft able to create a nice CS lead for himself. He's about 12 CS ahead of the Sivir right now. Clearlove was being a little bit cheeky and went for a small invade towards Invictus Gamer's jungle.
Deep vision obtained, and I was actually going to point it out because all of a sudden, that bottom lane is so safe because both routes that you would normally approach with Gragas are shut down. So unless he comes straight down the lane, there's just absolutely nothing he can do. And this CS deficit going to continue to grow, and this is why Lucian is such a power pick right now in the LPL.
Well, Gragas is towards the bottom side of the map. We'll have to see if the Vision's able to keep them safe. You can already see Tabe trying to be aggressive wherever he possibly can. Both the AD carries went back to base already. Lucian and Civ are matching each other on items so far. Both have that Cole looking to try and pick up as many stacks as possible, get a little bit of extra gold.
And you can see that still in this mid lane, Scout is struggling.
Kid now looking to move towards the bottom lane one more time. There decides not to. Yeah, Scout still not doing fantastic in this lane. He's about 12 CS behind here as well. And the single kill that went on over towards Kid in the jungle, making a lot of difference. As Rookie's still playing the way Rookie would normally play, which is on top of his melee minions, poking Scout whenever he gets close.
Yeah, up in his face. And it looks like Scout's actually, you know, going to still go towards the Rod of Ages, but with the second ring pickup as well as a refillable potion, that's a little bit later than he would have liked it.
Everywhere else, though, on the side of the OG lineup, going very even with EDG. So bottom lane, you know, slight advantage for Deft. Jungle has one kill in favor of IG, whereas mid lane, just the Rookie show right now.
Yeah, it certainly is, and Scout needs to push that one out. Probably needs to go back, get another shot in, pick up his blue buff, because he's still struggling in the lane. But they want to keep bullying on the bottom side of the map.
They're doing just that. Lots of tethers coming out from Mako, trying to lock him down wherever possible.
Now it looks like they're setting up for a dive. They're actually pinging it out quite aggressively. I mean, Clearlove's level 6, and they've forced them right off the turret.
They certainly have. Piercing Light comes out of Deft. They're able to tag the Nami on the back, but they're able to just force them away.
That's two creep waves, one of which is a cannon minion and probably a dragon off the back end of that. That is a brute force play, something we're not used to seeing out of EDG. And it's going to 100% go unpunished.
They're able to close the gold gap slightly as well now, only about 4,000 gold behind. 400 gold, not 4,000 gold. Clearlove actually able to take a red buff for himself during this time. We are going to see IG return to this lane. Culling can be put down there by Def, trying to poke out Rain or stop him from advancing. Good use of Relentless Pursuit, able to get out of the Boomerang Blade.
Yeah, kind of the opposite of a Relentless Pursuit, though. That was kind of more of a runaway. So, you know.
Not as relentless.
Definitely not pursuing anything.
He's created a nice CS lead for himself. He's about 20 CS ahead.
And you can see that EDG actually haven't given up. Like, they don't really care whether we feel that bottom lane is impactful because they're going for the play one more time. There's a teleport in.
Clearlove's here as well, waiting inside the bush. Teleport is going to be completed. There is Scout. Teleport to return being popped down, but let's see how much damage he's going to deal. Another teleport from the top lane. Tabe is the first person to get taken down here. Here comes the Malphite. Gets a double kill with one arcane smash and is able to get out of there, live to tell the tale.
Yeah, all of a sudden they have to be in full retreat, however, because 3 members are going to be here to fight for Invictus Gaming.
Zatai tries to slow down Clearlove, but the flash comes out from the Gragas.
Kid.
Kid is looking to see if he can take down the Karma. Good slow coming out from the Arcane Smash is going to stop him in his tracks.
And what a well-coordinated play out of EDG. They get 5 members into the bottom lane. They force back their Civil one more time. 20 CS deficit now and grab 2 kills for the Maokai. Mouse going to be a team fighting powerhouse as this game progresses. And it's just off the back of a great coordinated dive. As I said, they're forcing it.
And you know, now we can really see the 2 win conditions these teams really showcase here. You know, mid lane doing well for IG. Bottom lane is the focus from EDG, although we thought, you know, not necessarily a priority with AD carries being really weak in the current meta. It's exactly what they're going for, and they're forcing it.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, you know, no Korean build coming out of Deft. He will be going for the standard build. So wants to have the 4 or 5 item power spike.
I think another big thing to take away from that entire fight is also the fact that 2 kills went over towards Mouse up in the top lane. He's neutralized the lane against the tie one more time here. With the 2 kills, should be able to continue doing just that, I feel.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, he's just gone back and bought more tanky stats. Like, what the hell is the tie supposed to do?
Auto attack.
The more you spam against him, the more he's going to get health back regardless. So
Vladimir, of course, you know, has to use health to use his abilities.
Another Culling coming out.
Rain not having a good time in this lane so far. There's still 15 CS behind Deft at the moment. He's controlling this wave now, trying to freeze it wherever he possibly can. Clearlove still down in this bottom lane. Scout, you know, hasn't changed. Hasn't changed. Mid lane, he's still going to get chunked out. But still a very aggressive pathing coming up
Oh.
for Clear Love. Chaos Storm being dropped on top of the Swain. Should be able to run away from it though.
Yeah, but that's a whole wave that's going to crash into the turret. All of a sudden, Scout, he's going to fall about 30 CS behind. So Rookie definitely flexing his muscles here in the mid lane. We'll see whether he's able to pick up a turret or whether Clear Love gets there in time to save.
He's still the Korean Slayer in the mid lane. Or one of them.
Rookie, he's Korean himself. He doesn't want to take
Takes
those
down
guys
his own
out.
kind.
Yep. Cannibal. But yeah, that's just like really demoralizing as EDG. You can see that they've already lost 3/4 of the health down there. They need to pull away from bottom lane as well because they can't really get anything done. So this mid lane's going to start becoming a problem the longer the game goes.
Certainly is. Satai, though, actually runs straight head on in towards Mouse here. Takes a lot of damage. In fact, half his health gone already. More saplings come down to poke him out. Mouse actually flexing his muscles a little bit up in the top lane. Not as impactful.
Yeah, no, definitely wasn't as dramatic as I guess sending Rookie back. But you know,
Satai's just like, oh god, not again. Get away from me.
it
Stop.
has a similar effects, I
Stop
guess.
it. I mean, big advantage though down in this bottom lane. Dev's actually grown that lead. It was 15 last time we checked in. Now it's 30. He doesn't really care about Rain at the moment.
It really is a mid laners versus the AD carry and support right now, however. Can Deft, I guess, survive all the damage that is going to come out of Victor? That's why control mages are so popular, because these mid-range AD carries just traditionally can't deal with them.
And Caitlyn was banned out in this game, so EDG don't have that champion to rely on. So Nala Culling's come out. We've seen this one before.
Certainly have.
Dashes across, tries to get a little bit more damage down. Tabo desperately trying to heal out his AD carry.
There
This
is
kid-
sustain, however, in that bottom lane, and that's what I wanted to point out. Like, the important thing is Tabe is keeping Rain topped off. They haven't really got all that much damage done to the turret, whereas when you look at what Rookie is doing right now, he's just pressuring objectives. So that's where the big difference is. Only half health done to the bottom lane turret. Mid lane turret is like one wave away from falling down.
Still, gold lead is completely even between these two teams. EDG did a good job of neutralizing that with their teleport gangs into the bottom lane. Kid now wanted to make his way down towards the bottom lane here. Instead, it's just going to be able to find a ward inside the tri-brush and sweep that one away. Gives us a little bit of time to take stock of the items that have been picked up so far. You know, Kid picked up his jungle item, has completed that one. It's going to be another Luden's Echo for the Gragas. Whereas the Warriors of Charmin has been picked up by the Graves. Top lane, Spirit Visage already picked up by the Vladimir. We actually see Mouse looking to try and pick up the exact same items. Bottom lane, now this BS Sword for Lucian, putting in some work towards the Sivir here. Lots of damage coming out from this Karma and Lucian combo.
Yeah, it certainly is. And all of a sudden, an Sivir has to go back. So, you know, Def can push in that wave one more time, potentially even go towards a Dragon. It's an Air Drake, however, so I don't expect them to.
We'll have to see if they do, as a Rookie still flexing his muscles in the mid lane here
I
against
can't remember
Swain.
who said it on Twitter. It was someone from the Europe team. So the EU team, they were like, they did a test with one Air Drake running from top lane to bottom lane.
Okay.
You make it like a second quicker.
That's not very fast.
It's not a great buff.
So, might actually show why they're opting not to contest for it in this game so far. Scout still taking a lot of damage in this mid lane. He's not having a great time here. I don't think anyone really does against Rookie.
No, definitely not. You can see that it's just continued unrelenting pressure in the mid lane. He's about 40 CS behind. I mean, we're talking about bottom lane, and even that lane isn't going as poorly. It's about to get to that stage.
Slowly. Essence Reaver actually picked up by Deft already, so has his major item. Whereas Rain is still waiting to complete his. Does have the components though.
You can see that Scout just can't stay in this lane. It's being continually pressured, continually forced back.
Deft and Mako this time around able to pick up more wards inside the tri-brush, take those down. So this is just story of the game. Rookie controlling mid lane, bottom lane in Deft's favor. Which one is going to pull out strong? Kid already got a good gank in the mid lane. We sort of 5-man dive from EDG bottom lane.
And we kind of expected this, right? Because the way we set up this game is the fact that, you know, these are two team fighting comps. They probably want a lane for one or two items. And then just continue to, you know, slowly build themselves that advantage that they think is going to win them the game. As you mentioned, in IG's side, that is going to be Rookie. He's bullying around Scout. He's 50 CS in the lead. And On the other side of the map, that is going to be Deft, who is also 50 CS in the lead and has an item up. So it's not really surprising to see these two teams are happy to play towards their win conditions.
Well, there is the Cloud Dragon being picked up by EDG. Clearlove opts to take the free objective for himself. I don't think IG are too concerned with that. But EDG are slowly finding a gold lead for themselves naturally in this match so far. They're about 7,000 gold, 7,700 gold ahead at the moment. Next dragon to spawn will be an Infernal Drake, which is pretty crucial.
And they finally are starting to now push this turret down. Although
Kid, though, looking towards the mid lane. Flash early, coming up from Scout, respecting the Gragas there.
Yeah, and this time they're just happy to take the Summoner spell because they recognize that, you know, he's pretty tanky. Bottom lane turret going down. Do they go aggressive?
Well, shield's been popped by the Karma there, so can't quite speed up, but they will take the objective and be happy with that one. Rain and Tabe, you know, can't quite do anything on the Nami and Sivir in the bottom lane to stop that one from falling down.
But they have great AoE damage late game. The utility is there in the bottom lane.
Teleport actually being used here, but to get back into the mid lane for Scout. Gonna get jumped on by Q one more time. Gravity Field is there to lock him down. Gets knocked back in towards the turret, but here is Mako and Dev looking to try and help out his teammates. Scout takes a lot of damage, but is able to get out of there alive, heal off the Raptor camp.
Yeah, so in the end, a really nice rotation out of the bottom lane of EDG. Scout looking to heal up, pretty much gets back to half health. He'll be happy with that. And they're going to continue their pressure in the mid lane. It's not a siege comp this time around. They don't have the range to continue, so eventually will back away. You have to say it's a little mini victory. It's the fat man.
Second time in this game, body slams in, steals the Raptor, or his own Raptor, away from Clearlove, right underneath his nose.
He says, thank you for the leash.
And just like you mentioned, you know, if this was the first game, Def would already be in the middle lane pushing for that turret. This time round, Evolution, a lot shorter range, not as much seize potential.
Yeah, and you know, the fact that Dragon was just taken gives this 5-minute window where the teams are going to continually farm up. I don't even expect to see the duo lane out of IG push past their Rever. They're just going to accept the deficit that they're currently in, which is a completed Zeal, and they're going to allow the game to come to them. One of these big objectives, you know, whether it's a dragon, whether it's a red buff that they finally invade on, something will happen that will spark a 5v5, and that's when I expect the teams to go all in, because they are 5v5 comps, and losing before you get to that stage of the game isn't what either team is looking for.
Now they're relatively quiet between these two teams. That mid lane outer turret for the side of EDG is going to fall down anytime. You know, one final push coming in from IG should be able to take it down.
3 members strong actually on top side of the map here for IG. Maokai is hard to dive. His turret is incredibly healthy.
Mouse looked like he wanted to run away there. What's going on, Spawn?
We're ships in the night, fish. As in the bottom lane, actually ultimate burnt, and it's EDG going for the dive.
That is aggressive. EDG are looking for it. Instead, they're going to try and take down this turret. You know, extra 66% damage reduction, not being cared at all here by EDG lineup. They're going to be able to take down another turret for themselves and increase their gold lead.
Yeah, so in the end, that's a great trade. They're able to push down.
Hello.
Stop watching those areas.
Meanwhile, mid lane, you know, action one more time. They're just going to trade and return to the wrong side of the map. I don't understand the top side of this game anymore, Spawn.
I actually, you know, I think that IG is slowly falling out of touch. They've, all of a sudden, we're talking about how even this game is. There's a 3,000 gold deficit, and they've not got the mid lane track into this lane.
Ultimate actually being used by Taba there, trying to lock them down. Kid is going to try and get into this, just body slams out immediately. Both teleports being used towards this mid lane. Culling coming out. They're trying to lock down Rookie. Good damage down towards Tabe. They're able to take him down as Mouse dives into the back line. Takes a lot of damage in return. Does get taken down by Kid, though. So he jumps into the back line trying to deal with Def. Meanwhile, Vladimir jumps into the team with the pull. Really low. Able to heal up. Leaving with a sliver of health. Might not go down here as IG find the team fight they were looking for. Take up another kill. That's 4 kills for the IG lineup. And Clearlove barely escapes.
And what a play out of Zetai's Vladimir. You know, we already said it. This guy's going to look to make huge plays. They go in, and they absolutely just explode Tabe off on the side. But he's the support. Once the wave's out, that's absolutely fine. Meanwhile, Zetai up on this front line with Rookie just outputting so much damage. And when you think you have Vladimir, this is the frustration of current Vladimir. His ultimate pops, and he gains like 900 health again. And no one knows where it comes from, really. And Rookie's just able to continue the chase. So that was really nicely, like a great turnaround. And just as we said it, they were losing touch with the game. They pull it back.
Still, they only pull it back to an even lead between the two teams, so to speak. As right now, they're both sitting about 34 to close to 35,000 gold. EDG still slightly ahead here.
And they really need to get some executioner callings into the EDG lineup.
Yep.
Generally, it's a jungler that will pick it up, but if Deft is that far ahead, he can maybe afford to go for one early as well. Just because you saw that Zatai in that team fight, as long as he had abilities available, was just not going to be stopped.
See Swain now going to take away his blue buff for himself. He's another person that needs to be, ignited, so to speak. Get the Grievous Runes on top of that Swain's head, stop him from healing up with the ultimate.
They've got the Morellonomicon, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's at least some form of Grievous Wounds. More intermittent, but, with the Chaos Storm, things like that, you're generally going to be able to get it off. As now, all of a sudden, Scout running into Rookie.
Rookie actually going to get locked down here, but that's a 3-member strong IG. Scout, I don't think you're meant to be there, my friend, as he gets taken down, actually collapsed upon by every single member of IG, and this is right in time for Dragon.
Dragon is available. As you can see, it is an Infernal one. Teleport will be available once Scout is back alive, but that is still 30 seconds away, and it doesn't look like EDG want to fight this at all.
More than enough time for
and
IG.
Scaling probably now in favor of IG, you have to say. There's a 70 CS deficit in the bottom lane, and it just doesn't matter.
And to add salt into the injuries of the EDG here, the next Dragon to spawn is going to be a Cloud, not something they really would want to fight for.
Yeah, so an ill-timed pick. Scout just shouldn't have been there. Didn't burn Flash to get out immediately. They take him down, and Rookie 3-0-3, 100% kill participation. He's 70 CS up as well, is doing a fantastic job.
Definitely looking good on the Victor here. In fact, IG looking a lot better in this game now. They're the ones looking towards taking down the bottom lane and the turret, or outer turret, sorry. 4 men strong, pushing on towards that. Vladimir opting not to join the team. Teleport almost back up in the top lane. We can take a look at the gold swing here. EDG was so far ahead. Now, as you can see, Mako getting jumped on here. Ultimate being used by Kid, trying to lock down Deft as well. First kill goes on over towards Rain. Tabe, though, actually goes really aggressive.
Now, in trouble.
Rookie puts a lot of damage down towards this Graves. It's not able to lock him down quite enough, though. And IG just going to continue this push.
And look at that gold difference graph. I mean, IG just able to claw their way back into it. It's now going to be probably a 3,000 gold lead.
Yep.
Just no instant wave clear out of the EDG lineup. And they're being made to pay.
Just don't see what EDG can do here. The team composition of IG just do so well against everything EDG are trying to throw at them.
Yeah, they're a team comp that if you dive on top of them, they're just going to output as much damage as you. They're tanky at the same time. Especially, when you look at it, they're just going to ignore Swain and Vladimir. Swain and Maokai, especially the Vladimir, because of all the MR. And it's really up to one of these AD carries to be able to kill them. But they're going towards defensive items. They're not looking to get the Executioner's calling in there.
Can already see Aegis being picked up by Gragas here. Vladimir has the Abyssal and the Spirit Visage and another Kindle Gem, so probably another.
Dash Cannon.
Oh, yeah.
Warmog's Armor.
Either of
Everything
those.
builds out of out of Kindle Gem now. It's great. One of the best items.
More cooldown reduction for the Vladimir. He'd probably be very happy with the 30% he currently has. And also reducing all the damage coming from Maokai. All the damage coming out from Swain as well. Not looking good for EDG right now.
Yeah, it certainly isn't. And you can see that 3,000 gold deficit in the mid lane really is where the majority of it is sitting.
Don't cry.
Scout, don't cry?
Yep.
I don't think he's crying yet.
Not yet. Playing against Rookie kind of has that effect against you, though.
Yeah, it's not fun. It does not look fun at all.
It's kind of like playing against SOFM in the jungle.
Let's not go too nuts. SOFM's good.
It's not Rookie.
I don't know if he's Rookie.
Oh, we'll have to find out. I think he is. Watched him for quite some time now. Since he was 14.
Rookie has won an OGN championship, mate. You calm down. SOFM
he hasn't won a
even
GPL.
represented a GPL.
He hasn't won a GPL championship, though.
Has SOFM?
Yep.
When?
Can't remember. He has.
Someone from the GPL get on that, I reckon. I'm calling Fish out for this one. He hasn't won the last 4.
No. But Marines, not doing too good. Meanwhile, we can see EDG here trying to clear out some wards up in the top lane. Desperately just trying to stay alive here against Invictus Gaming.
Yeah, no, he was looking to push that down, but it was actually a really nice rotation out of IG to match it. Now they're just waiting for their members to get up in time. Actually, doesn't look like Clearlove's going to be able to make it, so they back away, give up another turret. That's 3,000 gold.
4 turrets to 2 here. IG definitely dictating the flow of this match. No more siege comp for EDG means they can't just take down turrets as and when they please. IG really taking the fight to the mouse, though. He's still doing a good job of going toe-to-toe against the tie, but this fighter is just getting obnoxious. That E is almost always out of cooldown.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, now with that 30% cooldown reduction off items, he has picked up the Hextech Proto Belt. So we'll be able to close the gap on people as well.
Smash people with rockets.
It's going to be a really hard game for this team to pull back. And Clearlove's actually brought up picked himself up a BF sword. It's going to be interesting to see if they can shut the Vlad down, because they're really not itemizing for it. Instead, they're going raw damage and hoping that they can make the pick on people like Tabe and like Rookie.
Well, let's see if they can. It's going to be really difficult for EDG to get into the backlines here. All the resistances coming out from IG's lineup. Definitely going to play their part. We can take a look at Rookie's item build as well as he goes back to base to pick up some more items for himself. Has the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, Morellonomicon, and the Sorcerer's Boots now, as well as the upgraded Hex Core.
You can see 3,000 gold in the mid lane. It's a couple of hundred gold in the top lane. Everywhere else is pretty much equal apart from 80 carries, where Deft is still up 500 gold, but it's nowhere near what it was just because of the fact that turrets are now heavily in favor of Invictus Gaming. And you're right, you know, unless there's a huge flanking play, someone takes out Rookies straight away. It's just so hard for EDG to claw their way back into this game.
And even if they take out Rookie, they still have Tatai to deal with, who's the other solo laner we mentioned was the, you know, premier carry for the side of the IG lineup. That's going to be difficult. Scout now does get locked down by the gravity field. Pops to the bird form. It's going to be able to heal back quite a bit there. Not too afraid, but should be a little bit at least.
But the whole team, you know, collapsing in here. This could potentially be one of the fights that we're talking about. Siva, a little bit late to join, but everyone will just back away.
IG looked like they wanted to cheat in towards EDG's jungle. Steph just farms out a little bit more of the Raptor camp before joining his team underneath the turret here. Still a big gold lead for the side of EDG. Tatai actually does get locked down. Karma actually speeds up the team. Mouse looked like he wanted to engage, decides not to pull the trigger.
Yeah, and Dragon up in 4 seconds. We'll see whether that is where the next big team fight is. Still only 2,500 gold in IG's favor for 30 minutes into the game. It's not really all of that much.
Also a Cloud Dragon that's up and available. So I don't
Teleport's
think either team
coming
wants to
in.
go. There is that teleport on the hunt being popped there. It's actually Scout in the backline, flashes forward. Malkai's on top of Rookie as well. Rookie takes a lot of damage, but he's still alive to tie. Meanwhile, takes down Mako. Mouse is going to fall down as well. Dash Cannon comes in from the Vladimir, trying to take down the backline members. Let's look at this. Scout just can't quite get anything done here. Tatai just took on the rest of the team. 1-on-3 is able to take them down as well. IG find a clean ace off a play from EDG.
And the difference is the AD carry on IG has an Executioner's Calling and no one has one on EDG, which just means that Tai runs a train over the top of the EDG lineup. They're going to pick up Baron, and all of a sudden what was a close game is now 6,000 gold in a hole for EDG.
That one team fight was just enough for IG to pick up the gold lead and the tempo control they wanted to do just this.
And let's have a look at it. I mean, they get their man. They get on top of Rookie. It is a massive 3-man never move, but he just doesn't die because they've exhausted out Scout. He's not doing the damage they need. And meanwhile, on the backline, Zatai is just honestly 1v3ing right now. And you can see that there's no health going back onto Scout. He actually can't keep up with everyone. And Zatai's just, I don't know, 2 turrets deep, taking on whoever he wants.
Gets a little bit of help from Rookie, but I don't think he really needed it. He was just destroying people. Look at the damage, though.
Yeah, 5,500 damage for Zatai there. I mean, and you can see, you know, it's just, this is why you don't give the guy Vladimir. He showed it once against Game Talents, and I think he's shown it a second time this time around against EDG.
You know, game 1, EDG were like, yep, let's ban it out. Game 2, EDG decided not to.
Yeah, decided Italy was a bigger deal. And as I said, one of the weaknesses of Swain mid lane is the fact that there's no instant wave clear for the team. Now they're going to have to deal with that because they're behind. They can't win a team fight. And they can't even wave clear.
Well, this turret is going to fall down in favor of Invictus Gaming. They're looking to try and take down the inhibitor as well. No fight being put up by EDG here. They're just going to let that go down. The Kid looking to try and take down Deft here. Not able to lock him down. Chaos Storm being put on top of the Maokai.
And it's a 10,000 gold lead right now that IG has just opened up. It was a 3,000 gold lead moments ago. So about a 7,000 gold lead like Baron power play. The one team fight into Baron into double turrets one more time.
Things are just not looking good for EDG at the moment. Very different from the first game they played. Now, you know, they got a lot of power on Def. He's got 90 CS up ahead of Rain, but it's just...
But Rain's got 4
like
kills,
nothing.
so right now, that doesn't even matter, right? 3 items versus pretty much 3 items. 80 carries in a very comparable spot. And as we said, you know, when you play a similar comp, when you're both playing a team fighting comp, you both want to do the exact same thing. So it's whoever generally has the biggest hammer wins. And right now, IG have a much bigger hammer than EDG.
Let's take a look at what items IG have picked up as well. You know, to tie up in the top lane, he's got that Rabadon's Death Cap being picked up as well. Still refusing to upgrade his boots. Unlike Clearlove, Kid is opting to go for a very tanky Gragas build just to be up in the face of the EDG members. Mouse, you know, got his standard items, but bits and pieces everywhere else in the rest of the team.
Yeah, 100%. You know, there's nothing really they can do right now. They maybe go for the play one more time. But unless they kill Rookie, there's not really much hope for this having any success.
Well, they're trying to wave clear. Deft actually takes a lot of damage in that one trade. Rookie goes aggressively forward, just gets some damage down to Mouse. This turret is going to fall down to Ty. He might not get locked up in place. He takes a little bit of damage in return, but that turret falls down. Chaos Storm he put on top of Scout there, puts some good damage down towards the Swain. Has to run away and get back to the fountain to heal up. That's another inhibitor down for the EDG lineup.
IG are patient, right? They're just going to back away. They're going to reset, go towards the top side of the map. There's not really all of that much that EDG can do anymore, because as we said, you know, you can go for the Hail Mary, hope that you blow someone up. But Rookie's pretty tanky at this stage of the game, and they just haven't met the thresholds they need to be able to win.
I just don't see how they blow someone up either. You know, Lucian Graves, lots of, you know, damage over time.
They've
Swain,
got an IE.
damage over time.
I mean, a crit into a Graves ultimate wouldn't go astray right now.
They need to pull off that miracle play, because it's just looking dire at the moment for EDG. Clearlove going to get caught out here as well. Ignited and taken out so low. Rain picks up that kill now. You can see Scout trying to do what he can in the back lines. He has to pop his Zonias to try and stay alive. Rain going to be able to take it down with ease, so flash forward, not going to be enough. Tatai just keeping them occupied down the back lines. Culling being put out there by Def, not going to matter. Tatai's already back at half health just from one transfusion, and now IG just looking to try and clean up the rest of EDG's lineup. Mouse splashes over the wall, gets through the base gate. They're still going to try and take it down. Chaos Storms drops straight on top of the tree. IG are going to look to try and take down the last inhibitor, and definitely going to look towards the Nexus.
And they just can't kill anyone on the side of Invictus Gaming right now. Rookie flashes forward, deletes Deft.
And that's going to be game here. IG looking a lot stronger in game number 2, proving that they did a premier Chinese thing. They wanted to be Rookie, skirting with Deft, trying to dive, make it underneath his turret.
He wants him.
Not going to be able to get him though. This Nexus is going to fall down, and Invictus Gaming tie up the series 1-1.
And a much better job done from Invictus Gaming this time around. Get 2 big carries on the top half of the map. Get your CC and your utility in the AD carry and support position. You know, run a top-heavy comp. And they do that and come up absolutely massive.
I just, right from the draft phase, felt like IG, you know, they had a really good team comp if they got ahead at any point in the game. It just felt like a team where it's hard to kill anyone in the lineup, and everyone does so much damage coming into that game. EDG, they were 3,000 gold at one point. They just dropped the ball against IG.
Yeah, they really did. You know, there's not really much else to say there. They, I think their itemization was incorrect. They couldn't kill Vladimir because they didn't have an executioner's calling. I mean, you were seeing how much he was healing in those fights. And then the fact that they pulled the trigger when they did, like, it was actually, you know, when Mouse got caught out, Infernal Drake goes over, there's just not much they can do.
And this was that one team fight. As Mouse is soaking up all this damage here, the rest of the team just nowhere close to do anything at all. You can see Kid keeping Deft occupied, Tatai keeping the rest of the team occupied as well. And it was just from here onwards where IG just snowballed out of control.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, it looked like they wanted to re-engage, but Kid had already beaten them to the punch. Rookie was there as well. His Victor was absolutely destroying people.
And here's the Hail Mary coming out from EDG. They got the root onto Rookie. They got the ultimate, the collateral damage from Graves, but Tatai just is like, okay, I'll kill everybody.
Yeah, but no AD carry is hitting anyone but Zatai right now, and they still can't kill him. Meanwhile, you can see, like, Executioner's Calling is on every single time, and Zatai has just already killed the backline.
Dead. Tatai's... He was a monster on Vladimir when they played against Game Talents. We said at the start of the series, probably going to be permabanned against him from now onwards. Game 2, EDG was just like, yeah, well, we don't want Nidalee. We'd rather play against a Vladimir. And Sutai just shows them why it's the incorrect choice to make.
Yeah, 100%. And as we said, like, you should be respecting the solo lanes of IG. They're their win conditions. In fact, Gragas was probably Kid's best jungler in the first split. You know, the fact that they're banning away Nidalee and leaving up these huge carry potentials in the solo lanes is a huge strategical error from EDG, because win conditions for IG are the top lane and are the mid lane.
And they played to their win conditions fantastically in game number 2. We're going to go into a very quick break, but we will be back with the final game of the night between EDG and IG. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. We're going to take a look at the MVP for game number 2 between EDG and IG. It's going to go on over towards Rookie in the mid lane with 37.8% of his team's damage.
That's a lot of damage, Fish.
Yeah, I know.
The man was a standout performer on the Victor. He had a great laning phase one more time, set himself up for a little bit more success around the map, had some good team fights, you know. Goes deathless, the immortal Rookie, and does a heck of a lot of damage at the same time.
Well, EDG did whatever they could to try and kill him. Wasn't enough. This was a fantastic gank from Kid, though, just to start the game off. And this was the team fight where everything just turned around in IG's favor.
Yeah, and you know, it was actually one more time. EDG starting this up. It looks good. But the fact that Deft is out to the right-hand side, gets picked off by Kid, that's the damage threat. Whereas you look at what the Tai is currently doing, running down the middle of the team fight, dishing out huge amounts of damage.
EDG looked like they wanted to try and engage. And just from here, it was just a downhill ride for the EDG lineup. They just couldn't do anything from here onwards. You know, they tried the Hail Mary pass to try and lock down Rookie. Not enough, and IG pick up a win. They tie up the series 1-1 using their win condition one more time, you know, through those solo laners.
And, you know, the thing that really kind of frustrates me is they take Vlad first round. All right, cool. I can accept that, you know, IG first pick it. EDG have a chance to take away Victor. I mean, Azir's not on the board. Victor is undisputably the best mid laner in the current meta if Azir's been taken away. They don't go for it. They have a last pick Swain. So I just don't understand where exactly they were going with their compositions. You know, if they had the Victor, the Maokai, they have serious delete potential on anyone in these team fights. But they don't play towards that. And, you know, I think that the pick ban phase is something that we used to question it from EDG a lot. They picked themselves in a very narrow win condition, which is what we're going to do what you do, but we're going to do it from ahead, because otherwise we're going to be inferior to you in pretty much every way.
And you know, one more time, EDG, they played towards their bottom lane. They tried to get Deft and Mako ahead, and they did that successfully, but this time, you know, no Caitlyn, means no turrets get taken down, you know, Lucian not able to go up against the Vladimir late game. Seemed like it didn't work out for EDG as we head into game number 3's Champion Select, and already Vladimir, the first ban coming out from EDG.
And I am not surprised, and as I will say it one more time, and I hope the LPL has learned, do not give Zatai Vladimir.
Yep. I mean, Vladimir in general, disgusting at the moment. People just blow up left, right, and center.
No, he's a strong champion, right?
Heals
but
up.
Zatai just suits his playstyle so well. It's like this tank that is like a melee absorb almost, that just runs at you head on and is able to dish out large amounts of damage. You know, we've seen Vladimir beaten worldwide, but I just think that as far as what IG need, it's one of the best champions.
Well, ban phase has been completed here between EDG and IG. Vladimir, Twisted Fate, and Nidalee are going to be the 2 bans coming out from Edward Gaming, whereas Invictus Gaming, they've taken away the Kindred, Rise, and Caitlyn to start off this match. They don't want Deft to get his hands on that champion.
One more time, it looks like Braum's going to be the first pick. Never thought I'd see the day where Braum got back to first pickable, but he is.
Well, it was Braum, Alistar, I mean, who else? I think it was Braum and Alistar, you know, first picks for most of the games in Spring Split of the LPL. Now we see a lot more range supports coming into play here for all of the LPL teams so far. Seems like EDG going back to the roots, picking up the melee support champions. IG have a chance to follow up here, and they're going to lock in Karma and Gragas as their first 2 picks.
And once again, we said Karma, very strong support right now. Also can be flexed into the mid lane depending on your composition.
Yep.
Gragas has just been the king of this series, right? With how heavily the jungle has been targeted out, the fact that you can get the CC, the initiation onto your jungle position just looks to be working out better than the Graves.
Oh, Rek'Sai has been left open here. Invictus Gaming banned that one out twice in this series. In fact, they've swapped out their ban on blue side for the Caitlyn ban instead of the Rek'Sai ban. So Clearlove could definitely get his hands on this champion and show, well, he's a force to be reckoned with on the Rek'Sai itself.
Yeah, completely agree with that. And, you know, the fact that the Azir got through, it's a good ganking lane. That's what they're going to go with. Has some good global pressure as well out of the Rek'Sai. It means you can match 1-3-1. It's not easy, but it is doable.
Meanwhile, on the flip side, IG one more time giving Rookie his Victor in the mid lane. So we're going to see the Control Mage up against the Control Mage in the mid lane another time round this night.
And one more time, Victor does more damage at the start of the game. Will blow up a single target. Later the game goes, the better Azir scales and has that good consistent damage. However, one thing that Azir does better is he will set up the ganks at the early stages of the game. So if they're able to ever get the scoop, Rookie should fall down.
Oh, we'll see if they can do that. As Echo is going to be the lock-in coming in from Invictus Gaming. That should be played up in the top lane by Tatai. Which means Mouse will have his counter pick of choice if he chooses to do so. So far though, EDG a lot more towards their style of team comp, it seems. You know, a lot more crowd control, a lot more damage coming out from their lineup, a lot more ways to initiate fights as well.
Yeah, certainly is. You know, they've got the long-range secondary engage out of Zatai on the Echo. They've got the good flash body slam initiate out of Zatai. Fizz would be something interesting. Mouse plays it a lot. Also is seen as like that bruiser counter to the Echo matchup. Maokai would be more of a team fighting feel to it.
More of a, I want to survive the lane one more time. Well, Mouse has been able to survive up against Tatai quite effectively. In fact, go toe-to-toe against him.
Mouse is playing well, honestly.
Yes. Actually going to lock in the Fizz, so Mouse should be playing Fizz up in the top lane, and Deft is going to be picking up Ezreal as his AD carry of choice.
Yeah, so Deft on Ezreal. See if he's able to perform to the usual heights that he does on that character. I mean, Ezreal Braum has a great level 1. After that, they do go through a little bit of a lull until they pick up the 1.5, 2 items. Def kind of skips that. He's just incredibly aggressive, looks to use these spells. And it's all about hitting those Mystic shots, right? The more Mystic shots you can hit, obviously the higher damage output, but it also stacks up things like your passive, lowers the cooldowns on your other spells. So it's going to be interesting to see that go toe-to-toe.
Well, let's see how they can use that one in this matchup. Another time we were seeing Fizz here play tonight. We saw it in our previous set between Snake and Saint. Now to see what Mouse can do with this champion, as Sivir was the final pick that came out from Invictus Gaming.
And one more time, Sivir Karma is just such a cool lane because they add all the utility. Even if you have poor engage, they give you that speed boost to get on top of a champion. So I really think that IG have now found the recipe, you know, get good solid carries, get some AoE damage down bottom, but get that utility into your jungle and bottom lane roles, and let Zatai and Rookie just go nuts.
Well, let's see if Zatai and Rookie can do just that, because their solo laners were the key to the victory in game number 2. The EDG always putting their eggs in the Deft Mako basket. Worked in game 1, didn't work in game 2. Let's see what happens in game 3 as we head on towards Summoner's Rift. And we are on to Summoner's Rift for the third and final game of not only the night, but also this best of 3 series between Edward Gaming and Invictus Gaming. Is now EDG back on towards the blue side. Rek'Sai has been unlocked for Clue Love, and he's looking to try and wreak some havoc in the jungle here against Invictus Gaming.
And he needs to have a strong performance, right? Because game number 1 certainly was able to get around Summoner's Rift, pick up a weird build on the Gragas, you know. He had a Rylai's Crystal Scepter for some reason.
Iceborne Gauntlet in there.
But game 2 on Graves was pretty much irrelevant. You don't often say that about Phantom Dancer Infinity Edge Graves, but he didn't really do all that much, Fish.
Didn't do much damage as well.
Yeah, so
couldn't quite break the Tatai Vladimir.
So this time around on the Rek'Sai, needs to get into more Dark Clear Love. Get the lane snowballed.
Get
See
angry.
if you can get yourself ahead.
You know, pull off an SOFM, kill all the raptors in the game. Don't let any
I want him
bird
to kill
live.
champions.
Champions. That's what he's after today.
Yeah. But see that one more time. EDG want to try and stop potentially the jungle camp start.
Well, we've seen this from EDG before. You know, other lane goes for the Grump camp level 1. They just wait inside the bush and try and kill them at level 1 as well. Force them out of the lane at least.
But this time around, they actually just look like they're going to lose out on the jungle camp start.
Well, nothing to look at here, ladies and gentlemen. It's just Rookie being Rookie one more time. It's a Thunderlord trade-off against Scout. This is just not stopping.
It's not. They're just going to keep auto-winning each other. Rookie hasn't got any minion aggro, so he's going to win Scout.
Whew. Steph and Mako once again being cheeky. They're going to walk into the lane here. We've seen this happen before. Karma actually has to flash immediately. They're going to flash forward for it. They're going to be able to take him down. Tabe gets taken down for first blood, but a return kill could possibly come out.
No, not going to get there.
Stun
and they
mate.
chunk out Rain as well.
He's got to go back to base. Mako going to prop these Targon passive and heal up Deft here.
Yeah, so you can see that Mako, he's the one with 3 pots. He doesn't mind if he falls down a little bit low. He can get back to full health.
And this is the second time in the LPL we've seen EDG do this. And
Yeah,
he's
cheeky
falling
level
for it.
1 strategy.
It's paid off here. It's almost like a solo queue experience coming out from these two teams.
He says with bitter resignation in his voice. But you can see that Rookie currently is absolutely styling on Scout, and he's the one with the Ignite, so very real kill threat.
Scout doing what he can, it seems, to try and trade back.
Good ward over the wall there. Looks like Brom's going to be spotted out by Kid.
He's able to get away, though. Tags him with the chair. It's cleared up. Is actually going to move on towards the Scuttle. The Rift Scuttle here does have his red buff, so going to be able to take it down a little bit quicker.
And it's 3 CS on Scout. I mean, Rookie's going to stick around. He's playing to the opposite side of the map of the jungle right now because he knew where Clear Love was. And he's going to catch that huge wave. Scout's in massive trouble if he can't get this into the turret.
One more time, though. Deft and Mako doing really well down at the bottom lane as we see Kid goes toe-to-toe against Clear Love inside of his own jungle. Decides to skirt through the turrets and head towards the opposite side instead.
Okay, so that's nicely done. Clear Love goes in there, disturbs Kid's jungle pathing, gets a Wolf Smite away from him, means that Rookie can't do anything funny like freezing out a wave, and they will be able to push him back. So Scout gets that brief reprieve, and now Clear Love's still not done.
He's looking for the red buff now, trying to take it away from Kid. Is in fact able to smite that one away, so 3 buffs Kid here. Still has his blue buff up and standing if he wants to take it down later. So Ty dukes it out with Mouse up in the top lane. Mouse arguably coming out ahead there.
Yeah, certainly is, because he's got the kill summoner as well. And Clear Love is up there looking to see if he can get any pressure. Looks like Satai's going to have to burn an early teleport.
Clear Love instead going to be able to take away the Krugs as Kid takes away his own Raptor camp. There's that teleport up to the top lane. Kid's actually not here if they still do go for the dive, but that's a full health echo. Would be a little bit difficult, but there's a lot of minions in this wave.
Yeah, it certainly is, and they're trying to trim it as soon as possible. They
It's
have
juicy.
picked out where he is.
Looks like they want this. Kid's not there, but teleport to go back home coming out from Clear Love, opting not to go for the dive. So they're going to let Satai live to fight another day.
Yep. So good guys, EDG, back away. Nothing really happening apart from that cheeky first blood out of the Ezreal, which gets him the tier, gets him back to lane. You know, as we mentioned, you know, the Deft always just finds a way to get rid of that power trough. It's just not going to be there. Mouse comes back.
Already though, solo laners for EDG's lineup doing a lot better to tie, taking so much damage from Clear Love up in this top lane. Doesn't really want that trade, it feels. Victor only even here with Scout in the mid lane. Scout's actually going to get a very early blue buff after Clear Love was able to 3 buff Kid in the jungle.
And you can see that this is like great for EDG now because, as you mentioned, mid lane went lots more even because Rookie, even though he was bullying early, has to go back to respect the Rek'Sai who was full health. Top lane had to go back because he had to respect the dive. And it just allowed so much to go through as now Rookie's being exhausted up.
Scout puts a lot of damage down. It's going to go forward. Rookie already
Oh,
flashed
he didn't
away.
auto.
He didn't get it, but still is able to put the soldier down. Picks up the solo kill on the mid lane. Scout is able to take down Rookie.
Scout gave me a heart attack there because Rookie nearly killed him still. The laser nearly came back off cooldown, but in the end he is able to get it done. We'll pick up a heck of a lot more CS. But, you know, flashing forward, getting the solo kill, that's definitely a good news story.
Punishes the aggressive playstyle coming out from Rookie there. That's going to allow Clear Love to continue doing even more counter jungle. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, we've seen this story before. I think 2 games in a row, it's just been Mako and Deft.
And you can see how far past the minion line they're willing to charge, you know, force them off any creeps. Well and truly outside of experience range as well as gold. And they're just going to continue this unrelenting pressure.
Doesn't look like it's going to stop anytime soon either. This Kid is able to take away his own Krugs. Rookie is going to return to the mid lane. 2 Doran's rings being picked up by this Victor.
You can see the Clear Love wants it. I wonder if that ward spotted him out, because if not, the knock up into the scoop is definitely available.
Scout going to put a soldier down, get some chip on towards Rookie. Actually going to get locked up. Here comes Cleanup. Rookie taking a lot of damage. Gravity Field going to lock down Cleanup. He's not going to get the scoop. The return damage is not going to be enough to take it down. The heal, not even the potions coming out, it's going to be enough. It's Tatai nicely able to avoid the Chum the Waters with his ultimate. Meanwhile,
so Scout doesn't want to go into the Gravity Field, so he completely misses the ultimate as Kid charges down mid lane. This is such a Rookie greed as well. He's going to actually look to keep it there.
that was very aggressive coming in from Mako. Jumped aggressively forward, trying to get the tags down on towards the Silver and Karma. Not quite able to lock them down with the stun though. And still, Rookie opting to stay in this lane, already chugging health potions, trying to keep topped up as much as possible.
And you can see that maybe this is the pressure getting to Scout, because he plays a good Azir, but he's made a couple of fundamental errors this game. He's being pressured at every turn by Rookie. And you know, you can understand it. You can't really blame him. Very young mid laner. Filling big roles of that of Pawn, who has always been a clutch player.
Lots of damage down to Tabe, forced to use the flash on Karma there. He tries to phase check a bush, something you don't really want to be doing.
Especially not against a Brawl.
And Ezreal charging up his True Shot Barrage as well.
So they'll go back, and you see it's already 20 CS, and this is a tier. I mean, this is the weakest Ezreal is in the game. Probably goes back, finishes up the Muramana here.
Rookie actually putting down the Chaos Storm on top of minions, trying to clear out that wave.
Huh, here goes Sheen.
Ah.
So something that LPL mid laners have been doing more and more is actually go for the completed AD item to get it stacking as quickly as possible, because they do fight very often. But, you know, with the lane that they have, the Braum Ezreal, there is a little bit of poke damage in there. Can understand a Sheen pickup.
Still doing very well in this bottom lane. And Scout, he's ahead in this mid lane. Even in CS, picked up a solo kill onto Rookie earlier.
To be fair, there should have been 2 kills. I mean, Clearlove's gank 100% should have been a kill. But Scout just was not able to hit the ultimate.
Clearlove's still going to be continuing his counter jungler here. Now working towards the red buff on Kid's side of the jungle. Going to be able to take that one away. Whereas Kid now, trying to take away his blue buff, gives it on over towards Rookie.
This could be a cute gank. Back in the Raptor pit, they'll be able to do the do-si-do.
Well, let's see if they do. As Clearlove does go over the wall, just puts down the Prey Seeker instead. Opting not to try and dive the Victor here. Does get spotted out by Kid as well.
So there were 2 creeps still there, and Rookie didn't immediately laser it. I mean, he very rarely does, so Clearlove probably should have seen that coming. Rookie likes to have the wave on his side of the map. It just means that there's nothing that they can really do there.
Meanwhile, we get a check in with the top lane there. You can see it's relatively even. A small advantage in favor of Tatai right now.
Yeah, and that's actually really impressive from Tatai, because as we said, you know, Fizz is kind of seen as that pseudo counter matchup. I mean, he has the missing health damage there that Echo brings on every single auto attack for Fizz. You also max your W out in this matchup, which is incredible amounts of damage. He also takes the Ignite, but, you know, Tatai being able to keep up. Took one of the Ignites early, didn't die to it, and has been, after that, relatively fine.
Doing pretty well so far, the top lane. Things still fairly even between these two teams, but EDG do have a nice goal lead for themselves and a big pressure point down in the bottom lane especially.
Yeah, that's all it is, right? It's a bottom lane right now, putting on a clinic. They're back up by about 20 CS. They already have that first blood kill, and they've just been able to bully around Rain and Tabe in what is a pretty decent lane in shoving out and just keeping it neutral. I mean, your favorite bottom lane, Caveman and Endless, used to be able to do this very effectively. As you can see, Rookie doesn't want to go anywhere.
Unlike Caveman and us, they're picking up kills. It's a good flash forward and a return flash from Scout. Able to knock back Rookie. They're going to be able to take him down. Kid flashing aggressively forward, looking to try and take that Azir. Here comes Tatai. He's able to pick up the kill for himself, but at what cost? As Kid goes down at bottom lane. There's Havoc all across the map. True Shot Barrage being used there. It's going to be able to take down and pick up a double kill on the bottom lane. Going on over towards Dev. That's 4 kills across the map for EDG.
And EDG straight away, as soon as they see the Gragas in the mid lane, they pull the trigger down bottom. Deft and Mako one more time, able to make it happen. And you can see that this is what we said. They should be always kill pressure with Azir because he has the CC. They're able to pick that one out. Scout grabs it. And Kid splits the tile from him with a bad ultimate. And that just means Fizz comes in and cleans it up.
We just take a look at the bottom lane. And that was just Clinical. They were already ahead. They just pushed that advantage. Mako with the aggressive play one more time.
And look, Deft is like, can I get it without burning heal? No, I can't. All right, I'll burn the heal at the very last moment. They just really are such a good bottom lane. Now got the Iceborne Gauntlet. They're up 30 CS and 2 kills. 3 kills make that. One's on the support.
EDG are 3,000 gold ahead of Invictus Gaming right now. Massive lead for this lineup. You know, they had a disappointing game number 2. Got their bans in place for game 3. And IG just getting punished right now on the red side.
Yeah, they certainly are. And, you know, it was just the inability to take away both the Kate and Azir. This was something that obviously EDG were very practiced playing. And as I said, Scout's got a really good Azir. The fact that he's made a couple of errors this game actually surprised me because his Azir has always been quite nice. He was known for like Gangplank Azir. They were the 2 champions that he could really play to an incredibly high level.
Well, still making a couple of decent plays here. Not fumbling too much. And he's been able to go toe-to-toe against Rookie, even picking up a solo kill there. So that's the major point I feel for EDG right now. Their solo laners not getting destroyed by IG solo laners, which is pretty much their win condition in this match.
100%, and Scout's ahead, like outright. He's 2-1-0 and he's up in CS, only a little bit. Mouse, he was still struggling, but as soon as he has Ignite available, he should just fight around his Ignite window in a 1v1 setting and should be completely fine. So, yep, you're correct. Right now, win condition, if that is survive the solo lanes, they're fine.
Meanwhile, this is devastating though for IG. Rain going to take another true shot barrage to the face, down to about 200 health. Clear Love on the top side of the map though is getting caught out. Ultimate being used. The ultimate Chaos Storm being dropped down on top of him as well. Here comes Scout. It's able to separate Kid. Only though now he's going to get chunked down by the Gragas.
Yeah,
Rookie
he's in trouble.
Put some good damage back down. Lasers are coming out.
Mouse is going to beat them there. Here comes the tie.
He's looking to try and take them down. Parallel Convergence is not going to get used though as Kid. He's still looking for a Clear Love, taking a lot of damage. The tie was kept occupied though by Mouse and is able to keep his teammates alive.
And now all of a sudden here's the bottom lane.
Mako is going to show up, puts down the ultimate. Here comes the Fizz. Karma's to try and help them. Might not be enough though. And EDG, Mouse, is able to find a kill for himself.
Yeah, great communication from EDG. They understood that they could stick with the play. I mean, they send Scout back to base. Clear Love heals up a little bit. And they're willing to just make the proactive effort. Clear Love wants the red buff. I mean, the regeneration is nice on it, I'm sure. And you can see Rookie is just having a couple of choice words.
But here, meanwhile, Kid, he's actually getting jumped on Clear Love, going to get the knock-up as well. Mouse just tags him with the Trident and picks up another kill onto this Fizz.
Yeah, Mouse is huge right now, 3-0-0. You know, as we said, he stayed neutral in CS. That's a good thing. They're even taking away Rookie's blue buff right now. That's a 50 CS advantage at 14 minutes into the game for EDG's duo lane.
And it's a 5,000 gold lead at the moment for EDG in general. They are styling on Invictus Gaming in game number 3.
And, you know, you can kind of feel for Rookie. There's just been so much action in his lane. There always is going to be. I mean, just because he is such a focal point for his team and enemy teams alike. But just hasn't been able to get any momentum going this game. I mean, even in a situation where it looks like he's just going to be able to pick up a kill, it doesn't happen. And he's got close to outplaying Scout a couple of times, but it just hasn't come through.
Scout, he's been able to pick up his Stinger looking towards the Nashor's Tooth and has the Negatron Cloak, which has aided him quite well in his duels with Rookie so far. He's struggling in terms of items, barely upgrading his Hex Core, 2 rings and a rushed Ionian Boots of Lucidity, trying to find, you know, his summoner spells whenever they can come back online, trying to get extra cooldown reduction as well. Top lane, it's just 2 tanks with Spirit Resurge, you know, hitting each other a couple of times before realizing nothing's ever going to happen.
Yeah, one went with the red stone, one went with the blue stone. So you can see personal choice on the stones there, but you're right, everything else relatively similar.
Clear Love, he's 0-3 on this Rex side. Has banned out against him in games 1 and 2. Been doing fairly well in game 3 so far. Not quite the drastic performance between Snake and Saint, but still doing well on this Rex side.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's been able to control Kid this time around, at least in the game. 0-0-3. Has just been sitting kind of in the top side of the jungle. Not as aggressive as SOFM.
Scout, wow. Knocks Rookie in towards his turret. Chaos Storm not going to do anything here. They find another pick and another kill.
That was 1v3.
Whew.
Told you we could play Azir,
Oh,
right
he
there.
does. Solo kill 1-on-3 as Mountain Dragon at the same time falls for EDG, and they're going to look to try and take down this turret. They want to end this game fast.
It's not only going to be the turret. I mean, they've got the Azir and as well as what Zatai.
Hello, this is 1-on-2 here. Zatai is going to be burning from that Trident auto attack. Not going to be enough to take him down, but meanwhile, EDG is just going to continue pushing down in this mid lane inner turret. Sorry, getting him taken down really low.
Yeah, it's actually going to fall down most likely because, as I said, Azir, Ezreal, they do turrets incredibly quickly. I mean, you have the Urage, you have the Essence Flux as well. And meanwhile, top lane, I mean, Mouse is just having the time of his life. Forces 2 people out of his lane, says, thank you very much, I'll go back and shop.
That means that EDG, they have a 7,000 gold lead 17 minutes into this game. They're looking commanding.
Yeah, this is a shellacking Fear so far.
You love that word.
I do. It's a good word, that's why. So far, they're absolutely dominating Invictus Gaming, but you know, we've seen stranger things in League of Legends. Game's not over until it's over, especially as long as Rookie has Victor. But this one's going to be a hard hole to climb out of.
Well, he's got his nearly large rod now, so a little bit of extra damage on this Victor might be the difference that OG needs to get back to this game. But still, like you mentioned, mounted to climb at the moment. A very steep one. As Rek'Sai, you know, pops her raw, and it's going to try and move in towards continuing controlling the jungle on the side of Kid. And also take away as many camps as possible. EDG not rushing anything, just making sure they take it slow and steady and find their avenues of attack instead.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, they've got the 2 spike on the Ezreal. They've got pretty much an item and a half on every other role. They're just looking to scale up. They know that they're ahead right now, and there's not really an easy objective to take, so just continue to pressure out lanes and win this war of attrition.
It's relatively quiet for a team that is about 8,000 gold ahead of the
But there's
moment.
honestly nothing on the map to take.
Rain might be one.
Yeah, I mean, you can try and kill champions, but they're all well and truly like underneath
He's trying.
turrets.
Deft is trying.
Yeah, as I said, you can try, but it's going to be hard.
He's not going to stop. I think they might be able to take down this turret though. Mako smashing it with the chair. Trying to take it down wherever he possibly can. Clear Love is going to be trying to work down on this mid lane tower. As Rookie actually sent down to the bottom lane to deal with Deft and Mako.
Meanwhile, Scout just continues to apply pressure in the mid lane.
Pushes up all the way towards the inhibitor turret. Rookie and Kid make their way towards that lane, which means that Deft and Mako should be able to take down this bottom lane turret. And Clear Love is looking for a gank on towards Echo.
But once again, Echo is just so incredibly hard to dive. I mean, you can hope to maybe push him away, but instead Kid just heads up. They think they can fight the 5v5. So sure, EDG, they grab another turret. I assume they throw their duo into the top lane now?
They've got a 9,000 gold advantage at the moment, EDG. Looking to try and punish IG.
They're all a major item ahead. When you have a look at their item builds, at least a major item ahead for every member, except for maybe the Fizz, who just went with Boots 2 instead.
Still has his necessary tanky items. The Sheen for a little bit of extra damage. It's not all that much, but still could play a vital role. As Baron is going to be spawning in 10 seconds here, so another big objective on the map for EDG if they choose to take it.
Yeah, and I wonder whether they actually will look towards it early one more time. They have relatively low control over the top lane, but good control everywhere else in the map. Really do think it's just time to, you know, grab Deft, flick him into the, grab him red buff first. You can do that if you want. Flick him into the top lane. Start poking out, try and siege down that area of the map. Get Fizz down into the bottom side of the map. Apply that split push pressure.
Well, speaking of Deft, he's got his Quicksilver Sash now, so able to remove any crowd control that's been used on top of him. Parallel Convergence and the Gravity Field come to mind.
Also can, as you're flying through the air listfully
Get out
against
of
the
the
Gragas
knockup.
ult, you can cleanse flash it.
Cleanse Flash, cleanse shift it.
Yeah. Which Def does pretty regularly, otherwise I wouldn't bring it up.
Let's see if we can do it here. Like we mentioned earlier,
There you go,
Baron
that's
is
our
up.
new game. Because
Can
honestly,
Deft QSS it?
this game isn't over, but it's pretty close to over. So we'll start a new game, you know.
Okay.
Can either, yeah, there's only one knockup. So
Aw.
the Kid. The Gragas barrel, what we're looking for is a cleanse flash out of Gragas barrel.
We'll see if Deft can do it. He's going to be working on this top lane turret in the meantime. Like you mentioned, he got that red buff, was flicked up into the lane, now pushing for the turrets. He's going to take that one down with ease. That's 5 turrets to none in favor of EDG. And if they didn't get that one kill,
They just watched Kid Smite, however. So that might be the signal to just start up a Baron buff, although it looks like they still want to try and contest turrets here.
what I was trying to say there, if they didn't pick up that one kill on towards Scout, this is nearly a perfect game to start this off for EDG.
Yeah, it certainly is.
No turrets taken on the side of IG at the moment. True Shot Barrage comes out for a little bit of poke. Aggressive shift forward coming out from Def, looking to try and find more of his Mystic shots. They're content with taking this one very slow. They can see they put Mouse down in the bottom
Very
lane.
slow. They're up 11,000 gold in 22 minutes. What do you want them to do?
Turtle pace. Kill somebody. Kill the Nexus. That's what you're here for, EDG.
Two-man Baron is going on as we speak to just pull us back to live.
And there's a two-man attempt to try and kill Mouse down the bottom lane. That's not going too well for IG. This Baron is going down in favor of EDG, so have it that major objective on their side. Rookie looking to try and see what he can do against Mouse here. Tatai desperately trying to duel out against his Fist. Chaos Storm he put down, but he turns his fight on towards Rookie. He takes so much damage, forced to flash away. Power Convergence and Gravity Field able to lock down the Fizz. And IG find a pick for themselves, but what cost is EDG look towards the top lane.
Yeah, exactly right. So they get the pick, they take down the Fizz, but he still has teleport and a massive wave being stacked up. Rookie still had to use his flash there. So it wasn't like they got away from that scot-free. And EDG just look unrelenting in their pressure.
And they continue pushing up into top lane. Instead, after taking down the inner turret up at the top side of the map, they decide to go back to base, pick up more items for themselves. You can already see Ezreal looking towards his Blade of the Ruin King as the Bilgewater's Cutlass complete. After that back Fizz, picked up the Balmy Cinder and also the Frozen Fist. Iceborne Gauntlet being picked up for more crowd control up in the top lane.
Yeah, so just being able to control the pace of the fight with double Iceborne Gauntlet as well as that Rylai's Crystal Scepter. Clearlove's going towards even more magic resist because really it's only Rain who's doing AD and he has an Essence Reaver. Pretty much can be disregarded at this stage of the game.
Ninja Tabi from Clearlove should be enough to stop that as the Dragon, the Ocean Dragon, is going to be picked up by EDG here, looking to try and take as many objectives as possible before moving towards the base of IG.
You're an impatient man tonight, Fish.
No.
You know, just enjoy the beauty that is EDG. Because really, like, as we said, they drafted poorly in game number 2, but apart from that, 2 pretty impressive games to bookend this on blue side for Edwards Gaming's lineup.
Game 1 on blue side was phenomenal from EDG. IG just fought back nicely game 2.
Yep.
And it really feels like, you know, the force of the Kindred Rise bands on blue sides affecting both teams in different ways.
Yeah, 100% agree with that. They're not able to deal with it. Kindred especially, whether it's Clearlove, you just can't afford to give that over. So you can see that IG still want to look aggressive. Can't underestimate the damage that's going to come out of this Victor, but it looks like they're finally in a position to start sieging down base turrets.
And there's a 1-4 split for some time there, with Mouse actually split off from the rest of the team. EG still looking to try and take down these turrets, but decent wave clear coming in from IG, stopping them from now.
And there's just, honestly, there's no way an Ezreal can walk in to hit that turret, so there's not really all that much they can do. I mean, you either look for a turret dive, but your tank in Clearlove has gone a full MR build.
Well, if they decide to play the game of attrition here between EDG and IG, EDG will eventually come out ahead. Just getting chip damage on this turret wherever they possibly can. It's not going to be much that IG can stop that as we move towards the later parts of this game.
Yeah, exactly right. You see all of a sudden Mako goes a little bit more aggressive, some more damage going in on the turret.
I don't even think Def wanted that a hit. He wanted the Iceborne Gauntlet proc on the turret. It goes back in. That one he did.
And Clearlove finally looking to push into the base.
True Shot Barrage. No. Good side step from Rookie.
Rookie doesn't go back to Fountain. He tricks him.
Nah, I don't want to die to this.
And this is what we said, you know, in a situation where you can't siege, Rek'Sai can play the 1 in your 1-1-3 composition. And finally, that allows enough room for EDG to break in.
At the same time, they break into the bottom lane, but that also means the mid lane and top lane could shortly follow if IG send more resources down here to deal with this. Inhibitor is going to get taken out, and EDG have finally broken the base against IG, and mid lane falling as well.
Yeah, so they've broken the base in multiple directions. Now Kid needs to look for an engage, but there's none forthcoming.
Slows down Def. This Inhibitor going to go down very shortly. Kid looking for something here, going to jump on top of Scout, misses it. There's the ultimate coming out, only separates the jungler and the mid laner. Clearlove promptly flashes over the wall. This turret I mean, inhibitor, sorry, really low now.
Yeah, so in the end, they are able to get the play. They force EDG out of the base. But it doesn't look like EDG had done yet. Sending back Clearlove, maybe looking for a tunnel. Here we go.
There's the tunnel teleport coming in for Clearlove, looking to try and take down this inhibitor. I believe that's 2 inhibitors taken down already.
And IG, they can't do anything. I mean, Kid looking for an engage one more time, but it's very telegraphed. And IG is starving them out of the game.
Just seems like there's nothing they can do right now because slow and steady, EDG just taking objective after objective and making sure IG have no counterplay at all.
Yeah, exactly right. They got the early lead. They didn't let go. They just start knocking down turrets. They take a Baron. They split open the base. And Clearlove is massive. Like, he doesn't even care about Gragas at this stage of the game.
Banshee's Veil, Spirit Visage, I don't think anybody with ability power can deal any damage to him right now. Not without avoid stuff.
60 CS up. And, you know, this has been a very low kill game from LPL standards because normally teams like IG don't let this happen. If they're losing, they go for the miracle play. They go for that big engage. IG are content to lose this one slowly.
And we saw that from EDG last game. You know, they were 3,000 gold behind. EDG like, okay, let's try this teleport flank. If it doesn't work, we're going to lose anyway. Yep. Try that, didn't work.
Kid has a dance. That's one tactic.
What?
Mako is taking this game way more seriously than Kid right now, that's for sure.
Mako's like, I'm here to win, not to dance with you, Mr. Lady Gaga.
And the last turret on the top end of the map, looking to now fall. Mouse is just walking creeps into the base. IG, pull the trigger.
Not.
They're not going to.
Hate to break it to you, they're not. They're just waiting. EDG slowly pushing towards the top lane inhibitor turret. This one's getting taken out. IG, they want to pull the trigger. It's now. Power Convergence comes out, locks down 2 members, but that's about it. That's all they're getting for it. Tatai gets taken down. That's 1 member down for the side of IG. EDG is still 5 members strong with full health. Looking towards the inhibitor now. This is not good for IG.
No, it certainly isn't, because that's probably going to be the game. Tatai gets a 3-man stun. But really, when you're 17,000 gold in a hole, you probably need a 5-man stun.
It's 3 super minion waves crashing towards the turret. There goes the Fizz trying to jump in. Kid now at half health. Chaos Storm being dropped on top of 3 people. Rookie now taking a lot of damage. He has to flash away from it. Kid is trying to run towards his fountain, but there's the Nexus turrets falling down. Ultimate comes out. Is going to knock them all forward. I don't think that's quite what he wanted there. Nexus turrets have been taken down. The Nexus is all that is remaining here as EDG are crashing towards the base. Double kill for Scout. The Fizz is able to jump out of there. Another kill comes down, but it's the Nexus that finally falls, and EDG pick up the series 2-1.
It took a while in the end. You know, I said that they were maybe slow playing it. It got to about 30 minutes, and EDG are able to win that game. You can see the look on Zatai's face. He was like, what the heck went wrong down there?
Tabe.
But, you know, just superior early game presence out of the bottom lane of EDG means that they control that side of the map and are able to pick up an easy victory.
It honestly looked like IG didn't expect the early game cheese, so to speak, of them waiting inside the brush. That is surprising to me because they did it once before when they had Ezreal, and they did it again here.
Exactly right. Ezreal Braum, they're able to proc it incredibly quickly. I mean, pretty much auto attack Q with a flash auto out of Braum is going to get it for you, so I like the play out of EDG. You know, a disappointing game number 2. They won't be happy with dropping that one, but bouncing back in a big way, game number 3, they smashed IG then. Like, that's as comprehensive victory as we've had all night. And we've had some comprehensive victories, Fish. Let me tell you.
Yeah, Saint versus Snake. If you guys are fans of Rek'Sai's destroying junglers or Raptors and Krugs getting killed, yeah, watch that game. It was pretty fun to watch for that reason.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, I think that we saw SOFM, you know, dictating the pace, being an aggressive jungler. This time around, like, Clearlove that game, he was on Rek'Sai. He was just like, I'm going to do what I need to. Okay, 1 gank in the mid lane, that's enough to set you up for success. I'm going to steal a red buff every now and again.
I'm not going to brute force it every single time.
I'm going to pressure you off a turret, and we're going to take a turret because there's no risk in that play. SOFM, on the other hand, was like, I'm going to kill you. So I think that, you know, just a difference in jungling playstyle, but Clearlove certainly flexed his muscles in that game as well. And I think that EDG as a whole, like, that is a demoralizing way to lose a game. At least if you're playing as SOFM, you get to hit him every now and again. EDG just danced around the map and just took all your stuff.
You know, it just came to a point in the game where they were about 11,000 gold ahead, where they were just like, yeah, we'll take this turret, and we'll take this turret, we'll take blue buff, but we're not going to win just yet. We'll wait a little bit more. So really taking their time with the game. IG, on the flip side, you know...
And personally, I blame Victor.
Victor?
Yeah,
Rookie.
100%. No, not rookie.
Oh, just Victor.
I just blame Victor. Because if your AD carry doesn't have 600 range, you can't hit turrets against Victor because he still kills you. So, you know, if you want anyone to blame for why that game took longer, don't blame EDG and that. Victor as a champion is solely responsible for that. It's like old school Anivia. It's like, why can't we win this game? Well, we actually can't kill any creeps.
Well, with that, we can take a look at the results that took place today. We saw the first match of SOFM just destroying Krugs and Raptor Cams against Saint as they pick up a very decisive 2-0 victory against the lineup that still has yet to find form here in the summer split of the LPL, which brings us to the previous match tonight, the very long, drawn-out final game, but a very decisive game. Which was EDG picking up the 2-1 win against IG, who had an impressive game number 2 with a good draft against EDG to pick up their win here. As we are going to take a look at the standings very quickly between these two groups. It's going to be EDG up at the top still with 4 wins. Game Talent's just behind them, 3-1 at the moment, with IG 2-2. Snake 2-2 in Newbie, 1-3 with Saints unfortunately not able to pick up a win just yet.
Yeah, they certainly aren't. EDG are 8-2 at the moment. They're on a rampage through the LPL.
They certainly are, but tomorrow we're going to be able to take a look at Group B as the first match of the night. It's going to be RNG taking on LGD and Vici taking on OMG in the second match of the day.
And, you know, much in a similar way to this morning's games, LGD needs to start clawing their way back to some form because they're in struggle city right now. So Imp, Myron, I don't know who the heck else they're going to field. They really need to start clawing their way back there because RNG look like they're on a tear. But we get the Uzi versus Imp matchup, which is going to be incredibly exciting to watch.
And, you know, looking at the second match as well, which is going to be Vici taking us OMG, another team that has yet to find a win here in the LPL and been surprisingly struggling so far this split.
OMG, yeah. I mean, they just missed out on playoffs last time around, right? They came 5th, and Icon was starting to make a name. They played cool a lot at the start of the split. Vici, however, a really impressive team right now, so I hope to see them continue to perform.
Well, let's jump back straight into the game that we just saw there. We're going to take a look at the MVP very quickly. It's going to be Def there on his Ezreal. 32% of his damage share, 3-0-4, starting off with the very early aggressive play in the bottom lane.
And let me tell you, Fish, there's a reason that he's still on the tier list, right?
Isn't he the tier list?
Yeah, he is the tier list.
This
and
is the
it's
Def
because
Ezreal tier
he
list?
is incredibly good at this champion. This was a cheeky first blood that they gave over to Mako. And just look at how they juggle the aggro here. I mean, he even got the stun after that, but aggressively leaping forward, looking for the double kill here. And the impressive thing is can I get it without burning heal? No, I might die. All right, I'm going to heal. So, like, he really does, like, millimeter perfect, that champion, and nails all the skill shots. And honestly, I used to watch him and be like, why does my Ezreal not do as much damage as Def's? And it's because he just nails every skill shot. His passive is always at 5 stack when he's in those team fights.
I think I know a couple of Oceanic support players that share your sentiment of playing the OPL here. But, you know, phenomenal performance from the bottom lane coming out from EDG. In 3 games in a row, that's where EDG looked for their strengths and looked to try and pick up the game. Didn't work in game 2. IG played against it quite nicely, but games 1 and 3, very dominant performance.
Yeah, 100%. They have a great bottom lane, right? But maybe a little bit worrying because EDG is currently trying to buck the trend of, like, let's get damage on the top half of the map and utility down bottom. They will play these damage carries like the Caitlyn. You know, they hovered Kog'Maw, they've got the Twitch, and like the Ezreal and Lucian. Def's is great as Ashe player. Like, Def can play Ashe, like, very, very well. In fact, I think he had 2 pentakills on Ashe last split. But without Pawn, without Koro, they don't feel comfortable giving the top half of the map all of that damage. So they are swinging it more towards the bottom half. And one day that will come back and bite them when they play a great team like RNG.
You know, speaking of Pawn and Koro there, they didn't play in this match. Mouse and Scout surprisingly played pretty well today. Scout had a few hiccups here and there. Mouse as well, a few hiccups, but he stood out quite nicely tonight.
Scout had up and down series, right? Game 1, he played well. Game 3, you also had a couple of whiffs there. But Mouse was the one that really impressed me. I think that the fact that you can't beat a Vladimir late game is absolutely no reflection on how you played Maokai. And his Maokai got the double kill in the bottom lane with a great TP, was able to get into teamfights and start them off nicely. So Mouse, all 3 games, was creating pockets of areas for his carries to work in. It's just right now, other top laners aren't playing these tanks anymore. You know, every now and again we'll see the Maokai pop up, but it's a lot of mages, a lot of what more of Zatai was doing. Heck, we've seen some Fioras running around Summoner's Rift lately. So I question whether in the long run this is the way that EDG want to continue playing. If it's a patch thing or whether they just believe that their style of this teamfight League of Legends is better than the rest of the LPL.
Well, it's still week 3 here of the LPL. We have to see as we progress through the summer split if EDG are going to continue playing that playstyle. But that's all from us here tonight. On behalf of myself, Spawn, the entire production crew, thank you guys so much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow for more LPL action.